Chapter 346, 133 went fishing with Xiaojiang, bringing things down a notch. Second update. Underscore 2, however, they caught a lot of fish today, and Suan had booked them a suite with a kitchen included. Xinqing said he would make fish soup for Bai Lian, so they brought the fish back with them. Sure, Suan replied with a smile. Fish soup for breakfast tomorrow morning. By the side, a member of the clan glanced at the black bags in Ji Hung and his companion's hands and declined politely. Thank you, but I don't like fish. Suan took a bag of fish from Ji Hung, his eyes lighting up. Is it that easy to catch? Next time you have free time, you all should go fishing together. Xiaojiang gave you the card. Xinqing said with a smile. Most of those were caught by Xiaojiang, who hasn't fished much before. Can you believe it? One after another. Xinqing was implying something about Ji Xiaojun and Ji Hung. One looked up at the sky, while the other lowered his head to look at the rod, neither saying a word. Right. Suan quickly took out an invitation to help Ji Hung and another out of their awkward situation. This is an invite that alien asked me to bring you. Please keep it safe. Bai Lian had already mentioned this to Ji Hung, who took it from him. I don't fish, said a person from the Su family clan, uninterested in fishing. He preferred to spend the time attending more gatherings to meet new people. Mr. Su, we'll be leaving first then. You can find me if you need anything. With that, he left the hotel. Suan waved him off and continued to discuss ice fishing with Ji Hung. Ji Mulan was also indifferent to their fishing, merely watching on the side. She found it odd how well Suan got along with Ji Hung and the others. Suan escorted Ji Hung and the others to their room before returning with Ji Mulan. Wei Yuan base. Wang Su and Bai Lian were writing a report. Beside them, Pei Qin, who was discussing with Ning Xiao, was very impressed. Your ideas are so ahead of their time. Are you really the one who did the C-roll? Everyone in the group knew that the heart of this paper relied on Ning. His research ideas were very clear. Ning Xiao, he was somewhat eager to see Bai Lian. All of these were ideas he had discussed and refined with her and had been validated by Jiang Fulai. How could they not be clear? Oh right, Song Min suddenly remembered something important. Looking at Wang Su, has Ling Ziao and his team finished the modeling? They were in a rush because the mathematical model required using MATLAB, so they collaborated with Ling Ziao's group to use the same modeling. Wang Su had given them the data 2 days ago. Not yet. Wang Su lowered his head to check the time on his wristwatch. Standing up, he'll go and ask their group. 5 days passed. Each group had a designated classroom, and Wang Su knew where Ling Ziao's group was. Although Bai Lian typed slower than the average person, she managed to write half the report by comparing it with the data. The second half required the use of the model for simulation of results. She methodically clicked save and then took her phone with her to the restroom. Song Min frowned across from her, not at all confident in her report. The restroom was at the end of the corridor. You had to pass by the stairs. As Bai Lian had just walked a few steps, she heard voices coming from the stairs, slowing her pace and turning a corner, heading directly to the stairwell. At the staircase landing, Wang Su looked at Ling Ziao in disbelief. Didn't you say we were responsible for the data and you for the model? Ling Ziao frowned, righteously retorting to Wang Su. When did I ever say such a thing to you? But you clearly... Wang Su became frustrated. Wang Su was naive, sharing all the research ideas and details with Ling Ziao. Wang classmate, this is Jiang Jing, not your Xiqing. A teammate of Ling Ziao also watched Wang Su coldly. Go ask Dr. Gao if each model isn't supposed to be done by yourselves. How could Ling Ziao have possibly agreed to such an absurd request of yours? The commotion also attracted the attention of those in the neighboring classroom. After listening to the whole story, the adjacent classroom's occupants frowned at Wang Su. Is this your first time at Wei Yuan? You foreigners, if you want to swindle Ling Ziao's mathematical model, at least find a better excuse. The noise caught the attention of Pei Qin and the others as they emerged from the classroom. What's going on? Pei Qin approached next to Wang Su. They're saying they never agreed to collaborate with us. By now, Wang Su realized he was played by Ling Ziao, and his expression soured. As soon as he spoke, Song Min and the others were taken aback. What's all the noise about? Gao Jiechen came out of the temporary office and glanced over those present. Dr. Gao, Wang Su spotted a lifeline and took out his phone, showing the data to him. This is the data I sent to Ling Xiao. He definitely agreed to. Gao Jiechen looked past him, disregarding his words, and proceeded to Ling Xiao and his team. Your turn to explain. Chapter 347. 133 went fishing with Xiaojiang, bringing things down a notch. Second update. _3 Ling Xiao spoke succinctly and added, Dr. Gao, you know that my grandfather asked you to help me with my thesis topic. How could I possibly collaborate with them? Indeed, with Dr. Gao present, who will want to partner with Wang Zu's group of C-level students. When Ling Xiao said this, Wang Zu's face turned pale. He opened his mouth, wanted to argue something, but someone lifted him by the collar from behind. It was a pair of pitch-black calm eyes by Lian's. You guys go back first, she said without looking at anyone, glancing at Wang Su as if to say he was useless. She went to the bathroom first, but Wang Su didn't want to go back. He felt he had let down every member of his group and wanted to explain himself to Ling Xiao. Tang Ming wrapped his arm around his neck and led him back into the classroom. All right, let's go back first. You can't do anything by staying here. Let's go back and discuss, see if Sister Bien has any other remedial methods. Remedial methods? Ling Xiao, standing at the top of the stairs, heard their conversation and almost sneered. What remedial methods could you possibly have? For this academic report, it was rumored that Academician Ma would attend. The Ling family had gone to great lengths, giving Gao Jiechen a bunch of research equipment to make Ling Xiao's group perform better. Ling Xiao knew he couldn't outdo the group consisting of Liang Wuyu and Su Jiyue, but he could come in second. He didn't expect Wang Su, a person from the 4 major cities, to deliver such a smooth academic report. With a slight trickery, without the support of a model, Wang Zu's group report would be significantly discounted. Bathroom. Bai Lian was washing her hands. A timid voice came from behind. Our group can share the model. Bai Lian turned off the faucet slowly and deliberately, and with a slight turn of her eyes, she saw the girl standing 2 meters behind her. Wearing black-framed glasses, her bangs slightly too long, speaking to Bai Lian was already the limit of her courage. Thank you, Su. Bai Lian recognized her, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. But it's not necessary. She leisurely dried her fingers and threw the paper towel in the bin before leaving with her phone. In the bathroom, Su Jiyue watched Bai Lian's retreating figure. She took out her phone and began typing frantically. Brother, brother, brother. There's a super pretty girl at Buyuan base. Where is she? Outside. As Bai Lian was walking toward the classroom, she texted Hewen. Hewen responded quickly. Hewen, this model, not just for the academic report, you could use it for papers as well. Although she hadn't been involved in the details of the academic report, she had been writing reports and discussing them with Ning Xiao. So naturally, she knew what kind of model Ling Xiao had asked Wang Su to make. However, compared to the model she and Hewen had, the predictive fluctuation model that Wang Zu's group was going to make was too rudimentary. Bai Lian hadn't initially thought about using the model she developed with Hewen. But now, there wasn't enough time to create a new one. Once she was sure it could be used, Bai Lian felt at ease. At the classroom door, Ning Xiao was evidently informed and was waiting for Bai Lian. They did it on purpose. I know, Bai Lian replied languidly, her presence sharp and oppressive. She leisurely used her phone to push open the classroom door. But it's no big deal. If Jiang Fulai had been there, he would have marveled at how astute Ling Xiao was. To choose anyone else but Bai Lian out of so many people was a mistake. A genius like Hewen, whose papers even academician Jiang Fulai and Ma had reviewed, even if it was just a minor model, was also a product of Bai Lian's and Hewen's time and research. Placing it here was frankly bullying. Chapter 348. 134, A Miraculous Reprieve. Su Wenyao brings food to alien_1 in the classroom. A few members of the group were speaking in low voices. Wang Su sat at the edge of the table, elbows propped on it, covering his face with his hands, while the computer screen in front of him still displayed his report page. The occasional ding of new messages popping up on WeChat and QQ in the bottom right corner of the screen twisted the entire classroom atmosphere. This was the first lesson society taught Wang Su. Never trust anyone in society. The sound of the door opening startled Wang Su, and he dropped his hands dejectedly. Sorry, it's all my fault. Someone in the group was scowling, their frustration hard to articulate. We worked so hard to collect data, to gather materials, to integrate the model, and we were about to start presenting. Our whole group trusted you so much, and now you are saying there's a mistake in the modeling? Does that do justice to all the effort we've put in these past days? The opportunity at Wuyuan Base was so precious. Everyone had given their utmost effort. They didn't return to the dorms until after 11 at night, and then they'd be off to the computer lab, the laboratory, or the library by before 6 in the morning. Enough, Tang Ming frowned, standing up to stop the internal quarrel, when Wang Su suggested collaborating with Ling Xiao. None of you objected. It's not fair to push all the blame onto him now. This isn't the time to complain. Let's calm down and think of a way to make amends. Not many in the group had participated in mathematical modeling, and with the data support, choosing problem C in a national math modeling contest would take at least 3 days, so that was why they had thought of collaborating with Ling Xiao. The data they obtained were to establish a model that would explain and predict the actual problems in their academic report. That person snorted coldly, turning their head away, a hint of despair in their voice. What can we do now? Where can we get an analysis model from? A cloud of gloom enveloped the entire classroom. The silence was suffocating. Song Min also clenched his fists, took over Wang Zu's computer, closed the document, and opened MATLAB. Well, rush the modeling now. With only 1 day left, it was impossible to finish the model. Some members numbly watched Song Min work on the model, while others helped him organize data. When Bai Lian sat down at her desk, the classroom was still oppressive and somber. Tang Ming looked at Ning Xiao and then Bai Lian, noticing their expressions were the same as always. Their emotional stability was frightening to Tang Ming. Bai Lian sat down and opened her chat with Yuan, scrolling through the conversation they had about preparing the model and making assumptions, interspersed with a lot of papers. Bai Lian read fast, helping him integrate a lot of reference materials, confirming the expressions. It was only after a few exchanges that she saw the compressed file Hewen had sent, a model. She clicked download, then forwarded it to the group chat. Just as she was about to exit WeChat, a message from Sue and came. I've given the invitation to your grandfather. Image. Do you like this room design? Bai Lian clicked to look. It was a room design, slightly Chinese style. She didn't understand much about design, but felt the space was large and looked comfortable. Bai Lian, it looks nice. Su-in, gritted teeth, that's good. Then came a message from Ji Xiaojun. I will bring you fish soup tomorrow morning. Do either of them dislike fish soup? Ji Xiaojun knew Tang Ming and Ning Xiao were there. She tilted her head, whispered quietly, asking the two, do you guys drink fish soup? Ning Xiao had already downloaded Bai Lian's compressed file in the group chat and was installing the decompression software. Hearing the question, he nodded. Tang Ming hadn't expected Bai Lian to bring up eating fish at such a serious time, but he also nodded, yeah. Their voices were not loud, but it distracted Song Min, who was trying to calm his mind. Bai Lian had also been there, clearly aware there was a problem with the model, and yet had the mood to discuss food now. He looked up, his irritation hard to articulate. Even if you can't help, can't you at least stay silent? Song Min's gaze swept over the computer page Bai Lian had opened, where she had written less than half as much as Wang Su. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of Bai Xiaoqi. If she were here, she'd surely be working on the model with him, instead of being like most of the others, choosing to give up. Song Min even thought, it would be so much better if the spot belonged to Bai Xiaoqi, rather than Bai Lian, who seemed oblivious to the situation and probably couldn't even make sense of the papers. Bai Lian put down her phone, her back lazily resting against the back of the chair, casually opening software on the computer screen with her fingertips. She glanced at Song Min. If I'm silent, can you finish it? Chapter 349, 134 Out of Desperation. When Yao Su delivers food to alien underscore, 2 Songmin paused. It seems I can't. Bai Lian withdrew his gaze, slowly typing 2 words with his fingertips on the keyboard. Then I suggest you have fewer problems. Ning Xiao had already opened the zip file. It contained models and analysis. He quickly scanned through, then sent screenshots to the group chat, turning his head to discuss with Bai Lian. It's a bit complicated. Everyone needs to work overtime tonight and can't sleep. They only had 1 day left to bring the model into their analysis, write it out, and get familiar with the presentation. They couldn't finish it without working overtime. I know. Bai Lian's gaze remained fixed on the computer screen as he continued to type. You guys start the analysis, just send the results to me and Wang Su. The two discussed the follow-up arrangements. Wang Su likewise saw the screenshots Ning Xiao sent to the group chat, gradually changing from despair to shock, and finally to delight. Ning Xiao, you guys are incredible. Where did you get the model from? The others also picked up their phones, opened the screenshots sent by Ning Xiao, and downloaded the zip file Bai Lian posted in the group chat. Ning Xiao didn't reply, simply looked towards Bai Lian. Wang Su and the others instantly understood that the model came from Bai Lian. They exchanged glances and finally realized why Ning Xiao and Tang Ming followed Bai Lian's lead. Bai Lian, you are my savior. Wang Su slammed his fist down hard on the desk. From now on, your business is my business. Bai Lian, savior? Who exactly is taking advantage of whom? At this moment, to call it a life-saving situation wouldn't be an exaggeration. Everyone sat down to start downloading the zip file. Wang Su walked over to Song Min, casually rubbing his right fist before reclaiming his computer. After catching Song Min's glance, Wang Su lowered his voice. First, take a look at the messages in the group chat. Bai Lian has found us a model. Song Min looked down at his phone. The model Bai Lian and Hewen created was no small matter. The more one understood about mathematical modeling, the more they could see its value. Song Min could also tell that the model was vastly different from the one they were planning to build. Like everyone else, the more he looked, the more astonished he became. Was this the model Bai Lian brought out? Song Min turned his head to look at Bai Lian's profile. Where did she get the model from? And who exactly did she know? Did the Su family have such wide connections? Forget the fish soup. Pei Qin also looked up at Song Min. If she wants to drink phoenix soup, it'll go back and have my family think of a way. Wang Su nodded in agreement. Exactly. Riding a class on my back tomorrow wouldn't be a problem for her. Reminded by Pei Qin's words, Song Min couldn't help but recall their earlier conversation. For the first time, the usually aloof and arrogant Song Min from Beicheng felt embarrassed. He had been self-congratulatory about working on the model, even thinking the other party lacked awareness and didn't understand the situation, failing to contribute to the team. Looking back, trying to make an impossible model in 1 day was the real foolish move, wasn't it? So, where exactly had she gotten this model from? Song Min resettled into his seat, but his heart remained somewhat unsettled. Su En's residence. I have a feeling she would like this style. He handed back the blueprint to Ji Mulan. Aren't you expecting other classmates? Didn't you say you have an old acquaintance in Jiangjing? The clan had reserved a study table for Ji Mulan, but Ji Mulan hadn't invited any classmates, only members of the Song family. Bai Lian, on the other hand, had invited 2 classmates. Ji Mulan took the blueprints back. No. She turned and returned to the study. Behind her, Suan looked at Ji Mulan's retreating figure, quite surprised. Having moved out to live with Ji Mulan in a 3-story house, he had prepared rooms for Su Wenyao, Su Jiue, and Bai Lian. They had made the rooms ready before their return to Shanqing. Ji Mulan had designed each child's room according to their preferences. The room prepared for Bai Lian was originally cyberpunk style, but after returning from Shanqing, it was clear Bai Lian had a preference for Chinese-style items. Suan couldn't quite picture Bai Lian dressed in horse-face skirts, standing at a cyberpunk bar. So Ji Mulan changed the design. However, Su-In felt the design for Bai Lian's room was really cool. He thought for a moment, and then went upstairs to the room prepared for Bai Lian and turned on the light. A huge blue ring light hung from the ceiling, with 7 irregularly shaped concentric rings from inside to outside, taking up a large area. At the intersection of the outermost ring nearest to the door, it bulged outward all the way to the edge of the door. Alongside transparent glass cube segments, lit one after another from top to bottom, they illuminated all the way down to the bar. Chapter 350. Life-saving help from a desperate situation. When Yao Su brings food to alien 3, the Rubik's Cube edges hung from a metal rod that extended down to the floor, beside which was an irregularly shaped white single-seater sofa. Beside the sofa stood a white robot. Although it was not the first time he had seen it, Suin was still amazed by the design. The Ji family was born for art. It was strange, though, how Ji Xiaojun, who drew so well, had no fame, whereas Ji Mulan's planning and design for Xiangqing were mentioned as a part of key projects. Yet amongst designers, she hardly made a splash. He opened his phone to take a picture and sent it to Bai Lian. This is what it looks like now, compared to the recent new Chinese style. Which do you prefer? Right after sending it, a call came through from Su family's residence. Ming will come tomorrow. You and Wen Yao should both come back to the old house for a meal, said Madame Zh's voice, leaving no room for refusal. Su In replied directly, I have a lunch planned with Uncle Ji and the others tomorrow. If Shuyan wants, she can join us here. Ji Hung had caught a lot of fish, and they planned to prepare a fish head hot pot for tomorrow's lunch. Su In, Madame Su sounded somewhat angry. If you wish, you can come as well. Su In was no longer willing to compromise with her. Madame Su hung up the phone. Su In didn't care. He hung up the phone, and Bai Lian replied, Keep this one. She wanted Su In to keep the cyberpunk style, which was unexpected yet understandable. The next day, Shen Qing and Ji Xiaojun crossed 2 districts early in the morning to deliver fish soup to Bai Lian. Ning Xiao, Tang Ming, Shen Qing looked at their dark circles, hesitated to speak, then moved beside Bai Lian, lowering her voice to ask, What's with them? Bai Lian sat in her seat, with her cotton-padded jacket set aside. She wore only a white cashmere sweater, the cuffs and collar embroidered with pale yellow, her hair gathered back with a wooden hairpin. Her face was enveloped by the mist from the soup, looking ethereal but sharp. They haven't slept all night, might be a bit of indeficiency. Despite the lack of rest, she was still lively and spirited. I see. Shen Qing looked at the 2 men's complexions, considering picking up some velvet antler to stew into a soup on her way back. You're really not coming for the fish head hot pot at noon? Shen Qing asked again. After finishing her soup, Bai Lian placed her chopsticks neatly before answering, I have to give an academic report tomorrow. No time. The deadline was too tight, and she and Wang Su had yet to finish the report. Then we'll bring you some medicine at noon. Shen Qing bit her tongue, quickly withdrawing her gaze from Tang Ming and Ning Xiao. We'll bring you fish heads at noon. Fish heads weren't much to give. Shen Qing intended to bring some tonic soup for the 2 men. The 3 of them saw off Shen Qing and Ji Xiaojun. Tang Ming touched his head as he watched them board the bus. Why do I feel like Annie's gaze towards me was very weird? Ning Xiao was also in contemplation. Bai Lian spoke calmly. Let's head to the classroom and hustle on the problems. Noon. Yinxiao District. Su family. Su Wenyao parked the car, and after getting out, gentlemanly opened the door for the woman in a black coat to step down. This was Qi Shuyan. Slim waist, long legs, sunglasses pushed up to just catch the loose bangs. She exuded a strong presence. The 2 were here to find Suan. At the entrance of Su family, Qi Shuyan took a call. Right at the doorstep, they bumped into Shen Qing and Ji Xiaojun. As the 3 were well acquainted, and upon learning that Su Wenyao was returning to Jiangjing University, Shen Qing suddenly remembered. Jiangjing University is also in Chang'an District, right? Could you bring this to Alien and the others? Shen Qing gestured towards the black bag in her hand. Inside was an insulated food container with fish heads and the soup for those 2 men. Su Wenyao hadn't known where Bai Lian was. He always assumed she was out playing with classmates. Hearing she was also in Chang'an District, he quickly asked, Of course, where is she? Chapter 351. 135 face slap. Second work by Lian, second update. Underscore 1 Shunxing opened her mouth, but before she had a chance to answer, Qi Shuyun, who had just finished her phone call nearby, came over. Wen Yao, my dad said, my institute. She glanced at Shunxing and Ji Xiaojun. Shunxing was wearing a cotton-padded jacket and a somewhat irregular velvet hat. A terrible aesthetic. Qi Shuyun hooked her arm with Su Wenyao's. And these two are. Su Wenyao paused slightly, but remained as gentle as ever on his face as he introduced Shunxing and Ji Xiaojun to Qi Shuyun. Upon hearing that the two were relatives of Ji Mulan, Qi Shuyun dismissively withdrew her gaze. You give me the lunchbox and Alien's address, then I can drop it off at her school on my way back, said Su Wenyao to the two. Hearing that Su Wenyao would deliver the meal to Ji Mulan's daughter, Qi Shuyun glanced at them slightly, her tone still gentle. But Wenyao, my dad is waiting for us at the university, and you really wanted to attend academician Ma's lecture, didn't you? It won't delay us. Su Wenyao tried to control his tone, reaching out to take the lunchbox from Shunxing's hand. He was stopped by Ji Xiaojun. It's all right, Wenyao. Ji Xiaojun patted his shoulder, unbothered and smiling. You take care of your business. We were just planning to go shopping anyway. Whenever you're free, take us to Jiangjing University for a visit. Su Wenyao watched Shunxing and Ji Xiaojun leave. How much time do you have? Qi Shuyun turned to Su Wenyao. You live in a library and don't even have time to date with me, but you still deliver food for her. Is she that precious? Can't she pick it up herself? Have you forgotten you also wanted to attend academician Ma's lecture? Su Wenyao pressed his brow. The usually gentle expression on his face now showed signs of fatigue. It's different. She is studying too, and they are guests. If there's a next time, I hope you can respect my wishes. Studying. Can her studies be more important than yours? Qi Shuyun pressed the elevator button. Isn't Uncle Su still planning to buy her a spot at an international school? Coming from an educational background in the Qi family, and with Su and having sought their assistance in Xiangxing, Qi Shuyun naturally knew all about it. How audacious. To expect them to deliver meals? Qi Shuyun thought the Ji family was really audacious. Even her dad wouldn't dare to make her run errands for others. On the road, Ji Xiaojun also reminded Shunxing, you should keep some distance. Does Wenyao look like someone who should be delivering takeout to us? I didn't say anything. He was just on the way, Shunxing quietly said. Ji Xiaojun got along well with the Su family, and since Su Wenyao was respectful and polite, she felt just as comfortable with him as she did with her own family. Not only Su Wenyao, but she also frequently had Bai Lian run errands for her. Seeing that Su Wenyao was also going to Chang'an District, she mentioned it casually. If it were Xiaojiang, who knows how happy he would have been. Ji Xiaojun knew that Su In's attitude had clouded Shunxing's judgment, but Su In did not represent the entire Su family. Treat them like how you used to treat the Ren family, with just a third of that politeness, and don't be so informal. Shunxing brought plenty of soup. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming didn't finish drinking theirs, so they shared a bowl with each member of the group. Only Bai Lian didn't have any. After drinking the soup, the group members were energized as if injected with new vigor and finished the academic report that afternoon. At 8 in the evening, classroom. Bai Xiaoqi still brought snacks for everyone, glanced casually at the people in the classroom. Bai Lian isn't here? She had something to do and went out, Song Min responded calmly. This reaction made Bai Xiaoqi feel odd. Song Min had surprisingly not commented about Bai Lian, and everyone else seemed to be getting along happily. You really are tolerant, Bai Xiaoqi remarked. She has already played her part, Song Min said indifferently, having no issue with Bai Lian after she brought the model yesterday. Writing the report doesn't require her, so it's okay if she's not there for what comes after. Bai Xiaoqi wanted to say something more. But just then, Wang Su sent the full report to the group. This is the report written by Bai's sister and me. Everyone take a look. Bai Xiaoqi inwardly smiled at the words. It was probably time to drop the Bai's sister since she wasn't even there. Beside her, Song Min nonchalantly opened the file and started reading from the title downwards. He hadn't written a thesis before, but he had written lab reports. He had no great expectations for the academic report, thinking that Aside from experimental data, the most interesting part would probably be the mathematical model. Until he read through the introduction, would have been a largely indifferent expression turned serious, and he sat up straighter as he continued to read. The academic report was filled with professional jargon from the introduction onwards, and even Song Min occasionally had to stop to look up the meaning of the terms used. Chapter 352, 135 Face Slap. Second work by Lien. Second update. _2 The other people present weren't much different from him. After reading a section, they had to look up the professional vocabulary. The report was over a dozen pages long with many charts included, and it took these people half an hour, and they were still not done. Bai Shaoqi cast a curious glance. She couldn't understand it. She stood up, told Song Min before leaving Buyuan base, since everyone else was busy poring over the report. Another half an hour later, Pei Qin and Ning Xiao were the first to finish reading the report. Pei Qin looked at Wang Su in shock. How did you manage this? Bai Lian wasn't there that evening, and everyone knew she typed slowly, so they all assumed it was Wang Zu's own work. It's really simple, Wang Su said, looking at Pei Qin and shrugging. You. Tang Ming was also shocked, Versailles. No, Wang Su smiled. Control plus C, Control plus V. Don't you know how to do that? Control plus C, Control plus V, copy and paste. Song Min frowned. This is clearly our data. Where did you copy and paste from? Wasn't I working on a paper with Sister Bai? Wang Su looked at the computer screen. Sister Bai the content all sorted out, but the formatting was a complete mess. Although the content I worked with was barely presentable, at least my formatting was correct, so I pasted her content into my format. So, all of this, Pei Qin and Song Min were even more astonished, was written by her. How could she know so much? On site, probably only Ning Xiao remained composed. If the group knew what Bai Lian had been looking at every day, they wouldn't be so surprised. Having started viewing summaries every day since her senior year of high school, professional terms were second nature to her, and the overarching direction of her research was similar to the summary she read. How could someone with such a big-picture outlook not write well? The next day, academic report, held in the lecture hall. Academic reports by high school students, in the past, wouldn't attract many professors, but today a row of them sat in the back along with experts. As the students entered the classroom, they were engulfed by the solemn atmosphere. None dared to look back. Academician Ma, Wang Su, grabbing Tang Ming's arm in excitement, said, "Did you see Academician Ma sitting in the center? He actually came to listen to our presentation." Members of other groups were also abuzz. He must have come for Dr. Gao. At 7:50, Gao Zhechen arrived. He first approached Academician Ma and respectfully greeted him. "Academician Ma, thank you for coming." Academician Ma looked up and nodded slightly. Next to him, other big shots from the physics department also greeted Gao Zhechen. Bright future ahead. 8 o'clock. The first group went up to present, and it was Liang Wei's group, with Liang Wuyu as the presenter. Everyone, including the row of professors at the back, listened attentively. This is Liang Wuyu, indeed someone who has been in the lab. In a few years, she could compete with He Wen. The professors nodded in agreement, and the professor sitting on the edge, who had lectured by Lien and the others on the first day, scribbled a high score, 90. This was an affirmation of Liang Wuyu. After this group finished, it was Ling Zio's group's turn, and overall, they were much worse than Liang Wei's group, resulting in the people at the back losing interest. Gao Zhechen, as their training teacher, gave a score of 81. Subsequent presentations were worse than the one before. Director Huang, the professor sitting on the edge, whispered to the middle-aged man next to him, "Do you think your teacher really came for Gao Zhechen?" They hadn't found anything particularly noteworthy in this academic report after so long. Only Liang Wei's group had been somewhat impressive. The middle-aged man paused before glancing at the director sitting in the center. Well, maybe the teacher just wanted to see the new generation in action. It's the last group now. Let's listen first. He straightened up. Someone handed out the last group's paper report to each professor. Although Director Huang spoke of listening to the presentation, He hadn't actually flipped through the report, and neither had the other professors. Truthfully, they hadn't bothered to look at the papers after the first group. Accustomed to Jiangjing's group of graduate and doctoral students' papers, and having seen countless SCI papers, the reports by these high school seniors were riddled with too many flaws, with nothing worthwhile to explore. The more they read, the more they felt the need to cleanse their eyes, and it was troubling. Director Huang's colleague casually tossed the report aside and then looked up to see a girl stepping onto the stage. The classroom was well heated, and the girl wore a somewhat thick white cross-collared shirt with dark bamboo, leaves embroidered on it, paired with a black and gold brocade horse-face skirt that rippled with gold as she moved. Chapter 353, 135 Face Slap. Second work by Lien. Second update. _3 A black wooden hairpin was at the back of her head, and her hair was all tied up, revealing a long, slender neck. She went up with a USB drive and bent over to open their group's PowerPoint presentation. The speaker was Bai Lian because only she was familiar with these professional terms. Wang Su had created the PowerPoint, and Bai Lian had already gone over it several times before. In the middle, Ling Xiao glanced at Wang Su, looking at Bai Lian and the others with a sarcastic gaze. Wang Su glared back coldly at Ling Xiao. Song Min was somewhat distrustful, an expression of skepticism that he had harbored towards Bai Lian all his life. Letting her present, "Are you sure there won't be any mistakes?" With that said, those who didn't know Bai Lian, such as Wang Su, also quietly asked Tang Ming, "Right, I just heard Liang Wei's voice shaking. Can she handle it?" This, Pei Qin had felt uncertain the night before, but now he was also worried. If I had known there would be so many people today, I would have let Ning Xiao or Song Min present. They obviously didn't know that the Ma Institute fellows and many professors would be coming. Such pressure was not something ordinarily bearable. While these people were worried, Tang Ming just smiled. If she can't handle it, then no one else here can. His tone was somewhat proud. Song Min looked at Tang Ming in surprise. On the podium, after the PowerPoint appeared, Bai Lian bowed to the professors and students before starting today's presentation. We adjust parameter space using Berry phase and Berry curvature to achieve lossless quantum bit transitions between different energy levels. She hardly glanced at the PowerPoint behind her. Standing slightly to the side at the podium, she held the USB drive in one hand, casually pointing at the PowerPoint behind her. Each time the USB drive landed, it corresponded with the line of text or the chart she was discussing. The winter sun had already risen, and the golden light streamed through the glass, passing through the air filled with drifting dust and shining upon her. Holding the USB drive, the girl spoke with ease, as if what lay beneath her fingertips was not the PowerPoint nor her own paper, but a vast expanse of territory. Clad in white top and black skirt, with a casual look in her eyes and the vigor of youth in her gesture. While everyone was still captivated by her poise, Director Huang finally reacted, hurriedly flipping through the paper in his hands, comparing the textual description on it. Then he looked up in astonishment. Wait, this model? Could it really be the work of high school students? Next to Director Huang, the professor was listening very attentively, but Gao Jiaqin, who was sitting on the other side, frowned when Bai Lian got to the model part of her presentation, squinting at Bai Lian. 20 minutes. Bai Lian finished her presentation, her right hand behind her back, and she bent forward slightly. Thank you, teachers and fellow students. Down in the audience, Wang Su gave her a thumbs up, but Ling Xiao was filled with disbelief. Bowing their heads, Liang Wuyue and Su Jiyue also looked up at the PowerPoint, with Su Jiyue not taking her eyes off Bai Lian. Teacher, I think their group did really well, said Director Huang, who hadn't commented before, to the Ma Institute fellow. He seemed to understand why his teacher was there. What do you think? The Ma Institute fellow hummed in response, giving his brief critique. The others were still quietly discussing. Hearing the Ma Institute fellow's hum, it was like setting off an explosion. Bai Lian straightened up, just about to return to her seat. Wait, from the crowd. Gao Jiaqin stood up and looked at Bai Lian with a sharp gaze. I should have mentioned before that the model requires hands-on involvement. Are you sure you participated in the model you presented? As soon as he said this, the bustling classroom suddenly fell silent. In the back row, Director Huang breathed a sigh of relief and said to the professor beside him, "I knew it. Where would students be so skilled?" Fortunately, it wasn't these students' work. The professor nodded. Regardless, the use of terms in this paper is impressive indeed. It shows that they've researched the reviews and the papers. In the middle seats, Wang Su looked up dumbfounded, asking Tang Ming, "Is that a rule?" Before this, Gao Jiaqin had not mentioned any such regulation, which is why they collaborated with Ling Xiao. Pei Qin saw it very clearly and narrowed his eyes calmly. Whether there is or isn't, now that Dr. Gao has said so, it means there is. What should we do? Wang Zu's excitement fell. Behind them, Ling Xiao spoke up a bit too loudly. To think they got the model from someone else? Teacher, that shouldn't count toward the final score, right? Director Huang and the others were also stunned, looking at each other with puzzled expressions. They had originally planned to give Bai Lian a high score. Dr. Gao, as long as someone from our group participated in the model, that would be acceptable, right? Bai Lian leaned on the podium with one hand, her eyes slightly squinted. Gao Jiaqin glanced at her and said in a grave voice, "Indeed, but you're not going to tell me you were involved, are you?" "Correct." Bai Lian raised her eyebrows. As Director Huang was just about to drink water, he choked on it again. Looking up in shock, he thought, could you really be that exceptional? You think a new paper wouldn't quickly come to someone's attention? That no one would notice? This model, it was included in a paper published by He-Won at 11 o'clock yesterday morning. Gao Jiaqin had always considered He-Won a rival. He didn't understand why He-Won could go places he couldn't. So he always kept an eye on his every move, studying whatever He-Won studied. Once He-Won published a paper, Gao Jiaqin was among the first to know. "You're not going to tell me that you wrote that paper, are you?" he asked Bai Lian, almost scoffing. Students are so blatant with their dishonesty these days. The entire classroom fell silent. In the back row, all the professors grew serious, their expressions stern. Not having made the model oneself is understandable, but claiming to have done so would mean a problem with one's character. It raises serious concerns about academic integrity. "Of course, I didn't write it." Bai Lian shook her head. Just as Ling Xiao was about to laugh, she spoke again, unhurriedly. "However, I did indeed participate in the modeling process. If you look at the authors listed after the title, you should see my name. My name is Bai Lian." According to He-Won, she and another student were both listed as second authors. As a second author, her name would naturally appear on the paper. Chapter 354. 136 top Gaokao scores betting market _1 He-Won. For Wang Su, a resident of Xiqing, this name was like something out of legend. Just think about it. He would have been unbeatable at Jiangjing University, and even the affiliated high school of Jiangjing wanted to display his name prominently. What kind of glory must he have had in Xiqing? In the middle row of seats in the classroom, Wang Su, Pei Qin, and Song Min, among others, were all staring blankly at Bai Lian, who was lazily leaning against the lecture podium. Bai Lian knew He-Won, and they had worked on a mathematical modeling project together. In front of Wang Su, Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief and smiled, his eyes on Bai Lian, who was standing at the podium. "Just the other day, we were discussing Senior He-Won, and now you are saying you've worked on a math model with Senior He-Won. Even in Jiangjing, there are only a few who could see Senior He-Won now, and you claim you're the second author. I might as well say I've been doing experiments with Senior He-Won in the lab." The name He-Won was not only well known among students, but also among a group of doctoral supervisors. Not only because of his own talent, but also because of the experiences he underwent, being suppressed and enslaved by his mentor, having his papers blocked, and then, by some stroke of fate, he leaped into the Jiang family's laboratory. The academic circle was much deeper than the business and political circles. It wasn't so easy for someone with a humble background to rise to prominence. And yet, by some twist of fate, He-Won had caught the eye of the Jiang family. Many doctoral supervisors envied his luck. He owed his fame today to talent, effort, and luck. Not one could be lacking. It was well known that those who entered the Jiang family's lab were almost cut off from the world, appearing in public only for important occasions. Right now, only the people in Director Huang's row had learned from Gao Jiaqin that this modeling was part of He Wen's paper. So, it's his work? Director Huang breathed a sigh of relief, which was understandable. Considering the people under Jiang Fulai's command, it wouldn't be impossible for Director Huang to believe they could achieve controlled nuclear fusion research the next day. However, when Bai Lian said she had also participated in He Wen's model, it was almost akin to a kindergarten student participating in university competition. If someone else had claimed this, Director Huang would have simply laughed it off, thinking that the person who said it was somewhat hysterical. But the one who said this was Bai Lian, and Director Huang glanced at Academician Ma. Academician Ma merely raised an eyebrow, completely unfazed, without even a flicker in his eyes, and as his most senior disciple, Director Huang quickly stood up. Gao Jiaqin. Director Huang approached Gao Jiaqin's place. Pull up He Wen's paper. Apart from Liang Wuyu, Gao Jiaqin really didn't care about anyone else in the class, and naturally he hadn't paid attention to Bai Lian's name. Of course, even if he knew Bai Lian's name, he wouldn't care about who was the second or third author in He Wen's paper. Gao Jiaqin rarely looked at papers on his phone, so he was a bit clumsy in doing so and took some time to search. He remembered the title of He Wen's paper and typed in a few keywords. Soon, a newly published paper appeared. Gao Jiaqin clicked on it directly. Director Huang, how could you believe what a high school senior? While reading, Gao Jiaqin spoke with Director Huang, but before he could finish a sentence, his eyes fell on the names under the title. When he Li Hong Xing, Lian by the first author was listed up front, followed by the second author. All formal journal submissions used English, and Gao Jiaqin's eyes were fixed on the last name. Although he didn't remember Bai Lian's name before, he had remembered the pronunciation of Bai Lian when she introduced herself just now. He rapidly scrolled backward all the way to He Wen's acknowledgments, which were quite lengthy. In the laboratory, Xing Li Hong taught me how to use the experimental equipment, helped me record data, and luckily there was the model variable thinking provided by Bai Lian, which allowed me to Gao Jiaqin read each word carefully as he moved down the page. Bai Lian's name was not only listed as the second author, but the content in the acknowledgments also matched what Bai Lian had claimed. Director Huang had had some guesses even before seeing this paper, and now with his suspicions confirmed, he let out a long breath. Damn it, this model really did involve a high schooler's work. Dr. Gao, Bai Lian looked at Gao Jiaqin's reaction and guessed he had seen the paper. She stood up properly and politely said, if you think it might be a case of the same name, you can contact He Wen at any time to verify it. Director Huang took out his phone, just in time to receive a WeChat message from President Ma. Ultimately, the speculation was confirmed, and Director Huang gazed intently at Bai Lian before saying, I have already confirmed with He Wen, and this is not a case of the same name. With that, he nodded to the professors at the back row. Please score accordingly. Chapter 355, 136 College Entrance Exam Top Score Betting Pool _2. The model was created by herself. The whole report is professional in terminology, logical, 99 points. Amidst the endless reversals, a somewhat numbed professor awarded a high score. The reason for not giving a full score was because everyone still has room for improvement. Thank you, Professor. Bai Lian bowed in thanks. With that, the last group of students finished their presentation. The professor stood up one by one and started to leave the room. The back door was open, but all the professors exited through the front door, nodding and greeting Bai Lian with kindness as they passed her. This was a student who was able to participate in particle wave modeling as early as high school. She might very well be the next He-One. Once outside, the professors began to discuss quietly among themselves, who is she? Why we never heard of her before? That shouldn't be the case. When He-One was in high school, he was so exceptional that Jiangjing's affiliate high school even poached him. But Bai Lian truly emerged out of nowhere. Academician Ma, Gao Jiaqin finally snapped back to reality. He put away his phone and followed Academician Ma out. All the professors had left. The classroom was still very quiet. No one made a sound, including Ling Ziao. Balian hadn't brought anything with her today. She went to her seat, picked up the down jacket on the chair, and slowly put it on. Seeing that Wang Su and the others still did not react, she gave Ning Xiao a look and then left first. Once she had left, Wang Su finally came back to his senses. He glanced at Pei Qin on his left, then at Tang Ming on his right. Pei Qin, Tang Ming, did you hear anything just now? Wang Su was grasping Tang Ming's wrist. Pei Qin, who usually had a strong mental fortitude, couldn't help but entertain the same incredulous thoughts as Wang Su at this moment. It felt akin to a friend with whom you eat at street stalls suddenly telling you casually one day that she just talked about a partnership with Bill Gates. Bai Lian, she worked with your idol on a mathematical model. The one we're using is the very model they collaborated on the main roadway of Buyuan Base. Gao Jiachen followed Academician Ma out. Academician Ma, are you leaving already? Seeing that it was him, the professor next to Academician Ma smiled and made room for Gao Jiachen. Do you have something to discuss? Academician Ma stopped. The majority assumed that Academician Ma had come for Gao Jiachen. Gao Jiachen himself included. He blurted out subconsciously, "Weren't you here specially for the academic presentation today?" Of course not. Academician Ma slightly furrowed his brows. I was here to inspect Buyuan Base. Upon these words, the gaze that the PhD students next to him cast on Gao Jiachen turned peculiar. There had been rumors at Jiangjing University before about Academician Ma visiting Buyuan Base twice for Gao Jiachen's sake. Gao Jiachen's face stiffened, and he gave an awkward smile as he stepped aside. Professor, Director Huang followed behind Academician Ma. Before coming here today, I really thought you had the intention of letting Gao Jiachen enter the lab. Academician Ma commented indifferently, too superficial. Director Huang had to suppress a laugh upon hearing this. In the past 2 years, Gao Jiachen had been quite prominent, and after returning from studying abroad this year, he had won 3 awards. His research projects and papers were on 2 different topics. Academician Ma came alone to the PR office, waiting for Bai Lian. He didn't wait long. Bai Lian arrived within 10 minutes. This is a ticket for tomorrow's lecture. Academician Ma handed a ticket to Bai Lian, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Okay, Bai Lian received it with her hand. The door of the PR office was open. She stood against the sunlight, her attitude calm and casual. The academic circle is not friendly to women. Before Bai Lian could command everyone's respect with her abilities as he once had, Academician Ma would not thrust her into the limelight, nor did he wish all her subsequent research to be questioned as having the Academician Ma label. It's just that there are too many impetuous people in the circle now. But what he didn't expect was that Bai Lian, a high school senior, seemed to carry an air of lofty disdain mixed with calm composure. He had visited Buyuan twice, and the rumors about his coming to see Gao Jiachen were rampant in Jiangjing University, but not a single piece of information had leaked about the person he was truly observing. She could stand strong on her own without leaning on anyone else's momentum. Have you visited Jiangjing University yet? Academician Ma, showing a rare warmth, looked at Bai Lian. Bai Lian looked up, arching an eyebrow. Not yet. How come you haven't gone? There are many places worth seeing inside. Academician Ma was surprised. Can't you get in? I can get you a temporary pass. I don't. Bai Lian raised her hand in refusal. I want to get in on my own by passing the exam. Chapter 356, 136 top, Gaokao scores betting market _3 Academician Ma was very friendly with Bai Lian online. And after meeting her in person, apart from thinking she was exceptionally attractive, perhaps too much so for someone serious about research, he only had one impression of her. This girl looked very demure. The Academician Ma, who just discovered Bai Lian might have a rebellious streak, said fine. He was a bit silent. Now, wearing a down jacket, Bai Lian only revealed the snow-white collar of her shirt underneath. Academician Ma looked at her for a while and said, "You remind me of someone, but she's from a completely different era." "Who?" Bai Lian asked, stuffing the event ticket into her large pocket. The head senior, academician Ma, said nonchalantly, "When you get into Jiangjing University next year, you'll meet her." Each year when exams roll around, a bunch of people go to her for last-minute luck. "All right, you should head back now." He waved her off. It would be hard to explain if someone saw her here later. Bai Lian had no idea who the head senior he mentioned was, and, after bidding farewell to academician Ma, left the place. Behind her, academician Ma watched Bai Lian's retreating figure, muttering to himself, "There are 167 days left until the college entrance exam, and over 240 days until the start of school. I wonder when Jiangjing University will start this coming year. It will be lively when she comes to Jiangjing." Sometime after she left, Director Huang returned. He had just gone to check Bai Lian's records. Many professors had already looked up Bai Lian's information on the spot. "Her math is truly impressive," Director Huang exclaimed. "No wonder he sought her out for modeling. If only her science comprehensive was a bit stronger, then I'd know about her. But it's okay, we have the Wenchong plan. Liang Wuyu and he would excel in all areas. If Bai Lian's science scores were better, she might compare with Liang Wuyu and Su Jiyue." Academician Ma stood by without saying a word, not revealing to Director Huang that a certain someone insisted on getting in on her own merit. But with this year's bets surrounding the college entrance exam top scorer, many people might be up for a rude awakening. Suddenly thinking of something, he took out his phone and forwarded a video sent to him by the Buyuan base's person in charge to Jiang Fulai. On the other side, with his phone, Jiang Fulai received academician Ma's message just as his assistant brought over 10 event tickets. Although academician Ma's lecture was abrupt, it still caused quite a stir, sweeping up grad students, PhDs, and even professors. Some even rushed back from abroad. Event tickets were limited, and Jiang Fulai received 10 tickets sent over by academician Ma. He looked down at his phone. "Student by, image student by, academician Ma just gave this to me, and going back, he opened the video from academician Ma." The video was a full-screen recording by Buyuan Base, from the first to the last group, lasting 2 hours. Jiang Fulai cut out all other segments except for the final group's presentation before saving it. Next to him, Jiang He, who observed his actions very clearly, said nothing. Jiang He slowly withdrew his gaze, his fingers leisurely undoing and redoing the button knot in the middle of his clothes. It was a sign of his anxiety. Another half-hour passed before Jiang Fulai finally glanced down at him with an indifferent tone. "She needs to study." Jiang He was sitting cross-legged on the couch, back to him, poking at his watch. Jiang Fulai continued reading his documents. He was also busy at the end of the year, especially since he needed to carve out a day to visit the Su family, making his schedule even tighter. His phone lit up again. "Student Bai, my grandpa said, if you're busy, just bring Jiang He over to his place. Teacher Jiang. And me? You have withdrawn a message. Teacher Jiang. Oh, Student Bai, you focus on your work? Teacher Jiang." Was he not quick enough with his fingers? Noon, Su family cafeteria. Taking advantage of the free morning, Su brought Ji Heng, Ji Xiaojun, and Shun Qing for a tour of the entire Su family building, letting everyone in Su family know that he was Su En's future father-in-law. Ji Mulan's face was filled with evident joy. Su-en had planned to take them out for lunch, but Ji Heng didn't let him. He said the company cafeteria was just fine. The group walked toward them, running into Director Wang and his party. Director Wang caught a glimpse of Ji Heng holding a smoking pipe, smiled slightly, and knew who they were. "President Su, congratulations in advance on your wedding. It's a shame I have to fly abroad tomorrow." He sighed. By Su-en's side, Ji Mulan understood the subtext of Director Wang's words. If it were someone else, if Su Wenyao were marrying Qi Shuyun, Director Wang would make the effort to clear a day to attend the wedding, even if he were busy. Ji Mulan cared too much about others' opinions and could hardly stand any negative ones. Her expression faded, and when she saw that Shun Qing wasn't wearing the elegant hat she had given her, but still that terribly unfashionable velvet cap, Ji Mulan's smile began to freeze. She anticipated that 80% of Su family's upper echelons wouldn't show up for the wedding. Zhang, the uplifting surge of the guzheng sounded. The tense atmosphere was broken. By Su In's side, Ji Hung switched the hand holding his smoking pipe, digging out an elderly cell phone from his pocket. Xiaojiang, are you there? Chapter 357, 137 Meeting Yama in White, Part 2, _1 Xiaojiang? Suen remembered that this was the same person who went fishing with Ji Hung and the others last time. Uncle, do you have an acquaintance here? Where are they? I'll have my assistant go down to receive them. No need. You're busy. Ji Xiaojun waved his hand. I'm going down to bring Xiaoha up. I know the way. Shunqing followed him. I'll go with you. The two left the cafeteria. Director Wang looked at Ji Hung with surprise. The Ji family had acquaintances in Jiangjing. However, since today Su and brought Ji Hung and the others to visit the Su family, inviting an acquaintance over at this time was not unexpected. People like Director Wang, who navigated the business world, often thought more deeply. Then, Mr. Su, your family is busy, so I will head back to hand over my work. Director Wang said goodbye politely. As for the Ji family people, acquaintances, Director Wang didn't care. After everyone had left, Su-in turned to look at Ji Hung. Uncle Ji, Wen Yao will send you this afternoon. The museum that Wen Yao had booked for Ji Hung and the others was this afternoon. Su-in was letting Wen Yao take them. No need. Ji Hung waved his hand. We can go by ourselves. Su-in frowned slightly. Why did he feel that the Ji family people were somewhat polite to Su Wen Yao all day today? He let Ji Hung walk ahead while he fell 2 steps behind and took out his phone to send a message to Su Wen Yao, asking about the matter. Jiangjing University. Su Wen Yao, who had just taken his car keys and stepped out of the dorm building, received the message from Su-on, and his expression became serious. He'll come back right away. Please help me explain to Mr. Ji and the others. Having said that, he found his car and drove to the Su family. On the way, he received a call from Qi Shuyan. Wen Yao. Qi Shuyan's voice held a hint of coquettishness. Come to my house to pick me up, okay? My dad asked me to give you the tickets for Academician Moss event. The tickets for Academician Moss lecture were scarce among undergraduates. They were mostly given to postgraduates and above. Su Wen Yao had also participated in the university's sign-up, but he hadn't managed to get one. However, it wasn't surprising for the Qi family to get tickets. Wen Yao just patiently explained to Qi Shuyun, Shuyun, I told you yesterday that I am taking them to the museum today. Are you serious? Qi Shuyun's tone changed instantly as she sat up. Last time you were running errands for them. This time you are playing the tour guide. You have more patience with them than with me. Shuyun, they've come all the way to Jiangjing. It just means you don't care about me enough? Qi Shuyun was the only girl in 3 generations of the Qi family, spoiled and pampered from a young age. Su Wen Yao pulled the car over to the side of the road, massaging his forehead. Listen to me, my dad previously in Xiangqing. I don't care, Qi Shuyun cut in. If you don't come pick me up, he'll tear up the tickets. Su Wen Yao was silent for a long time. Qi Shuyun, do you really think I'm after your tickets? Perhaps it was because he had never used such a serious tone before. Even when she brought up breaking up, he had managed to speak to her nicely. It was the first time that Wen Yao, who had always indulged her, had such an attitude. You know, that's not what I mean, Qi Shuyun frowned. I'm driving. Su Wen Yao restarted the car. Let's hang up for now. You do have time. Su Shujia, wearing suit trousers and holding documents, stepped out of the car and gave Su Wen Yao a once-over. You are actually accompanying them to the museum. Su Wen Yao nodded slightly, his eyes soft but shadowed by faint clouds today. Would you like to join us? No. Thank you, Su Shujia refused outright. But Shuyun want to see your grandmother. Be careful. Your grandmother will definitely want to talk to you tonight. I got it. Su Wen Yao hadn't expected that Su Shujia would be informed of this so quickly after driving to the Su family. Su Shujia trusted Su Wen Yao to handle things responsibly and didn't say more. Yu Guang saw Su In escorting Ji Hung and the others down from the building. Ji Hung, Ji Xiaojun, Shun Qing, and next to them was a 7 or 8-year-old boy. He wore a red cotton jacket, the large pockets on both sides embroidered with cabbage designs that didn't match the jacket, long eyelashes, delicate features, but with a somewhat blank expression, like a child from a New Year painting. "Who is that?" Su Shujia asked in surprise. Su Wenyao thought for a moment. "A friend of aliens." Su Shujia nodded and asked no more. "Uncle, Wenyao just happens to have time," Su In said with a smile to Ji Hung. "Let the kid take you there, he can show you the way." Now that Su Wenyao was there, Ji Hung found it hard to say no this time. "The wedding is in 2 days, and you're still at the company." After the car left, Su Shujia finally turned to look at Su In, but they have one friend after another, one acquaintance after another. How many relatives are they planning to bring this time? Chapter 358, 137 Meeting Yama in White, Part 2, _2. Just one table. Su In glanced at her. Just one table? So few people? Su Shujia was a bit surprised. Ji Hung and the others were visiting the private museum of the Chun family, with a scheduled entry time of 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Wenyao parked the car in a nearby parking lot before leading the group to the museum. The museum is located on the very western edge of Xinjiang District, bordering Shimen District. The entire museum is designed in a garden style, with a wide gatehouse at the entrance. They limit the number of daily visitors, and there weren't many people queuing for the reserved slots at that time. The private museum of the Chun family is quite large, and it's widely known that it houses mostly items belonging to the Bai family. It's open to the public for free, yet it only admits just over 1,000 visitors each day. Su Wenyao and the others queued up and entered the spacious museum grounds. Walking along the corridor, they soon saw the first exhibition hall in the center. Right there in the center, within a glass cabinet, lay the preserved armor. You could hear the voice of the museum's tour guide drifting through the microphone. "Everyone look, this is General Bai Li's armor, weighing 112 jin. Imagine carrying such heavy armor while lunging at the enemy with a spear to strike at their heads. Past the iron armor, everyday utensils were displayed in glass cabinets on both sides, with stairs leading to the upper floors. The museum had 2 more floors above. The 3rd floor holds letters from members of the Bai family. Su Wenyao, no stranger to this place, explained to Ji Hung and the others, "Let's visit the 2nd floor first. Go to the backyard first." Ji Hung shook his head, striding with his pipe straight through the 1st floor and down a concrete path to the backyard. Su Wenyao was taken aback, but he followed Ji Hung. The entire backyard was a 1-hectare garden. The concrete path was narrow, flanked by ancient trees with a long history. There were not many pedestrians and no other attractions on the path. After walking 400 meters, they finally reached a tomb. Incense and candles were placed on both sides of the tomb. Jiang He, very familiar with the routine, picked up a stick of incense from the left side. However, due to his short stature, no one noticed him at that moment, their gazes fixed on the stone tomb in front of them. The tomb had 9 steps leading up to it, atop which sat a nearly dilapidated stele. Even Su Wenyao was aware of this part of history. He looked up at the stele. Even though it wasn't his first visit, Su Wenyao was still subdued by the inscription on the stele, the unrestrained and bloody aura enveloping him. Before the last battle, the tomb's owner had engraved their own epitaph, believing they would not return. The epitaph comprised only 10 characters, by Yi Sheng Jianjin Yen Fan Luo Gu, a life in defiance, in white, facing Yama. This was the epitaph by Xiangjuan left for herself. It was only after Chunyi later returned to Jiangjing that it was brought back. Su Wenyao couldn't quite imagine what those people were like back then, to have left behind such words. Just looking at the stele, he could envision the figure in white, standing against the wind with a spear in hand, inscribing the characters with gallant determination. Many offerings have been laid on the stele and the steps. Lollipops, candied haws, pretty butterfly hair clips, one after another of fresh flowers, and stacks upon stacks of photos from around the world. Covered with these tributes, the tomb keepers would clear them away, only for a new batch to accumulate soon after. At such times, Shun Qing didn't speak either. She watched as Jiang He took some incense sticks and followed suit, handing a few to Ji Xiaojun and the others. The group ignited the incense in the nearby flame and then bowed respectfully. This wasn't Su Wenyo's first time engaging in this ritual either. Before his college entrance exams, he had specifically gone to pay respects to the first row of bronze statues at Jiangjing University. After the ritual, Su Wenyao finally understood why Ji Heng had wanted to come here. Ji Heng and his companions were from Shanqing. However, Su Wenyao looked at Ji Heng with surprise. Was this not his first visit? Otherwise, how would he have known that behind the museum was a mausoleum? Most people visiting for the first time wouldn't know that behind it lay the tomb of Bai Xiangjuan. After their worship, Ji Heng and the others finished touring the second and third floors before leaving the museum. The parking lot was a bit far from there. Su Wenyao told Ji Heng and the others to wait there while he went to get the car. On his way, he received a call from Grandma Su. "Wenyao," said Grandma Su sternly, "how have you upset Shuyun again?" Su Wenyao opened the car door very gently. "Grandma, please don't interfere with this, if you will. What sort of nonsense have the Ji family fed you?" Grandma Zu's voice grew colder. "Wenyao, do you realize Shuyun has tickets to the Ma Institute's event? Come back immediately and apologize to her. She said she'll let bygones be bygones as long as you apologize." Su Wenyao settled in his seat, always very polite. "Grandma, I don't have time to come back. I still have things to take care of here. If you don't have anything else, I'm going to hang up." "Wenyao," Grandma Su sounded anxious. "You don't want the tickets anymore?" "Grandma, I'll call you back later." Su Wenyao hung up the phone, sat in the driver's seat, elbow resting lightly on the window, gaze fixed on the buildings outside. He pressed his brow for a long while before driving the car to the museum. On the roadside, Jiang he held a sugar-coated haw on a stick, slowly nibbling at it with his head down. Su Wenyao rolled down the window. Then he heard Xing muttering to Ji Xiaojun while opening the door. "I told you, he's had too much sugar today. And you still bought him candied haw? I was just having a chat with my dad. Did you have to buy it and bring it back? Do you think I can't afford to buy it for him?" Ji Xiaojun didn't say a word, another sugar-coated haw in hand, silently leading Jiang he into the car. Su Wenyao felt like laughing. The Su family always had many rules and never such lively scenes. Sitting comfortably in the passenger seat, Ji Heng said to Su Wenyao, "Wenyao, just take us to Alien's place. It's perfect since Xiaojun has brought her candied haw." All right, Su Wenyao was also curious about which library Bai Lian was at. He had heard she was in Chang'an District, but had never actually seen her. "Please give me the address." The area around Bai Lian's place was complex, with many roads and several forks. Ji Heng forwarded the address Bai Lian had previously sent him to Su Wenyao. Su Wenyao steered the car onto the main road, casually tapped, opened a message on the phone mounted on the support, switched to the map following the address Ji Heng had given, and glanced at the address. Buyuan Base. He activated the navigation, and just as the car moved a meter, screech. Suddenly, an abrupt stop, and the car parked at the side of the road. "Buyuan Base?" Su Wenyao slightly turned his head. "She's at Buyuan Base now." Behind him, Shunqing stabilized Jiang He. With his usual gentle demeanor, Su Wenyao had startled her with his sudden breaking, "Yes, can't you be there?" Chapter 359, 138 Found Sister Land's True Score. Director Chun returns _1 Buyuan Base was established by the renowned mathematician Zhou Buyuan, who has significant international influence in Jiangjing. Programs like Buyuan Base and the Wenchong Plan are only known to a part of the top students. Naturally, Shunqing and the arts-focused Ji Xiaojun have no idea about them. When Shunqing asked the question fearfully, Su Wenyao also became somewhat confused. Was Shunqing so nervous because she believed Buyuan to be an unlawful place? If Buyuan Base found out, they would likely feel quite helpless. "No," Su Wenyao turned around, explaining to Shunqing as gently as possible. "Buyuan Base is the most famous summer camp in Jiangjing. Generally, only top students can get in." Top students? As Su Wenyao mentioned these three words, Shunqing was also perplexed. She remembered Bai Lian's persona in Beicheng, a woman of no academic or artistic merit, similar in character to Ji Mulan. When Bai Lian first came to Xiangqing, Shun Qing disdained her. Only later did she find out that Bai Lian was different from Ji Mulan. But what does top student have to do with Bai Lian? Noticing Shun Qing's confusion, Su Wenyao calmed down, started the car again, and followed the navigation onto the main road. So, alien studies there? The Ji family always said that Bai Lian was studying hard. Su Wenyao and Su In both thought she was at the library since the Jiangjing library is well-stocked. Su Wenyao even considered advising Bai Lian to study there. But was she at Buyuan Base? She studies at Buyuan Base. Ji Hung lowered the car window slightly, letting the cold wind blow in, and also doubted in his mind, is that really a place only for top students? Their family never brought up grades in front of Bai Lian. Ji Hung and Ji Xiaojun always thought that Bai Xiaoke and Bai Xiaoqi had impacted Bai Lian too much. She even switched to science for them, so they tried to avoid mentioning such sad topics. And as for Bai Lian, the more she learned about modern knowledge, the more she realized how superficial her own understanding was. They didn't ask, and she never told her scores. Only Jiang Fulai would ask her. Yes, Su Wenyao nodded. He looked at the rearview mirror quietly, feeling for the first time that even his usually steady family could be unreliable. Asking them wouldn't yield any information, but Su Wenyao suddenly remembered the message Su Jiu sent him last time, mentioning a very attractive girl at the special training class. At the time, Su Wenyao didn't care about that message, but now recalling it. The museum was on the edge of Shimin District, some distance from Chang'an District, but luckily there was still time before traffic jams, so it took nearly 40 minutes to reach Buyuan Base. As soon as Su Wenyao parked the car by the roadside, he saw Bai Lian coming out of Buyuan Base. It wasn't just Su Wenyao. Ji Hung and the other three were also quite silent, except for Jiang He, who was watching Bai Lian with shining eyes. Ji Xiaojun handed back the candied ha to Jiang He, then silently offered it to Bai Lian. Jiang He had eaten 3 haws off the stick, revealing its pointed end. When they got on the car, Ji Xiaojun had taken away the candied ha. Bai Lian looked down at the candied ha, pausing for a moment, not taking it immediately. Not eating? Ji Xiaojun asked. It was during the memorial service when he saw them laid out, and upon coming out, he saw Jiang He wanted to eat them, so he had bought some for the kids as well. Regaining her senses, Bai Lian took the candied ha, looked up, and gave Ji Xiaojun a rare warm smile. He'll eat. It had been a long time since an elder bought her one. Ji Xiaojun pondered to himself. Alien, Shun Qing could never keep her thoughts to herself. When Yao said that this place is only for top students, is that right? Yes, Ji Xiaojun added from the side. When Yao said that to be admitted here, students must be exceptionally talented, with most even having the potential to compete for the national top exam scores. Su Wenyao nodded. No, Bai Lian was well aware of her current abilities. She was still far behind in biology and chemistry. I can't compare to them. She unhurriedly unwrapped the candy haw stick. A very honest answer. Next to her, Jiang He stopped munching on his candied haw and looked up at Bai Lian in disbelief. I knew it, Shun Qing nodded, then seemed a bit regretful. You just shifted from arts to science. How could you suddenly become a top student? But that's okay. Alien, we take things one step at a time. Their emotions were like riding a roller coaster. The three of them didn't understand, but Su Wenyao knew very well about Boiwan's system. Although the hardest part to get into Buyuan is the recommendation, one still needs to reach a certain score to enter, applying 2 months in advance. I hadn't reached the standard. My comprehensive science wasn't passing at that time, Bai Lian said nonchalantly. But I've always had perfect scores in math, so Buyuan made an exception and let me in. Su Wenyao was extremely shocked. Math perfect score? Exceptional admission? Bai Lian looked at Su Wenyao with surprise, not really understanding his expression. Yeah, there were many students at Buyuan Base more rounded than her. In the test, she took her only C level. Not a big deal, right? Su Wenyao, no. To be admitted by Buyuan as an exception, one must have the caliber to at least get into Jiangjing University. Hadn't the Ji family always stated that Bai Lian's grades were poor? especially Ji Mulan, worried that Bai Lian couldn't get into university, was even planning to send her to an international high school and arrange for her to study abroad. You're suggesting someone who could get a direct admission to Jiangjing University attend a private international high school? Su Wenyao felt that Ji Mulan was being ridiculous. If you can get into Buyuan Base, you should know about the Wenchong plan. Were you offered a direct admission to Jiangjing University? Su Wenyao couldn't help asking. This was what shocked him. Mentioning Buyuan Base, the three from the Ji family were able to restrain themselves. But as soon as Jiangjing University was brought up, Shun Qing couldn't hold back any longer. Jiangjing University? She could get a direct admission to Jiangjing University? This was a school Shun Qing didn't even dare to dream of. When Bai Shaoke was admitted to Jiangjing University, the Bai family had the media release news for 2 months straight. And now, Su Wenyao was saying Bai Lian could get a direct admission to Jiangjing University? Oh, that. Bai Lian understood the point of Su Wenyao's shock and calmly explained, I didn't join. I plan to take the college entrance examination. What? Su Wenyao frowned. Didn't your school tell you about the Wenchong plan? They did. Bai Lian bit into her candied haw and explained leisurely, but I don't like the major they offered. Su Wenyao, who heard someone being picky about Jiangjing University for the first time, he involuntarily shifted his gaze to the other 3 members of the Ji family. Alien, are you really going to take the college entrance exam? Ji Hong positioned himself behind Shun and the other one. In a good mood, he lit a cigarette and took a puff with squinted eyes. Bai Lian twirled the candied haw stick in her hand. Yes. When Bai Lian switched her major from arts to sciences, neither Ji Hong nor Ji Xiaojun had ultimately stopped her. Now she chose not to join the Wenchong plan, and the two still did not interfere with Bai Lian's choice. As for Xin Qing, she thought even Bai Lian skating on the street was a good thing, so what could anyone expect from her? Su Wenyao drove back to the Su family in a disheveled state. Ji Hong and the other two, along with Jiang He and Bai Lian, toured the Buan base and then went to the base's cafeteria for dinner before taking the bus back to the hotel. Bai Lian saw the group out the gate before she returned to the classroom. On the way, she connected her Bluetooth headset and launched her vocabulary app to start memorizing technical terms. A message from Chief Chen popped up on the home screen of her phone. Chief Chen, Miss Bai, I have just returned to Jiangjing. He took the time to return 2 days before Su En's wedding. Chief Chen, tomorrow, he'll go ice fishing with Uncle Ji. Would you like to join us? Tomorrow morning, she has classes, and in the afternoon, there's a lecture by an academician from the Ma Institute. Bai Lian listened to vocabulary words while slowly responding. No time. You guys have fun. Chief Chen was a bit disappointed. All right, then. Bai Lian study group. Wang Su finally couldn't help but ask Tang Ming, where did Sister Bai go? After the academic report ended at noon, Bai Lian hadn't returned. Normally, everyone didn't care what Bai Lian did, but today, everyone was too agitated to settle down for study since Bai Lian and he had worked on a mathematical model together, especially Wang Su. While focusing on a research paper, Tang Ming answered without lifting his head. She was practicing the piano in the dormitory in the afternoon. She should be coming over soon. Whenever Bai Lian had an inspiration, she quickly noted it down. Practicing the piano and reading reviews were her ways to relax between solving problems. Practicing the piano, Wang Su couldn't associate the activity with Bai Lian. Why is she practicing the piano? Not just the others, but even Song Min found it outrageous. Not to mention that students at Buyuan Base wouldn't usually spend time practicing the piano. Song Min also remembered something Bai Qiming once said. The incident of Bai Lian sleeping through her zither lesson and driving her teacher away had become a joke among the Bai family members. As they were talking, the door was gently pushed open. The study group members, gathered around a couple of tables, all snapped their heads up and stared intently at the classroom door. Bai Lian, memorizing vocabulary with lowered eyes, casually closed the classroom door with her phone. Seeing Bai Lian's return, Wang Su was the first to grow restless. Sister Bai, how come you and Senior he worked on a mathematical model together? Do you two actually know each other? How come you never mentioned it before? With his question, everyone's gaze was fixated on Bai Lian. especially Song Min, who quietly watched her. He had always doubted her ability to get into Buyuan. Until today, Hewen was someone he looked up to with great admiration. In front of Hewen, even by Xiaoke, the pride of the Bai family, was just an ordinary person. He never imagined that Bai Lian would actually know Hewen. Bai Lian took a seat between Tang Ming and Ning Xiao. Not really acquainted, just online friends. He had a model, but couldn't find a collaborator, so he asked me. I see. Wang Su nodded, somewhat understanding. After all, that was Hewen, someone you couldn't just meet if you wanted to. Why would he look for you? Song Min gazed deeply at Bai Lian as he asked. Bai Lian ignored Song Min beside her. Tang Ming, with his legs crossed and his right hand resting on the table, glanced at Song Min. Sister Bai always gets full marks in math. Why do you think he would look for her? Chapter 360. 139. A sister who has never met before sends tickets to Su Wenyao. Second update. _1. She scored full mark to mathematics. Song Min's mind exploded instantaneously. He finally found an explanation for the oddity he had always felt. No wonder Bai Lian said she didn't care about the spot back then in Xiangqing. No wonder he had seen her at the Buyuan base. The full score in mathematics that had been looming over him since the midterms, almost becoming his shadow. Was it Bai Lian? He knew both Tang Ming and Ning Xiao were from Xiangqing No. 1 High School. Finally catching on to something, he pressed his hand against the table and stood up. So, the one who scored 150 in mathematics in the last joint exam was her? What about this time's mathematics and the science comprehensive? At the base, he had also interacted with Ning Xiao, who was good at both math and physics, especially physics. Therefore, Song Min had always thought that Ning Xiao was the one who scored 150. Yes, Tang Ming didn't understand why Song Min was reacting so strongly and jumped in shock. He hesitantly began. Of course, the math was Sister Lian, but the first place in science comprehensive was Ning Xiao. Learning that Bai Lian wasn't first in science comprehensive, Song Min let out a huge sigh of relief. However, the next second, he felt the pressure come crashing in like a tide from all directions. 150 points. Her mathematics was that good? He looked up, staring blankly in Bai Lian's direction. Su family. Director Wang had someone deliver the New Year's gifts to the old lady before saying goodbye. Old Madam, President Su, Miss Chi, I have to go abroad tomorrow, and am paying an early New Year visit now. The day after tomorrow was Su In's wedding, and he was leaving the country tomorrow. Old Madam Su had no objections to Director Wang's actions. In fact, she even seemed to encourage it, saying with a smile, I appreciate your thoughtfulness. Su In nodded at Director Wang without a word. After delivering the gifts, Director Wang left the Su family residence. As he was walking out, he happened to see Su Wenyo's car. Xiaoqin, go to the company tomorrow to check on things, said Director Wang as he got into his car. Not even lifting his head to the driver, find out what's going on with the ZUS, and the proposals are revised again and still the same, showing no progress at all. The driver Xiaoqin was honest and simple, not daring to speak up against Director Wang's criticism. He was an employee of the company, not a driver, but today, even on his day off, he had been called in by Director Wang to act as his driver. With a car loan and a mortgage to pay, a son in high school, a wife undergoing chemotherapy, and both sets of parents to support, he dared not speak out against his boss' abuse and didn't dare to quit his job. Inside the house, old Madam Su looked at Su In. I told you to bring Bai Lian here before the wedding. Why have there been no developments? The old lady still hadn't given up. She doesn't have time, Su In replied calmly, though he actually hadn't mentioned it to Bai Lian at all. No time. Old Madam Su scoffed. She didn't believe it for a second. Bai Lian didn't have time? But at that moment, she had other things to think about, glancing at Su In. When Yao gets here, you speak to him properly. He's not replying to Shuyun's messages, and you've seen how upset Shuyun is getting. As she spoke, she also reached out to pat Qi Shuyun's hand, saying very kindly, Shuyun dear, don't worry, Grandma will handle it for you. Qi Shuyun sat next to old Madam Su. Her eyes were a bit red. Su In, however, remained silent. Almost as soon as old Madame Su finished speaking, Su Wenyao returned home. Wenyao, old Madame Su stood up upon seeing that Su In wasn't saying anything. Now that Shu Yun is here, you should apologize to her quickly. What's with all this conflict between young lovers? She laughed, playing the mediator. Chi Shuyun turned her head away, refusing to look at Su Wenyao. Every time they argued, Su Wenyao was the first to give in, whether it was a big matter like today's conflict or a small one, like the tone of his WeChat replies. The Su family and the Chi family originally had something akin to a business marriage. The Su family was wealthy, while the Chi family was influential in the educational sector. Su Wenyao had never had a girlfriend before Chi Shuyun, who was both his first and only one. Usually, he tried his best to do whatever Chi Shuyun asked, but now he was tired. I don't think I'm wrong in this matter, he said frankly, setting aside the fact that the Ji family had helped Su In Xiangqing before. Now that Ji Mulan was to marry Su In, and the Ji family was coming to Jiangjing for the first time, they had to show the proper courtesy. Chi Shuyun, standing beside old Madame Su, suddenly stood up. Then, without looking back, she ran out of the Su family's main gate. Shuyun! Shuyun! Old Madame Su, holding her cane, tried to follow her out, but ultimately couldn't catch up. Su Wenyao, what on earth are you thinking? Old Madame Su beat her cane forcefully against the floor. Do you know Shuyun came to give you event tickets? Wouldn't she have given them to you if you had said one soft word? What's wrong with a boy sweet-talking a girl a bit? Su Wenyao didn't want to talk. He headed straight upstairs, towards the last room on the hall, and knocked on the door. The door opened a crack, and a short-haired girl peeked out stealthily, asking Su Wenyao in a low voice, "Have all the guests downstairs left?" Chapter 361. 139. A sister who has never met before sends tickets to Su Wenyao. Second update. _2. I'm leaving. That's good. Due breathed a sigh of relief, opening the door casually to let Wenyao in. Brother, help me close the door. She slouched back in her chair nonchalantly. With a bag of potato chips, she watched Perfect Day. Grandma told me not to come back the day after tomorrow. Buyuan Base was far from the Su family, and Jiwei had been called back by old lady Su today, who specifically instructed her not to attend the wedding, saying that studying is more important. Wenyao picked up the books from the floor and arranged them properly. So, are you going or not? Of course, I'm going, Jiwei replied bluntly. I haven't met the sister I've never seen before. Mulan was kind to both her and Wenyao, so Jiwei was not averse to this sister. Wenyao paused. Maybe you've already met each other. Jiwei turned around. What was the name of that girl from Buyuan Base you mentioned last time? Alien. Jiwei remembered her name. Wenyao said, Your unseen sister is also called Alien. Jiwei. The next day, early in the morning, Jiang had not yet woken up when Shun Qing abruptly pulled off his covers. We're going ice fishing today. He rubbed his eyes and got up. Ji Hung went to wash up and ran into Xiaojun. He suddenly stopped. Alien, she was exceptionally admitted by Bui, right? Xiaojun had talked with Shun Qing all night the previous evening, and the two had complained about how Ji Hung and Jiang, he were both as dull, showing little reaction. Yes. Xiaojun gave Ji Hung a strange look. Ji Hung grunted and continued to calmly head to the bathroom. Finally, Xiaojun noticed Ji Hung was very composed. Due to the issue between Wenyao and Shu Yun, Su In and Mulan came early this morning to bring breakfast for Ji Hung and the others. After setting the breakfast, he received a call from Su Shujia. What's wrong with him? Shin Qing came out with Jiang He, noticing Su In's furrowed brows. She squeezed toothpaste for Jiang He and gestured for him to go brush his teeth in the bathroom. Mulan knew a little about Wenyo's situation, which seemed related to the Ji family, and she also felt a bit agitated. Wenyo's academic issues, it's no use you asking so much about it. Ji Hung looked up. It's related to us? Not exactly. Mulan didn't dare to be perfunctory with Ji Hung. He's having a conflict with that girl from the Qi family. Now it seems to be an issue with a lecture ticket, and the Qi family isn't planning to give one to Wenyao anymore. A lecture ticket that important? Xiaojun asked in surprise. The bathroom door was open. Jiang, he stood on a stool, slowly watching himself brushing his teeth in the mirror, listening to the adults talk. After breakfast, Ji Hung and the others went downstairs to prepare for ice fishing. Su In and Mulan saw them off. At the hotel entrance, Su Shuja hurried over, pausing slightly at the sight of Ji Hung and the others holding fishing rods and gear. Shun Qing didn't know how to greet Su Shuja and sheepishly said, "Are you coming ice fishing with us?" Su Shuja stopped mid-sentence. No need. She watched the group leave and then turned to Su In with a frown. What exactly is going on with Wen Yao at Buyuan Base? Today's lecture was given by Director Huang, a student of academician Ma, well known at Jiangjing University and the most authoritative of all the professors who came to lecture these days. His main research was in physics. Today's lecture was also related to physics. During the break, Tang Ming saw Jiue sneaking glances at him again. When he looked back at her, she immediately pretended to be reading a book. Tang Ming was somewhat silent as he discreetly spoke to Alien. "Alien, why do I feel like that girl is always sneakily looking at you?" There were only 2 girls in the class, Alien and Jiue. "It's quite normal." Wang Su, sitting next to Tang Ming, lowered his voice. "That Liang Wuyu has looked over several times, not to mention others." While the other students were obediently listening to the lecture, Alien was already capable of collaborating with He-Won for modeling. Alien was wearing her light blue shirt from before, holding a black pen, her head bowed in earnest scribbling, her eyelashes long and black, slightly drooping, the very image of a diligent student. Her phone lit up. It was Jiang He. She picked it up and glanced at it, then sat up straight, her pale fingers tapping on the screen. After a moment of thought, "Where are you?" Jiang, teacher. "At home." Alien student. "Are there any tickets left for the event?" She was asking about Academician Ma's event tickets. Academician Ma was a leading figure in the quantum field, holding cutting-edge technology in this area. Attending his lectures could optimize one's knowledge structure, enhance one's level of awareness, and broaden horizons. Chapter 362. 139. A sister who has never met before sends tickets to Su Wenyao. Second update. _3 of course. They would also get to know more experts and scholars. Teacher Jiang, how many do you need? That meant there were still some left. Bai Lian had originally thought that his 10 tickets wouldn't be enough to go around, so she hadn't asked him for any. But hearing him say this, she was no longer polite. Bai Lian, 3. Bai Lian, where are you? I will come and pick them up later. She asked for 1 each on behalf of Tang Ming, Ning Xiao, and Su Wenyao. To understand his lecture, one would need a certain academic foundation. Tang Ming might not understand it, but it would be good for him to broaden his horizons. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Fulai raised an eyebrow and only replied with 2 words, "Wait." Today, there was a lecture by Academician Ma, and Director Huang ended today's class at 11 o'clock. As soon as he left, the students in the class also got up, ready to leave. Do you know why Professor Huang left so early? In the front, Ling Xiao and his group were talking. I heard there's a very important lecture today. Ling Xiao glanced over at Wang Su and Bai Lian, failing to detect any emotion on their faces. He left the room sullenly. Su Jiue, who had been sitting in his place looking repeatedly towards Bai Lian, wanted to approach her, but seeing so many people around her, he didn't dare to come forward. In the end, Bai Lian disappeared at the door. Su Jiue, it was a bit early, but Ning Xiao and the others were still ready to go for a meal first. You guys go eat, Bai Lian said lazily, holding her backpack and gripping her phone. I'm going out for a bit. Jiang Fulai had arrived. The others were used to Bai Lian's mysterious comings and goings. Ever since that model came out, not just Ning Xiao and Tang Ming, even Pei Qin started calling her sis. Song Min lagged behind, unusually silent these past few days. After watching Bai Lian walk towards the gate, he held his phone and paused in place, but eventually he still followed her. Bai Lian always walked slowly, so it didn't take long for Song Min to catch up to her. Bai Lian, he called out to her, a few steps behind. If this was the Bai Lian of the past, upon hearing his voice, she would have stopped. But now, Bai Lian didn't even break stride. The sense of disparity was profound. Song Min pursed his lips slightly and quickened his pace, walking in front of Bai Lian to block her path. Classmate Bai Lian. Bai Lian took a step back. Her down jacket had been taken by Shen Qing for cleaning, and what she wore over her green shirt today was a white, double-layered, embroidered cashmere vest with straight collars and lapels embroidered with plum blossoms and falling petals. A belt in the same color scheme was loosely tied around her waist. Stopped by someone, she simply looked up indifferently, her ink-black eyes sweeping over Song Min. The golden sunlight accentuated her beautiful face with a look of annoyance. Are you sick? Is it illegal to beat someone up at the Buyuan base? Classmate Bai Lian, Song Min snapped out of it, feeling cold as it was his first time stopping someone. He looked at the Bai Lian, who was completely different from his memory. Your mathematics? Jiang Fulai had just entered the school gates when he saw this irritating scene. The girl stood there coldly, her lazy face covered with a layer of irritation, like a cat basking in the sun but disturbed by someone. Excuse me, move aside, Jiang Fulai said indifferently. Song Min hadn't finished speaking when he felt a cold breeze behind him, followed by an icy voice that mixed with a scrutiny that was hard to ignore. Despite the path being 2 meters wide, Song Min instinctively stepped to the left to make way. Only then did he see the person who had just spoken, a man dressed in a severe black coat with a casual beige fluffy scarf around his neck. Despite the lack of expression on his face, when his gaze swept over, Song Min felt like an invisible hand had grabbed his insides tightly. It took his breath away. He turned noticeably pale. Ran into a fool. Bai Lian's impatience disappeared as she looked at Jiang Fulai with irritation. Jiang Fulai glanced at Song Min from the corner of his eye and walked away with Bai Lian. Who is that? Bai Lian unconsciously replied, Song Min. Song Min. Jiang Fulai had a good memory. After learning she had a fiancé, he had deliberately inquired about it. And what a coincidence, the fiancé had that name. Song Min. Jiang Fulai held the car keys, his tone mockingly elongated. Ex-fiancé, huh? His voice stretched out long. Bai Lian, a bit of a miscalculation. Seeing Bai Lian's expression, Jiang Fulai knew this man was indeed her ex-fiancé. He opened the passenger door. Bai Lian, please get in. Bai Lian silently got into the car. Jiang Fulai took his seat in the driver's seat, leisurely buckling his seatbelt and starting the car. Then, turning his head, he politely asked, Bai Lian, are we heading to Jiangjing University's intersection? Yes. Bai Lian connected to Bluetooth and started to loudly play an English reading. Oh, Bai Lian, Jiangjing University. Su Shujie found Su and Yao. Everyone from the Qi family is waiting for your response. Calm down and come with me to the Qi family, okay? Su Shujie, dressed in a suit and draped in a coat, pressed her brow. If you don't go this time, how many opportunities will you miss out on? Can you really be content with that? She already knew the whole story. Qi Shuyun was too willful. This time, Su Wenyao was also stubborn, refusing to apologize or reconcile. There were so many industry bigwigs at Academician Moss lecture. Chances were, among them could be Su Wenyo's opportunity. Maybe this was never meant to be mine. Su Wenyao lowered his eyes, falling silent for a while before picking up a book and walking to the cafeteria. Auntie, no more talk, I want go. His phone chimed. He glanced down casually and saw it was from Bai Lian. Location, Bai Lian. Do you have time to meet up? Su Wenyao saw the location, the intersection of Zier Avenue and Cloud Avenue, just 200 meters from the entrance of Jiangjing University. She came to Jiangjing University. Had she finally come around? Want to take a look around the campus? Su Wenyao. Wait for me 10 minutes. Su Wenyao didn't have time to think further. He looked around and saw a shuttle bus coming towards him. Jiangjing University was vast, with dedicated campus buses making rounds. Where are you going? Su Shujie hadn't finished speaking when she saw Su Wenyao boarding the shuttle. Alien is waiting for me outside. They'll show her around the school, Su Wenyao said. And, as the bus doors automatically closed, it sped away. leaving behind a bewildered Su Shujia. What in the world was the Ji family doing? One group was out fishing, and now someone wanted to tour Jiangjing University? She was in a mess. Academician Ma's lecture was this afternoon, and instead of joining her to visit the Qi family, Su Wenyao was now planning to take Bai Lian for a campus tour outside Jiangjing University. Upon coming out, Su Wenyao jogged towards the location Bai Lian had sent him. Strangely, although this intersection was very close to Jiangjing University, Bai Lian had not come over but was waiting there instead. 3 minutes later, he saw Bai Lian leaning lazily against a leafless ginkgo tree, dressed in a white quilted jacket, her head down memorizing words, attracting countless gazes. There were even girls with Jiangjing University culture and creative canvas bags, secretly taking photos. Su Wenyao slowed his pace, wondering if tonight he would see a thread on Bai Lian on the Jiangjing University forum. Alien, he approached, handed her a cup of hot milk tea he bought on the road at the school gate, and started gently. Why didn't you go to the school entrance? Bai Lian looked up, not turning off the Bluetooth earphone, and spoke up, just drop something off and go. Drop something off? Was it Ji Hung who asked her to do this? Su Wenyao was taken aback because Suan wouldn't let Bai Lian run errands, and only the Ji family tended to be different from others. Ji Hing always had large pockets made for Bai Lian's clothes. The jacket had 2 pockets as well, and she fished out a ticket from inside, the same one Academician Ma had given her before. Bai Lian handed the event ticket to Su Wenyao, speaking lazily, "Take this." Chapter 363, 140 Su Wenyao's Opportunity. Bai Lian invites President Yu_1 what? Su Wenyao took the item Bai Lian past him in surprise. Due to the conflict, Qi Shuyun hadn't given Su Wenyao a ticket to the event. He had never seen an event ticket before. Su Wenyao looked down curiously. The ticket was 5 centimeters wide, more than 10 centimeters long, overall in a light blue color, with an image of the Jiangjing Science and Technology Museum on the front. He flipped it over. Several lines were written on the back. Quantum and Information Era Lecturer, Ma Tongfeng date, January 17th in the afternoon at 2 location. Lecture Hall, basement level 2 of Jiangjing Science and Technology Museum, Quantum and Information Era, Ma Tongfeng. As Su Wenyao read on, he suddenly realized what this was, and a barely visible tremble went through his hand holding the light blue ticket, his fingertips turning a little pale. A lecture by Academician Ma. To say that tickets were hard to come by was an understatement. Any random person in the scene would be a big shot in the industry. Su In and Su Shuja had also put some effort into it, but the tickets couldn't be obtained by simply spending money. Otherwise, Su Shujia and the old lady, Su wouldn't take turns persuading Su Wenyao to apologize. And now, Bai Lian just gave him one like that? Where did you get this? He raised his head to look at Bai Lian, astounded. Even for someone as calm as him, his mind was in a daze. He was too flustered to know where to start. Someone gave it to me. Bai Lian was still wearing a Bluetooth earpiece. The wind was a bit strong outside. She put her hands in her pockets and said languidly, "Jiang Xiaonyao said you wanted to attend Academician Ma's lecture." Su Wenyao replied subconsciously, "Jiang Xiaonyao?" "Ah," Bai Lian said too fast and misspoke. She tilted her head. "I mean Jiang He, the one you've met." Su Wenyao knew Jiang He. They had gone to the museum together that day. It's just, looking at the unconcerned face of Bai Lian, so beautiful, Su Wenyao really couldn't fathom how she would nickname someone and call them so earnestly by that nickname. "I should go now." Bai Lian nodded slightly to Su Wenyao. There was no parking here, and Jiang Fulai was still waiting for her at that temporary parking spot. She couldn't afford to go back too late. Su Wenyao opened his mouth, and Bai Lian looked at him with raised eyebrows, somewhat puzzled, as if asking if there was anything else. "No," Su Wenyao paused, "just asking since you're at the school gate. Why not go in and take a look?" "Well, see." Bai Lian bid him an unhurried farewell and turned to find Jiang Fulai. Behind her, Su Wenyao stood still on the spot. The event ticket in his hand felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. Having grown up in the Su family, Su Wenyao always knew that the relationship between the Su family and everyone else was based on the value of interests. The old lady Su valued the Qi family's connections in the education sector, and how could the Qi family overlook the Su family's money? Qi Shuyun was capricious, but the Qi family was also using the event ticket to test his limit. Living in such an environment, for the first time someone directly told him, "If you want to go, I'll give it to you." She was the kind of person who was so relaxed, so easy to spark a liking for. Su Wenyao thought, if she were a general, many people would be willing to follow her into battle. Ziyir Avenue is a main road with many students, and vehicles can't stop here. Jiang Fulai circled around for a while before parking the car on the side of Cloud Avenue. There are many schools here, and despite it being close to the new year, many Jiangjing students still hadn't gone home. Passing students were all looking at Jiang Fulai's car, but seeing the tightly closed windows, no one dared to approach. Bai Lian opened the passenger door and sat down, buckling her seatbelt unhurriedly. Bai Lian interrupted him. I gave Su Wenyao the ticket to academician Moss lecture. Jiang Fulai, who could change subjects elegantly, with his eyebrows carrying a cool pride and cool white fingers tapping on the steering wheel, spoke seriously. We'll go eat Jiangjing cuisine for lunch. Okay. The situation was temporarily back to normal. Bai Lian turned the Bluetooth speaker volume down. After lunch, they would still go to the Science and Technology Museum. The museum was located between Chang'an and Xinjiang districts, and Jiang Fulai didn't drive too far, stopping at a private restaurant on the edge of Chang'an district. It was within a small alley, in an ancient building with few people around. Jiang Fulai had ordered the dishes before coming. In a second-floor private room by the window, a small square table next to the window, with a bamboo curtain half rolled up, behind it was a transparent glass pane, offering a view of the river below through the glass. Occasionally a small boat would drift by. Bai Lian settled in her seat, pulled up the curtain, and while talking to Jiang Fulai said, I also saved one for Tang Ming. Jiang Fulai poured her a glass of water with elegance and casually said he could benefit from the learning atmosphere. Bai Lian, lounging back, supported her chin and watched the view outside. That's what I thought too. Chapter 364, 140 Su Wenyo's Opportunity. Bai Lian invites President U_2 meanwhile. On the way back to the classroom after eating, Tang Ming couldn't help sneezing, to which he explained to Ning Xiao, my mom must be thinking of me. Ning Xiao usually wouldn't respond to that kind of remark. Excuse me. Just as they had reached the stairs, Su Jiue, wearing thick glasses and with her forehead hanging low, spoke softly to the two of them. Do you know where Bai Lian is? She twisted her fingers together nervously. Her voice was so soft that Tang Ming hadn't heard clearly, but he understood that she was inquiring about Bai Lian. Tang Ming glanced at her. She's out on some business. If you need anything, I can pass on the message. It's nothing, thank you. Su Jiue bowed again and hurriedly left with her head down. Tang Ming was puzzled. He still wanted to say something. His phone beeped, and at the same time, Ning Xiao's lit up. It was a message from Jiang Fulai, containing only the location of a science and technology museum. The two of them exchanged a glance, and then turned to leave. Jiang Fulai was signaling them to hurry over. The Science and Technology Museum covered a vast area. The entire building was shaped like a concave streamline, and from high above, the Science and Technology Museum resembled a semicircular blue crystal, glistening brilliantly. Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai had arrived first, and they decided to look around the exhibition before heading to the lecture hall when it was time. The first floor showcased the evolution of science and technology from the modern era to the present, featuring 3D projections and displays about intelligence and co-creation. The second floor was dedicated to the evolution of physics, chemistry, and mathematics. The third floor focused on the universe and aerospace, whereby Lian even saw a small satellite. The second basement level, a crowd had gathered at the entrance. Most of them were from Jiangjing University. Due to security reasons, the number of tickets was limited, and many without tickets could only gather at the entrance to watch. They might even encounter a luminary from a certain field. The museum had anticipated such a scenario and had deployed over a dozen security guards to maintain order on the second basement level. The lecture was set to begin at 2 o'clock. Su Wenyao arrived early with tickets to secure a good spot. He handed his ticket to the security check, and the staff member gave him a glance after seeing the blue ticket. It was only 1 o'clock, and there were only a few scattered seats left in the lecture hall. Su Wenyao, carrying a stack of books, found a corner seat, sat down, and began to go through problems with his head bowed. Preparing for the graduate school entrance exam, a voice came from above. Su Wenyao looked up and saw a somewhat bald middle-aged man. He was taken aback. Dean Huang. He recognized him as the dean of the physics college and also the director of Jiangjing University. There was even an introduction to him hanging in the corridor on the first floor of the physics teaching building at Jiangjing University. Yes, Director Huang glanced at the ticket beside Su Wenyao. There are few students who could get a ticket. This. Su Wenyao looked down at his ticket, his voice softening. It was given to me by my sister. Director Huang seemed thoughtful. What's your name? Su Wenyao. Director Huang narrowed his eyes slightly and recited a string of numbers. This is my mobile number. If you encounter any problems in your research, you can ask me. I'm also planning to take on a student this year, so work hard, and I hope to see your name on the list. He patted Su Wenyao on the shoulder. Su Wenyao was dizzy with surprise, as if luck had literally fallen on his head. Thank you, Dean Huang. He memorized the number. At the Qi family. Madame Su was speaking with Lady Qi. Is Shuyun still angry, refusing to come downstairs? As Su Wenyao hadn't shown up, Madame Su had to make a personal visit. Lady Qi sighed. Shuyun has been pampered by us. She lacks manners. Please forgive her, old madam. This matter isn't Shuyun's fault. Wenyao has trouble prioritizing. Madame Su had a very poor impression of the Ji family. This Ji Mulan hadn't even married into the Su family, and already she had disrupted their feng shui. She put her hands together in a prayer-like gesture. I hope Shuyun can forgive Wenyao. Lady Qi gave a slight smile. Upstairs, Mr. Qi sat in his study, speaking very calmly to Qi Shuyun. Don't worry, Su Wenyao will come. He knew how much the Su family needed this opportunity to integrate into the academic circle. Lectures by Academician Ma attracted many people from abroad to fly, to Jiangjing specifically. The Su family had been rising rapidly over the last 6 months, directly cooperating with the railway and cultural tourism officials. The Qi family wanted to use this opportunity to sound a warning bell for Su Wenyao to show that one doesn't just enter this circle by wishing to. Without the Qi family, the Su family really would be helpless. I know, Qi Shuyun said indifferently, sitting aside and sipping her tea. Both were quite composed at the start. As time edged closer to 2 o'clock, Qi Shuyun was becoming visibly restless. Dad. Mr. Qi also frowned. Although he knew of Ji Mulan, he had never considered the Ji family a threat, as they were nothing compared to the Qi family. Chapter 365, 140 Su Wenyao's Opportunity. By Lien invites President U_3, he felt that the Su family would know who was truly important to them, and that Su Wenyao would eventually compromise for the sake of the ticket. Just wait a bit longer. Qi father was always able to remain calm. Qi Shuyun had no choice but to sit down again. Ding, the clock in the study struck 2 o'clock exactly, and Su Wenyao still had not arrived. Not even a phone call. Dad! Qi Shuyun stood up. Qi father's face also darkened. This ticket was supposed to be an opportunity to get closer to the Su family. Unexpectedly, Su Wenyao was really that stubborn. Downstairs, the time had already passed. The old lady's complexion also grew gloomy. For the sake of that woman, Su In moved out of the Su family's old house, and now Su Wenyao was also missing out on the ticket because of the Ji family. She stood up, looked towards Mrs. Qi, and said solemnly, Don't worry, they'll give an explanation to Shuyun about this matter. Old madam, I know you have Shuyun's best interests at heart, Mrs. Qi said with narrowed eyes. We want to attend the wedding the day after tomorrow. I hope you can understand. Su In's second marriage. and the partner is an unknown person. Though the wedding was grand, some people would go out of respect for Suwon, while others couldn't be bothered to pay homage. The Chi family looked down on these social circles, but Mrs. Chi and Chi Shuyun were still planning to go. After all, after Chi Shuyun married into the Su family, Ji Mulan would be her mother-in-law, at least partially. Mrs. Chi also planned to accompany Chi Shuyun to give the Su family some face and to put some pressure on Ji Mulan. However, Mrs. Chi was now very dissatisfied with Su Wenyo's attitude. She decided not to attend the wedding and would not let Chi Shuyun go either. Science and Technology Museum. The lecture by academician Ma was about to conclude. The last part was the question and answer session. Bai Lian arrived late and had no seat, so she stood in the corner with Tang Ming and Ning Xiao. Jiang Fulai had left after accompanying Bai Lian to the exhibit, as he had put aside a pile of work to find Bai Lian. Accompanying her to dinner was manageable, but attending academician Ma's lecture was unnecessary. There were people in the back rows, and Bai Lian, holding her phone, put on her Bluetooth headset when the Q&A started. Her phone lit up, and she casually swiped to check it. It was Jian Zhongyo. Dean Jian. Screenshot. The screenshot showed a conversation with Pu Xiaoan, who said she was in Jiangjing. Dean Jian. A simple question mark, inquiring why she didn't visit him while she was in Jiangjing. By Jian. Dean Jian. Location. Dean Jian. There's a small student performance the day after tomorrow. Want to come see it? Classical Music Ensemble. He sent the location of Jiangjing Music Academy. He also sent Bai Lian a photo. A group shot of classical instruments at the venue with over a dozen gushings, and besides these, there were gyukins, flutes, pipas. These instruments, played by students who had practiced for a long time, along with arrangements and direction by the tutors. Just imagining it told you how good it would sound. Jian Zhongyo was arranging music for Yin Lu, and Bai Lian wanted to find an opportunity to thank him. But the day after tomorrow was really not possible, coinciding with Su In's wedding, so she honestly replied that she didn't have time. Dean Jian was speechless. Dean Jian, today? He was asking her out to meet today. With no classes in the evening, Bai Lian thought for a moment and didn't refuse. The lecture hall was very quiet. After messaging Tang Ming and Ning Xiao, she quietly slipped away from the back. Sitting in the front row, academician Ma, who was listening to other teachers answer questions, watched Bai Lian sneak out early. And he could only sit there, powerless, academician Ma, Jiangjing Music Academy. Upon receiving Bai Lian's address, Jian Zhongyo quickly stood up from his seat, holding his phone as he walked out, excitement faintly visible on his face. People he encountered along the way would nod and smile at him. His mood was obviously very good. When he met two girls in gowns on the road, Jian Zhongyo nodded to them and asked, "Are you participating in the performance the day after tomorrow?" The two girls, not expecting Dean Jian to greet them first, bowed and said, "Yes, Dean Jian." Dean Jian recognized one of them who played the White Robe Journey. He himself was famous for playing that piece, and the Bai Lian he was about to meet could play it too. He then smiled at her, "Good luck," and with hands clasped behind his back, he hummed an unknown tune as he walked out. After he left, the girl in the purple gown excitedly turned to her companion. She had noticed that the last comment from Dean Jian was directed at Bai Xiaoqi. "Xiaoqi, do you know Dean Jian? He actually greeted you. Has he been paying attention to you for long? Does he want to take you on as his last disciple?" At the entrance, Mrs. Song, wearing a coat, walked inside, hearing the girl's last remark. "Look at this, what's going on? The last disciple?" Chapter 366. 141 went to Jeju Lake to pick up Ji Hung, afraid to become the most explosive news. Second update. _1. Bai Qiming had already returned to Beicheng, as Song Min was still at the Buyuan base. Madame Song had not yet gone back. She took the opportunity to celebrate the new year in Jiangjing. Upon learning that Bai Xiaoqi was selected for the school's gala performance, Madame Song would find time to watch her. Today, with Song Min visiting the Yin family for dinner, Madame Song specially came to pick up Bai Xiaoqi. Those who could study at the Jiangjing Music Academy all came from impressive family backgrounds. Bai Xiaoqi's background was relatively modest among these people, and her fellow students were not particularly warm to her. This was the first time Madame Song saw a student actively clinging to Bai Xiaoqi's arm. Bai Xiaoqi, stunned, heard this and looked towards Madame Song. Steadying herself, I just happened to run into Dean Jian. I saw as well, Madame Song sighed. She had seen Dean Jian leaving as she came in, but could not find an opportunity to get to know him. The girl in the purple dress smiled as she exchanged contact information with Bai Xiaoqi. When you become Dean Jian's student, don't forget about me, okay? Having said this, she waved her phone at Bai Xiaoqi and left. You, Dean Jian's student? Madame Song's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Bai Xiaoqi in astonishment. She had assumed they were discussing Dean Jian's disciples because, after all, Bai Xiaoqi had failed to secure her previous academic ambitions. Just now, Dean Jian took the initiative to greet me. Bai Xiaoqi spoke up, her unsettled heart in these past days now beginning to calm down. Madame Song exhaled, pondering silently. She was to pick up Song Min from the Buyuan base and bring him back to the Yin family. Song Min had been very silent on the way, but since he was always aloof, neither Bai Xiaoqi nor Madame Song suspected anything. At the Yin family's home, hearing the news about Dean Jian, Mr. Yin also made a special trip back. Xiaoqi, that's very impressive, he praised with a smile. Bai Xiaoqi went upstairs to change clothes. I will go watch Xiaoqi's performance the day after tomorrow. Madame Song had been struggling with the Su family and Bai Xiaoqi. After all, the Su family had now reached heights that the Song family could not. However, important as the Su family was, it did not outweigh Bai Xiaoqi's position in Madame Song's heart at the moment. Fortunately, she had calmed down and broken off the engagement with Bai Lian at that time. Mom, Song Min, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. Bai Lian is also at the Buyuan base. Oh, Madame Song, as usual, responded indifferently to the mention of Bai Lian's name. After saying this, she realized what Song Min meant. She's at the Buyuan base? How'd she get in there? Through the Su family. Madame Song was well aware of Bai Lian's past cheating incident in the humanities class. As I mentioned last time, the person who got full marks in math, that's her, Song Min said, looking out the window. Full marks in math. Madame Song thought it was unbelievable. Bai Lian's notorious reputation for lack of study in Beicheng was well known. When Bai Lian left the Bai family, Madame Song decisively chose Bai Xiaoqi as a swift solution to the messy situation. Now, with Song Min saying that Bai Lian scored full marks in math, Madame Song's first instinct was that it was impossible. But, Buyuan base, what kind of place is it? If Song Min wasn't certain that Bai Lian had scored full marks, he would never have brought it up to her. Full marks, that means she scored even higher than you? Madame Song asked, still stunned. Song Min's expression remained cool as he added, but she didn't do as well as I did in the comprehensive science section. He was second in comprehensive science, with Ning Xiao in the first place, so Bai Lian definitely wouldn't have scored higher than him. Well, that's a relief. Madame Song felt a slight ease like Song Min before. With just over 100 days left until the college entrance examination, work hard and don't be careless next time. Before today, Madame Song might have felt a tinge of regret hearing Bai Lian's score. But now, with Bai Xiaoqi personally greeted by Dean Jian, Madame Song felt that, in comparison, Bai Xiaoqi was a more worthy investment. A disciple of Dean Jian, her future in the art world would be like looking down from a mountain peak. She could then be compared to Bai Xiaoqi, but Madame Song also felt a bit of regret. Full marks in math. Thankfully, her comprehensive science was less than perfect. Otherwise, she would have felt anguished. And she wondered if Bai Qiming knew about this. The Jiangjing Music Academy was not far from the Science and Technology Museum. Knowing she was at the Science and Technology Museum, Dean Jian sent her an address. It was an old restaurant, also in Chang'an District. Bai Lian started searching for directions on the map. Before she found the route, Assistant Su called. His voice was very respectful. Miss Bai, do you have time tonight? No, Bai Lian explained. I have an appointment with someone. Assistant Su heard the sound of the museum's loudspeakers. Are you at the Science and Technology Museum? I happen to be nearby. It's just a few minutes' drive. Where do you need to go? I can take you there. Balian looked at the bus, which would take at least an hour to ride. Chapter 367. 141 went to Jeju Lake to pick up Ji Hung, afraid to become the most explosive news. Second update. Underscore 2, she was afraid to keep Dean Jian waiting for long, so she didn't refuse. On the other end of the phone, in the car, Su Shujia, who was sitting in the back seat, was already quite irritable and now looked at Zu's assistant in shock. You're taking her? Su In's wedding is the day after tomorrow. Su Shujia's usual car had been sent for cleaning and maintenance. Tonight, Su In had gathered the whole family for dinner, and Su Shujia was going too, so she just hitched a ride with Zu's assistant. She hadn't expected that Zu's assistant would actually go out of his way to drop off Balian. Yes, if you have something to do, you can get off. They'll have someone else pick you up, Zu's assistant politely replied. Su Shujia had never met Balian, though Su In had told her about her many times. She didn't have any impression of Balian, but she knew Zu's assistant. He was Su In's close confidant and rarely showed such politeness to other people. Even towards her, his attitude was always proper. Now, he was being so polite to Ji Mulan's daughter. Su Shujia found it inconceivable. She lifted her hand, subtly saying, "No need, I'll go too." At that moment, she finally became a bit curious about Balian and wanted to know why Zu's assistant was so polite to her. Within a few minutes, the car arrived at the edge of the Technology Museum. The Technology Museum was a famous spot for checking in Jiangjing, and Su Shujia figured Balian was probably their check-in. Her gaze swept around, and she immediately saw a girl standing by the road, wearing a snow-white layered woolen vest. Her jet-black hair was loosely tied up with a hairpin, with a few strands swaying in the wind by her ear. She also wore a Bluetooth headset on her ear. Her eyes were cast down, her left hand holding a phone, her right hand casually swiping across the screen. Was she playing a game? The car stopped, and the girl, facing away from the sun, lazily looked up. Her entire face was revealed, and the Technology Museum behind her, shining like a sapphire, instantly became mere background to her presence. Su Shujia had long heard from old Madame Su about Balian. Su In had previously wanted Balian to retake her studies in Jiangjing, and her grades weren't good. Ji Mulan had also spoken briefly about Balian, which led Su Shujia to have a very average impression of her. But seeing her now, she thought that indeed, very few people could resist beauty, and her impression of Balian improved. Zu's assistant quickly got out of the car and, very obsequiously, opened the passenger door for Balian as she raised her hand. "Miss Bai, please watch your head." His voice was respectful, but he didn't introduce Su Shujia to Balian. After all, even Su In didn't dare to be too presumptuous with Balian, and it wasn't certain yet whether Balian would acknowledge the connection with the Su family, so Zu's assistant didn't dare to introduce her rashly. Su Shujia, who was waiting for an introduction to say a few words to Balian, was speechless. Zu's assistant then returned to the driver's seat. "Miss Bai, where would you like to go?" Balian fastened her seatbelt, without removing her Bluetooth headset, leaned back in her seat, tapped on the address sent by Dean Jian, and said casually, "Qingxin Building." There was only one Qingxin building in Jiangjing, exclusive to members. Zu's assistant had been there. Su In sometimes met distinguished guests there, so he wasn't surprised by Balian heading there. But Su Shujia, sitting in the back seat, took another look at Balian. Balian, sitting in the passenger seat, was still focused on listening to specialist English terminology, occasionally recalling key points explained by academician. She knew someone in the back seat was watching her. But having been the subject of so much attention, Balian didn't care and just leisurely swiped on her phone screen. 20 minutes later, the car pulled up outside Qingxin Building. Balian unbuckled her seatbelt, got out of the car, and slightly bowed to thank Zu's assistant. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Zu's assistant said something that would make Director Chen want to hit him. "If you need a ride back later, just call me." "Okay." Balian closed the passenger door and walked into Qingxin Building. Qingxin Building was essentially a private club. It was well heated inside. The front desk receptionist, clad in a delicate cheongsam, saw Bai Lian, came forward with a smile, and greeted her with a bow. "Hello. Do you have a reservation?" Bai Lian, holding her phone, reported the private room number Winter 08. Winter 08 was a private room reserved for VIP guests. The receptionist's demeanor became even more respectful. "Are you Miss Bai?" Bai Lian nodded. "Miss Bai, this way, please." The front desk led her to the elevator, gently reminding, "Watch your step." Outside, after Bai Lian got out of the car, Su Shuja squinted at her retreating figure, pondering with a hint of speculation. Why isn't she eating the reunion dinner tonight? What's she doing here? Who has she arranged to meet with here? Does the Ji family still have acquaintances in Jiangjing? I don't know. Zu's assistant didn't want to divulge too much about Bai Lian, just as his phone rang. It was Su-in calling, his voice laced with a smile. "Could you pick up Uncle Ji and the others? After dinner tonight, have Uncle Ji run through the rehearsal. There was a reunion dinner tonight." "Okay." Zu's assistant hung up the phone, then dialed Ji Xiaojun, glancing at the rearview mirror. "I have to pick up the old Mr. Ji and the others. It might be a bit far." Su Shuji knew that Ji Xiaojun and his party were going fishing. Fishing spots in Jiangjing were basically in the suburbs. It would be a 1 or 2 hour drive. Having her patience exhausted accompanying Zu's assistant to the Qingxin building, Su Shuja opened the car door and stepped out. "Okay, you go ahead. They'll have someone come to pick me up." Zu's assistant looked at Su Shuja with an apologetic glance. Then he continued to call Ji Xiaojun. "Su Shuja, so why was Zu's assistant so respectful towards the Ji family?" Su Shuja stood there, deep in thought. Su-in and Su Wenyao could be said to be polite. But Zu's assistant was a slick operator, an old hand at playing to the crowd. In the car, Ji Xiaojun sent Zu's assistant the address. Zu's assistant opened it, intending to set up navigation. But at the sight of the address, he suddenly felt dazed, rubbed his eyes, believing he must have read it wrong. Looking at it again, the map still displayed those 5 characters, Jeju Lake back in trance. The area was indicated as Xinjiang District. Zu's assistant calmly started the car. When he drove onto Zir Avenue, then onto a smaller road, and finally stopped at the back entrance of Jeju Lake, Zu's assistant looked up at the gate stunned, so it really was this place. The front half was a popular tourist attraction open to the public, the back half a private spot. Born and raised in Jiangjing, Zu's assistant felt for the first time that he was unsophisticated. Could one actually ice fish here? Zu's assistant got out of the car to message Ji Xiaojun, saying he had arrived. Then he waited quietly at the back entrance for the Ji family to come out. In less than 10 minutes, a lively group emerged from inside. Chief Chun carried a big fish, handing it to Ji Xiaojun with regret. "I have to deliver this fish to the old master. I don't have time today, otherwise I'd definitely drink a few more with you." Ji Hung blew out a smoke ring, the other hand holding a fishing basket, his eyes squinted. "Well, drink the day after tomorrow." Today, he seemed to be in a very good mood. "Right?" Chief Chen's eyes brightened. He remembered Su-in's wedding the day after tomorrow. "The day after tomorrow is a joyous occasion. They'll drink my fill with you." At the gate, Zu's assistant's mind was wiped clean in an instant, leaving only 2 thoughts. 1. Chief Chen actually returned to Jiangjing. 2. Chief Chun. He's going to attend Su-in's wedding the day after tomorrow. Members of the Chun family were rarely seen across these several districts. The wedding the day after tomorrow. That should be the biggest news in Mingfeng district this year, right? Zu's assistant stood there stunned. Chapter 368. The 142 Vanishing Pickup God. Honored guest _1 Director Chen was chatting with Ji Hung when Ji Xiaojun thanked Zu's assistant. "Assistant Su, thank you for making the trip." Su-in had wanted to properly entertain the Ji family this time. However, he had not found the right opportunity. As their departure was drawing near, it was only Su Wenyao who had taken them to visit a museum once, and today they had specifically asked Assistant Su to pick them up. Assistant Su said earnestly, "Please don't say that. Uncle, The day after tomorrow, I'll find someone to drink a few more glasses with you. Director Chun lifted a big fish out of the fishing basket and placed it beside Ji Hung. You can make a fish head hot pot when you get back. Their catch this afternoon hadn't been plentiful. Most of Director Chin's catch were small fish, which he had released. The two big fish were distributed, one for Ji Hung and one to take back to the Chun family. During the New Year period, Director Chin dared not drink too much. He thought to himself that he must find someone to accompany Ji Hung and drink a few extra glasses. After sending Ji Hung off in the car, Director Chun stood on the spot, waving towards the direction of the car, standing tall and straight. Assistant Sue, glancing in the rearview mirror, felt very stiff, being seen off by Director Chun for the first time. This sense of oppression was stronger than Sue In pouring him tea. Of course, he had no desire for Sue In to pour him tea. Only when Director Chun was no longer visible in the rearview mirror did Assistant Sue let out a sigh of relief. At the entrance of Jeju Lake, having seen off Ji Hung, Director Chun pulled out his phone and browsed through his contacts, searching for someone. Ming Donghung could drink, but he was not around. Chun Jingyu could also hold his alcohol, but he was not up to it, and Chun Beixian could drink as well, but who dared to invite her? He scrolled through a list of people. Some could drink, but had no connection, so it would be awkward to ask them. Director Chun opened Ji Shan's WeChat. Where is Sue In from? Truth be told, Director Chun had not really heard about the Su family in Jiangjing. In the rush to return to Jiangjing, he hadn't bothered with the affairs of the Su family. After all, he couldn't even find the time to meet Miss Bai. Ji Xiaojun replied quickly. Mingfeng District? Mingfeng District? That was a bit remote. Director Chun truly didn't know many people from Mingfeng District. After much thought, an idea finally struck him. This is good, he can drink. Director Chun scrolled to a name. He had some dealings with this person. Before his assignment to Xiangqing, this person had worked under him for 2 years. Thinking this, he sent a message, inviting him to a wedding banquet the day after tomorrow. Conveniently, this person was also from Mingfeng District. Qingxin Building. The Winter 08 private room was very traditional. On the right side was a low table with tea sets. A barely scenable incense was lit, sending up ethereal curls of smoke. On the left stood an 8-panel screen. Would you like to listen to some music first? The waiter served the snacks and tea and then handed the menu of musical pieces to Bai Lian. Bai Lian took it, glanced briefly, and tapped a slender finger on one of the pieces. The waiter looked down. Ambush from 10 sides? There was nothing wrong with this piece. Others had requested it too. It was just that the waiter was somewhat surprised for such a beautiful and gentle young lady to choose such an intense piece. Still, the well-trained waiter left to make arrangements. Bai Lian took off her cloak and lazily sat cross-legged at the low table. She lowered her head, used a teaspoon to put tea leaves into the teapot, while the water nearby was already boiling. Her articulate fingers rested on the handle, pouring the boiling water into the pot. The tea leaves rose and fell 3 times before slowly settling to the bottom. The woman carrying the pipa entered the Winter 08 room and even paused at the entrance. She looked at the girl inside brewing tea and felt as if she had stepped into the boudoir of nobility from another era. Bai Lian slightly turned her head and smiled at the woman, gesturing with one hand in an inviting please motion. The clear sound of the pipa began to play from behind screen. After brewing the tea, Bai Lian poured a cup for herself and one for Principal Jian who hadn't arrived yet, then took out her phone to snap a photo. By student? Image, Teacher Jiang. Question mark. Bai Lian sent the photo and then ignored him. All the way, Principal Jian wondered what to say when he met Bai Lian. He knew she was a high school student. They hadn't talked much online, and there was a decades-wide generation gap between them. It wasn't until the waiter opened the door that he saw, through a thin veil of smoke, the girl sitting cross-legged at the low table. Principal Jian, Bai Lian stood up to greet him. The zither music was very zen-like for Principal Jian, and although the technique in Bai Lian's previous video wasn't extraordinary, Principal Jian was someone who had studied the white robe journey to the core. He could hear the sorrowful resonance in it. Making friends through the zither, this sense of musical resonance was something others could not comprehend. "Did you brew this tea?" Principal Jian sat opposite Bai Lian, looking at the color of the brew with surprise. Bai Lian listened to the pipa indifferently. Yep. It was their first meeting, yet they felt like old friends. Chapter 369. The 142 Vanishing Picker God. Valued guest _2. What are you doing in Jiangjing? Dean Jian asked her. Bai Lian sipped her tea. Advanced studies for the college entrance exam next year. Dean Jian gave her another look. You're planning to take the entrance exam for Jiangjing University, and your teacher isn't saying anything about it? Dean Jian knew she must have a highly skilled teacher, which is why he never considered taking her as a student. He only hoped she would take over the position of the Guzheng sect leader, and with it, the title of chief. Bai Lian thought for a moment, knowing he must be referring to Mr. Qingjio. He doesn't have the time, because he had to perform at the Imperial Palace every day, cursing and swearing. Sometimes the consorts of Emperor Jiang, one would insist that he compose a special piece just for them. As a result, Mr. Qingjio had grown so irritable with the Guzheng that when Bai Lian now read about the modest gentleman that teacher Qingjio was portrayed as in history books, it felt very dissonant. Besides, he might look at a Guzheng now and just want to curse. Dean Jian, so you're just as rebellious as your teacher, huh? He took a sip of tea and said mercilessly as the pipa music ended, "Anyway, you want past the Jiangjing University entrance exam." After he spoke, he sneezed. Dean Jian then instructed someone to turn up the heating inside. Bai Lian had her own understanding of the Guzheng, having been taught by the historically famous Qingjio. Most of her understanding of the instrument was imparted by Qingjio, whose insight into the Guzheng was unrecorded by history. The more they talked, the more Dean Jian felt he had to get her to the music academy. "You're from Xiangqing, right?" Bai Lian nodded. After some thought, Dean Jian remembered he had recently come across videos of various tourist attractions in Xiangqing. It was winter break, and many college students were passing through to shoot puppet theaters, which had become a cultural phenomenon during the Lunar New Year period. Even Dean Jian had seen the videos. After his meeting with Bai Lian, Dean Jian was ready to send her back. Once in the car, the driver respectfully asked Bai Lian where she wanted to go. "Buyuan Base," Bai Lian said, opening an English reader. Before the chauffeur could respond, it was Dean Jian who was caught off guard. "Where?" "Buyuan Base," Bai Lian replied politely. Dean Jian, who clearly knew what Buyuan Base was at a loss for words after Bai Lian got out of the car at Buyuan Base. Only then did the driver look at her figure in surprise. "Dean Jian, is she really the next chief you picked?" "I'd like to think so, but she's not willing," Dean Jian replied as he took out his cell phone and instructed other people in the institution not to schedule anything for him in the coming months. He was going on vacation. Startled by Dean Jian's words, the driver gasped. Dean Jian was a seasoned official of the National Arts Department and a figurehead of classical music in the country. He had been involved in arranging music for state reception-level events. His skill level was high, but his cultural image was even higher. He represented domestic classical culture, comparable in some ways to the president of Jiangjing University. How many in the music academy were vying to become the favored disciples of Dean Jian? And yet there were those who weren't interested. Yinshao Hotel. Ji Hung delivered the fish to the hotel staff to make a fish head dish and then went on to walk through the handover process for the day after tomorrow with Su In. Ji Mulan's first wedding was an event Ji Hung had not attended. Ji Shane's wedding hadn't been such a grand affair, and Ji Hung had sat quietly during Ji Shaorong's wedding. The process was quite simple. Su Shujia sat at the table next to them with a laptop, waiting for the food to arrive while working. Ji Xiaojun and Shun Qing sat beside Ji Mulan, with Shun Qing peeling sunflower seeds and pocketing 2 pieces of fruit, earning a sideway glance from Ji Mulan. Zu's assistant was discussing details with the host. When Su Wenyao arrived, just as the dishes were served, after greeting Ji Xiaojun and the others, He sat down next to Su Shujie. Su Shujie, who had been buried in work, finally lifted her head. She wanted to mention something about the Qi family, but considering the presence of the Ji family members, she held back. After Ji Hung and the others finished the process, they came over to eat. Su In stood up and raised his glass to Ji Hung and Ji Xiaojun, speaking earnestly. Mulan is in my care now. You two can rest assured. The group didn't drink much that evening, just a few light toasts. Su Shujie tried a piece of the fish head and was surprised. This fish is actually quite good. The just finished assistant beside her. How could it not be? It's from Jiayu Lake, caught by Director Chun. After dinner, when Ji Hung and the others were sent back to their rooms, Su Shujie finally turned to Su Wenyao. Your grandmother threw a tantrum at home because you didn't go to the Qi family this afternoon. I didn't go. Su Wenyao got up, ready to head back to his room to rest. Novel Kuli 0. WP. com/WuxiaWorld. Site/chapter 370. The 142 Vanishing Pickup God. Honored guest _ 3 the day after tomorrow. He also has to receive guests, so he hasn't gone home and has booked a room at the hotel. Brother, you should also manage him. Su Shu sighed. Shuyun is a bit willful, but don't because of Ji incur a great loss over a small matter. Do you not know how important that ticket is to him? Su Shujie really didn't understand. If it were for some other important affair to have a falling out with the Qi family, that would be one thing. But it was precisely because of the Ji family's affair. In her opinion, 100 Ji families could not compare to the Qi family. Ji Mulan merely stood to the side, unaware of any ticket's significance. But she was also aware that this was a field beyond her reach, and upon hearing Su Shujie's meaningful words, paused for a moment, somewhat understanding why recently the old Mrs. Su had repeatedly expressed dissatisfaction with the wedding. Suin pulled out a cigarette. This is not incurring a great loss over a small matter. This isn't considered. Su Shujie frowned. Auntie, Su Wenyao interjected, stopping her. He looked at Su Shujie. I went to the lecture this afternoon. What? Su Wenyao drew a carefully preserved blue ticket, gave her a glance at it. Academician Moss lecture. I attended it. Suin was also startled by this ticket. Where did you get this? The academic lecture in the science and research community was not one could just decide to attend. Alien gave it to me, Su Wenyao said softly. Su Shujie realized who this person was, extremely shocked. How did she get hold of the ticket? When Suin heard it was Bai Lian, he was stunned for a while, then nodded and calmed down. No wonder. Bai Lian always knew many odd and unexpected people. If it were her, then Suin wouldn't find it strange. After all, that was the person even Director Chen would call Miss Bai. Let alone getting hold of tickets, Su In thought. Now, that Bai Lian knew that academician Ma, he wouldn't find it strange either. Su Shujie felt in the afternoon that Zu's assistant had a very strange attitude towards the Ji family, and now seeing Su In's reaction, she was even more astonished. What on earth are the people from the Ji family? After she went back, she had someone show her Ji Mulan's information again, graduated from Beijing University, from Xianqing. She turned it over and over, but didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Su In's wedding day. It was the last day of courses at Buyuan Base, and Bai Lian and her two companions were earnestly listening to a lecture. The day after tomorrow is the Lunar New Year, and Buyuan Base would be on holiday too. The wedding ceremony was at 11:18, and Bai Lian and her group just needed to arrive before 11. During the lecture break, the professor sat above. Tang Ming went to the restroom with Wang Su, and the girl seated in the middle turned back to see the left side of Bai Lian was empty, then slowly approached. Bai Lian, with her chin propped up, was lazily flipping through a review, and upon hearing some noise, she slightly raised her eyes. She raised an eyebrow at Su Jiue, both her eyes and brows tinged with indolence. Hello, I'm Su Jiue. My brother is Su Wenyao. Su Jiue introduced herself in a soft voice. She held up her phone, wanting to add Bai Lian on WeChat. Su Jiue? Bai Lian had known this name for a long time, but Only now did she learn that she was actually Su Wenyo's sister. Bai Lian had a rather good impression of Su Jiue, who was quiet and unassuming. The other time, she had even wanted to give Bai Lian the math modeling Liang Wuyu and others had done. Bai Lian took out her phone, scrolled to the QR code, and let Su Jiue add her. Su Jiue left, excited. Another person was added on her phone. Bai Lian didn't pay much attention until she put down her phone to continue reading the review. Jiue, Jiue, sister, you're awesome. Jiue, you can actually do math modeling with Senior He1. Jiue, #@ %**. Bai Lian stared at the message for several seconds before slowly, and with some hesitation, tapping on the person's avatar. The latest moment in their circle of friends was from the day before yesterday. Wildboar shocked. JPG, Su Wenyao commented. 6. Bai Lian went back, finally confirming that the person who typed such noisy text was indeed the seemingly quiet Su Jiue. Jiue, sis, aren't you attending the wedding today? Bai Lian, I'm attending. My car is here. Let's go together. Bai Lian, it'll go later. Jiue, okay then. Lian sis, what's wrong with you? Tang Ming, who was talking to Wang Su about something, came back and saw Bai Lian looking at her phone. Her usually calm expression seemed a bit off, so he couldn't help asking. Song Min couldn't help but look over upon hearing Tang Ming's question. Nothing. Bai Lian put down her phone and continued to read her review paper. Tang Ming sat down next to Bai Lian, and Wang Su took a seat next to Tang Ming. He talked to Tang Ming. The math physics god hasn't made any moves for a while now. That stuff's killing a bunch of people. Don't worry. She must be busy, Tang Ming spoke up. Right. She's probably like Senior He1, spending every day in the lab, Wang Su sighed. Tang Ming, it's also possible she was off brushing up on biology and chemistry, then practicing piano and free. By the way, what's your username on the app? Wang Su took out his phone, opened the app. Let's all follow each other. Everyone mostly used their real names. Wang Su searched for and followed Tang Ming and Ning Xiao. Then, after thinking for a bit, he searched for Bai Lian, but found nothing. Not there? Wang Su found it odd. In the Buyuan base publicity office. Jiang Fulai lounged on the sofa, wearing loose-knit clothing and looking completely at ease. In his hand was a black pen, and his lightly draped legs supported several documents. Jiang, he was sitting on the side, fiddling with a new Rubik's Cube. Director Chen sat across from Jiang Fulai, extremely uneasy. With Bai Lian not around, he couldn't ignore the pressure emanating from Jiang Fulai. Who in Xinjiang district would believe it, that young Master Jiang was waiting here for someone after class? 10 minutes later, Director Chen could no longer sit still. He got up with some trepidation. Jiang, young Master Jiang. Jiang Fulai stretched out a hand and tossed the document he had finished reading onto the coffee table. Speak. I was thinking of helping Uncle Ji with something. Director Chen stood there. Without thinking, he dragged Ji Hung into it. They're getting married today. Surely they must be swamped. If I go, I can help out with the preparations. He had dropped off Jiang He in the morning to find Jiang Fulai, and then came together to find Bai Lian. He thought Bai Lian would be there as soon as he arrived. Director Chen had no idea that scam prevention had gotten so serious. Bai Lian was still in class, and they had to wait for about an hour. Jiang He, out of all consideration, who dares to face Jiang Fulai alone for an hour? Go ahead. Jiang Fulai lifted his head momentarily. Director Chen hurriedly left the room. After departing the publicity office, Director Chen took a breath of relief, finally feeling refreshed as he sat in his car and fastened his seatbelt. Before driving off, he made a phone call. Shin Min, have you set off yet? Chapter 371, 143 Wedding Banquet, Unexpected Guest, Part 2. _1 on the other side of the phone, the voice was very respectful. Mr. Chen, I was just about to leave. Fine, I've sent you the address, Director Chen said, and then hung up the phone. It's just that he had no spare invitations. Director Chen didn't contact Su In. He only sent a message to Bai Lian to inquire about the invitation. Bai Lian was in class at the moment, and he didn't dare to call her. 1 minute later, Miss Bai, 1. Only after getting a reply did Director Chen start the car and leave. Bai Lian and Ning Xiao's group of 3 didn't leave until nearly 10 o'clock. Where are you going? Wang Su was unaware that they intended to leave early. Today is the last day. Something came up. Tang Ming spoke for the other 2, patting Wang Su on the shoulder. We're going to a wedding. Remember to send us the recording. Sure, Wang Su nodded vigorously, patting his chest. Today's lecture is on physics, Pei Qin's specialty. He'll make sure he prepares it well for you guys. Thanks. Tang Ming punched his arm. Yu Guang saw Bai Lian and Ning Xiao walking away and immediately grabbed his backpack to catch up. Chang'an District was separated from the Yinxiao Hotel by a Xinjiang district, and if traffic was bad, it could take more than an hour to get there. By the time they went downstairs, Jiang Fulai and Jiang He were already waiting in the car. Professor Jiang. Upon seeing Jiang Fulai, Tang Ming and Ning Xiao instinctively straightened their backs. Jiang Fulai responded indifferently. Then his gaze shifted to Bai Lian. Are you really going back tonight? Yes. Bai Lian had already packed her things, leaning lazily against the chair back. Speaking to Jiang Fulai, I have to rush back before the new year. It's a bit hurried. Flying from Jiangjing to Beicheng took half a day, and a train from Beicheng to Xiangqing also took 12 hours. Initially, Su En thought about having the Ji family stay in Jiangjing for the new year. But Ji Heng and Ji Xiaojun disagreed. Not to mention them, Ning Xiao and Tang Ming also need to hurry back for the new year, as they had no relatives in Jiangjing. Today, because there were many people, Jiang Fulai had a stretch executive car brought out. Bai Lian sat in one row with him, while behind them was a booth seat where Jiang He and Ning Xiao sat, eating fruit. When Bai Lian mentioned going back, Jiang He, who was being fed grapes by Tang Ming, immediately crawled over and leaned behind Jiang Fulai's seat, staring at Bai Lian. He was pushed away by a finger from Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai's fingertips rested on a folder, though he hadn't flipped through a single page, only calmly calculating the time. There's no need to rush. But there's not enough time. Will UN base also finish today? They had a flight at 9 o'clock tonight to Beicheng, and from there they would have to catch an early morning train to Xiangqing the following day, arriving only in the evening. Jiang Fulai tapped the folder intermittently, his expression cool, his voice clear and distinct. Leave at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. I just happen to be going back to the lab for a bit. Bai Lian, that really is just right. She leisurely took out her phone to call Su Wenyao. Su Wenyao took a minute to answer the phone. Hello? Alien, it's a bit noisy, and I didn't hear. Are you there yet? Not yet, Bai Lian said unhurriedly. I have one guest here without an invitation. Could you help me check on it when the time comes? Without an invitation, what's his name? Su Wenyao inquired. Surname Shun, called Shun Min. Su Wenyao wrote down the name on a sticky note. Okay, I got it. Yinxiao Hotel, wedding venue. Ji Mulan was getting married from the hotel, taking a round to Su In's new house, and then returning to the hotel's wedding venue at this time. The guests were arriving one by one, with Su In and Su Wenyao both outside greeting the guests. Su In had invited all his staff in Jiangjing to the event, plus some friends from the industry, classmates, and relatives, totaling several hundreds of people. Even if the greetings started at 9 o'clock and he met 3 or 4 people a minute, it would still take 3 hours. The hotel was clearly well-versed in handling such a large event, assigning 20 hosts and dozens of servers, making it seem not too busy. Madame Su arrived not too late either. She arrived at the wedding venue at 10 o'clock, assisted by the Su family butler, sitting majestically in the main seat at the table set up under the stage for the wedding. Ji Mulan was getting her makeup done in the back. She heard that Madame Su had arrived. She went forward to greet her, and surprisingly, she too was nervous. Madame Su, why have you come? She had thought that Madame Su wouldn't come today. The wrinkles on Madame Zu's face were deep, exuding an intimidating presence that made people reluctant to look directly at her. She didn't respond to Ji Mulan, scanning the room instead. Haven't seen the person yet. She had come so early just to wait for Bai Lian. With the day so lively and the setting so grand, Madame Su felt that Bai Lian and her company would arrive very early. which is why she had come in advance. Butler Su swept a glance at Ji Mulan and respectfully bowed. She hasn't come. Ji Mulan had known all along about Madame Zu's attitude and didn't mind. If Madame Su had easily accepted her, she would have suspected something fishy. Madame, people from the Su clan walked around to greet Madame Su, then looked towards Ji Mulan. Congratulations. Madame Su looked at the other party and spoke indifferently. Uncle, please sit here. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's have a chat. The Su family uncle glanced at the main table and hesitated. Madame Su looked down and noticed the groom's and bride's parents' table sign in the middle of the table. She raised her eyes, signaling Butler Su with a glance. Butler Su immediately removed the two signs. They were replaced with groom's table, and under this table, the sign for bride's table was set up. Sit, Madame Su said, looking towards the uncle, who now sat down at the groom's table without hesitation and with a smile. There was nothing to hesitate about. If this had been the Chi family, the Su family members would have been cautious. But now it was the Ji family. Madame Su and the others all knew what kind of person Ji Mulan was. For Ji Mulan's father to want to sit at a table with Madame Su would indeed be a step down. Ji Mulan pressed her lips together, standing aside. Just then, Ji Hung and Ji Xiaojun, among others, had just arrived at the wedding site. It was said that this was the bride's relative, and Ji Hung was the bride's father. The etiquette lady led Ji Hung to Madame Zu's table, while Ji Xiaojun and Shun Qing sat at the table behind. Ji Hung held a smoking pipe. Today, he was wearing a black robe with the character for fortune, looking festive, and his presence was not overshadowed by the Su family members dressed in their fine suits. Madame Su was lowering her head, turning a string of Buddha beads in her right hand, her expression cold and indifferent, not lifting her eyelids. "Excuse me," Butler Su said with a smile, while turning over the sign on the table towards Ji Hung and the etiquette lady. "This is the groom's table. The bride's table is in the back." He indicated the table where Ji Xiaojun sat, speaking politely. But Ji Mulan had not opted for a traditional Chinese wedding. Her hair was only half done, and her complexion was somewhat dark. She wanted to say something to Butler Su. She was stopped by Ji Hung. "It's fine." Ji Hung turned and sat down next to Ji Xiaojun, lifting his chin towards Ji Mulan. "Go on with what you're doing. Don't mention it to Su In." Ji Xiaojun reminded Ji Hung. "Dad, your phone is ringing." The scene was noisy, so Ji Hung could not hear the ringtone, but Ji Xiaojun saw the light from his phone in his pocket. Ji Hung took out the old man's phone. It was Director Chun. "Hello, Xiaochun." "Uncle Ji." Director Chun was still driving. "They'll be there soon. I didn't come with Miss Bai." "All right." Ji Hung lit his smoking pipe, squinting as he took a puff. "We're all here." Ji Mulan looked at Ji Hung, sitting at the second table, and then at Madame Zu's attitude. She felt very congested in her heart. "Go back." Shinxin glanced at Ji Mulan cautiously, knowing full well his own standing. The seating arrangement made by the Ren family for him previously had been even more outrageous than today's. Outside the door, Suin was still greeting guests, and Su Shujia was looking at the guest list beside him. When she flipped to the Qi family, her expression changed slightly, and she whispered into Su In's ear, "Not a single person from the Qi family has come. I haven't seen Shu Yun or Madame Qi." Everyone had seen the hints between Qi Shuyun and Su Wenyao. People thought Qi Shuyun would marry into the Su family. This time, Mr. Qi indeed wouldn't come for Su In's remarriage, but both Shuyun and Madame Qi had said they would be present. After all, it was a big event for Su In. Upon hearing this, Su In greeted the other guests with a calm appearance, while speaking to Su Shujia. "It's probably because of Wenyao. Should we have Wenyao call Shuyun?" Su Shujia was somewhat worried. "It doesn't matter if Madame Qi doesn't come, but Shuyun's absence." "No need," Su In was firm. "If they don't want to come, then let it be." Seeing Su In so resolute, Su Shujia took out her phone and sent a message to Shuyun. "Shuyun, the wedding is about to start." The other party didn't reply immediately. Su Shujia sighed. Just as she was about to say something, she looked up to see a man in his 40s lingering at the welcome area. She quickly went up to him. District Chief Shun? How did you come here? Hello. District Chief Shun didn't know Su Shujia, but had seen Suun and was very polite. Mr. Su, I didn't realize this is your wedding. Congratulations. Su Shujia looked at Su in shock. Wait, Su In had even invited the district chief from Mingfeng district? Had the Su family become stronger behind her back? Suin was also startled by District Chief Shun. He put aside what he was doing. District Chief Shun, are you here on official business? His family had no connection to the political world, nor the channels for it. Suin was puzzled, too. Right at that moment, Su Wenyao approached, carrying a sticky note for Su Shujia and Suin. Dad, Alien says there's a guest with the surname Shan called Shun Min, a gentleman. I haven't seen him here. You and Andy keep an eye out. Su Shujia and Su In hadn't had time to process it yet. That would be me. Shun Min looked up, giving a slight nod towards Mr. Su. I don't have official business today. I am here to attend the wedding banquet. I apologize for the sudden intrusion and for disturbing you, Mr. Su. Chapter 372, 144, Chenju, Gao, Guanliang Field _1. Your visit amidst your busy schedule brightens our wedding banquet for Mulan and me. District Chief Shun, please come in. Su In, who had weathered many events, regained his composure in just a second. He stepped aside and personally escorted Shun Min inside. I've always wanted to come and see, and today I finally found the opportunity also to have a drink with the old man. Shun Min was also discreetly sizing up Su In as he spoke. Su In was a major taxpayer in Mingfeng district and knew how to handle situations. Shun Min recognized him naturally. A few months back, during the municipal bidding, he had let slip that Mr. Chan would be visiting Xiangqing. At the time, several individual entrepreneurs from Mingfeng district were present. Later, Shun Min didn't follow up, as he was busy with governmental affairs, and the affairs of Xiangqing didn't concern him. It was not until Su In returned to Jiangjing and had someone send a generous gift to him that he knew Su In had been to Xiangqing. However, Shun Min just laughed it off and didn't inquire further. Today he saw this Su In was truly a talent, a trip to Xiangqing, and he could win over Mr. Chun. Thinking this, the smile on his face grew even warmer as he struck up a brotherly conversation with Su In. During the public holiday, calling me District Chief is too formal. I'm a few years older than you, so you can take advantage by calling me Big Brother if you like. As the two exchanged words, Su In understood why District Chief Shun had come here. The word drink made his heart tighten. The appearance of Shun Min at this event was top priority news for the Su family, and someone immediately reported it to old Madame Su. In the banquet hall, old Madame Su sat at the main table with her eyes closed, her fingers moving over her rosewood Buddha beads bead by bead. The butler, looking tense, bent down and whispered in her ear, District Chief Shun has arrived? Old Madame Zu's eyes snapped open, and the movement of her Buddha beads halted. By her side, Uncle Su, upon hearing the name, had yet to react. District Chief Shun? Which District Chief Shun? Madame Su extended her right hand, and the butler quickly placed her walking stick in her grip. Supporting herself with a cane, she stood up and walked out to greet the guest, saying, It's Shun Min, District Chief Shun. She was also quite shocked. Since Shun Min took office, he had had little to do with the Su family. Although the Su family had sent gifts a few times, out of 10 attempts, only one was accepted. The rest were all returned. What stroke of fortune today had brought Shun Min here? She maintained her dignified demeanor, but moved briskly, clearly in a very good mood. Halfway there, she saw Su In leading Shun Min in. Madame Su was wearing a black wool coat that day, with no buttons, and had a trim of fox fur sewn by hand all around, from collar to hem. Her eyes were deeply sunken, and they shone with a cold glint. District Chief Shun's face appeared on the local news from time to time. Those who didn't pay attention to such things might not recognize him, but nearly every upper-level member of the Su family had reviewed some lists to prevent offending anyone. District Chief Shun, upon seeing him, Both Madame Su and Uncle Su were taken aback, yet their manners were impeccable. An honored guest arrival is indeed an honor. Shinmin, not knowing Madame Su, gave her a polite nod. Without much conversation, Su In led Shinmin to take a seat. Let's sit inside for a while first. Madame Su took the opportunity to fall one step behind and looked towards Su Shujia, who had followed. She brought her hands together, her heart nearly leaping out her chest. Your brother managed to invite Shunmin over? She naturally did not think it had anything to do with the Ji family. Su Shujia felt a momentary blank in her mind, finally catching on. She looked at Madame Su with some hesitation. It's not brother. District Chief Shun. He seems to be a guest of the Ji family. The old lady thought she had misheard and tapped her walking stick. What? A guest of the Ji family? How could the Ji family know Shinmin? At that moment, the focus wasn't on that. The butler, supporting Madame Zu's other arm, looked alarmed. Old Madame, the seating. Quick, follow them. Madame Zu's gaze lifted to see Su In leading Shunmin to the first table, and she hurried forward. Su Shujia also followed, frowning. Seating, what about the seating? The banquet hall of Yinshao Hotel spanned 3 middle floors, 36 to 38, with all 3 levels open and a dedicated banquet elevator leading up. A white crystal aisle for the ceremony stretched down the center. About 50 meters long, with 16 tables on either side, the second and third floors almost mirrored this setup. On the left side, close to the aisle, there were 8 tables. Su In led Shunmin forward, coming to the 2 front tables. The seating had been arranged by the Su side and also been reviewed by Su Un. The main table was being occupied by Ji Hung and a few others from old Madame Zu's group. He had intentionally placed by Lien and Ji Xiaojun at the adjacent second table. Now, approaching, he found both the main and next table occupied, turned into a table for the groom's party and a table for the bride's party. Chapter 373 144 Chun, Ju, Gao, Guangliang Field _2, and Ji Hung was seated at the second table. Seeing Su In speaking and then suddenly falling silent, Shinmin glanced at the table and realized the problem. Table for the groom's guests, table for the bride's guests. Shinmin had attended many weddings, big and small, but this was the first time he had seen such a ludicrous seating arrangement. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, not getting involved in their family affairs. Why have you just come in now? Ji Xiaojun saw Su In and stood up to greet him with a smile. Have all the guests been received? Do you need any help from me? No, you just stay with them, Su In replied, struggling to contain his anger, then turned back to his uncle, who had hurried over. How did you arrange these seats? The uncle was taken aback as well. Madame Su, leaning on her cane, came forward and scolded Su In. You're so busy with the wedding you're not being sensible, not putting the right people in charge. Look at this seating arrangement. What does it look like? See who's responsible for today's affair. Get rid of such people from the Su family. She then turned to Shinmin with a smile. District Chief Shun, please take your seat first. Raising her hand, she directed Shinmin to the first table, then gestured to the uncle to switch the seating arrangement, and finally, she said in a gentle tone to Ji Hung, Old Mr. Ji, how could you sit here? Hurry up and help the old gentleman to the main table. The last sentence was addressed to the Su butler. The Su butler quickly stepped forward, while Ji Hung wrapped his pipe and looked up at Su In before waving his hand. No need. I'm quite happy sitting here. You go on with your business. No need to entertain us. He slowly blew out a ring of smoke. He could leave, but to make him go back, that was impossible. Shinmin glanced at the pipe in Ji Hung's hand, putting it together with the various tobaccos that Superintendent Shun had been asking him to find. He realized in almost an instant. He too gave a laugh, took a seat next to Ji Hung, leaving one spot open, and said to Su In, I'm also a guest of the bride's side. We'll just sit at this table. You go ahead with your tasks. I will chat with the others for a bit. He wondered who exactly Alien was. The table for the bride's guests label on the table was very conspicuous. Madame Su looked stiffly at Shunmin, struggling to find a word to say to him because, with that table for the bride's guests, she had no excuse to sit at the same table. She ended up taking a seat at the foremost table, feeling as uncomfortable as if she was sitting on pins and needles. Without any mood to fiddle with her Buddha beads, the uncle initially had the leisure to consider seating. But now, standing next to Madame Sue, he didn't dare to sit down. "Madam, what should we do now?" His eyes were on the table where the G family sat, bewildered. What kind of people were the G family? "These are aliens' guests." Su-in bent down and softly introduced Shunmin to Ji-hung. Su-in took a deep breath. Ji-hung obviously didn't take the matter to heart, and from the seat Shunmin left open. He probably knew who would be coming. Are they all fools? Su-in muttered to himself as he walked out, addressing Su Shujia and the guest reception manager. Not to mention that District Chief Shen would be arriving today, but even if he wasn't, to turn a main table into a table for the groom's guests. Is that proper? A table for the groom's guests indeed made a mockery of the situation. Su-in's expression was terribly gloomy. Su Shujia had no idea why Madame Su would suddenly set up a table for the groom's guests. She quickly followed behind Su-in, lamenting that old age indeed made it difficult to understand. "How would I know about that? Go and watch over her for me." Su-in instructed Su Shujia as he sent her inside. "There's no need for you outside with the welcoming." At Ji-hung's table, he himself wasn't very talkative, but Ji Xiaojun and Shun Qing had more to say. Shunmin managed to coax most of the story out of Shun Qing with just a few words. Ji-hung took out his phone and called Bai Lian. "Grandpa, we will leave tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock. A voice from the phone end. Bai Lian rested her phone on her ear, her knee bearing a review paper. Sunlight streamed through a crack in the car window on her documents. She leaned back casually in her seat. "We should arrive in Damping City at around 9 o'clock. Damping City was right next to Shanxing, an hour's drive away. They would be home before 12 o'clock. Ji-hung was surprised. Damping City has an airport now. It might. Bai Lian turned her head to look at Jiang Fulai, who was beside her. There was a silence. In the end, no one spoke. Ji-hung didn't ask further. He disconnected the call and continued smoking his cigar. He was a man of few words, and Shinmin couldn't quite figure out his temper, so he kept talking to Ji Xiaojun. Around 10 o'clock, many guests had arrived, including some high-level executives from the Su family. Hearing that District Chief Shen was here, quite a few people made it a point to greet them at this table before going back to their own. As for Mrs. Zu's main table, no one approached it at all. Shen Qing, who sat beside Ji Xiaojun, learned from the conversations that Shun Min was a district chief and whispered in shock to Ji Xiaojun. "So, Shun Min is a district chief." Another group of people arrived, led by a woman in her 40s, who shook hands with Shun Min and said with a smile, "District Chief Shun, I'm from the Ma family. We met at the last bidding. I didn't expect to see you here. This time, the Ma family couldn't be bothered to send someone, so they sent her, and she unexpectedly reaped the benefits." With that, the woman's smile broadened. She continued to greet everyone else at the table. "Elder Ji, congratulations. You've traveled from afar, so today you must eat and drink well, and don't let President Su be thrifty on your account." Even Xinxin was not missed out on. Not everyone at the table had arrived yet, but it was already very lively. It was at this moment that some noise suddenly came from the entrance. The woman at Ji Hung's table couldn't help but look toward the entrance. Su-in walked in with a middle-aged man. When Su-in saw the place left for Director Chun, he knew Chun would come, and sure enough, within less than 10 minutes, Director Chun arrived, letting Su-in finally relax. "When did you return? Alien didn't tell me you would be coming." Su-in had gone fishing with Director Chun a couple of times, and the two were fairly familiar with each other. "I came back on a whim." Director Chun scanned the room and strode towards Ji Hung's side. "Don't mind me. I'm here to have a drink with Uncle Ji." He said not to mind him, but Su-in dared not take that literally. Walking further inside, the attention from many people shifted toward them. The man beside Su-in had a tan complexion, his eyebrows were like ink, and he was not given a laughter or excessive talking, nor did he often appear in public, so most people at the scene did not recognize him. However, there were some who did, like the middle-aged woman still standing by Ji Hung's table. and Mrs. Su at the table behind, who had just settled in for a few minutes before standing up again using a cane, tilted her head to look at Uncle Su beside her. That is, compared to Shinmin, the person now seemed even more incredible to her. Su Shuja also stood up, squinting at the man beside Su-en. She was momentarily hesitant to speak. Not many people had seen Director Chun, so Su Shuja dared not be sure. Su-en approached with Director Chun. At Ji Hung's table, Shinmin finally set down his teacup. He stood up with no more the relaxed look on his face, his body tensed up as he nodded slightly to Director Chun. Director Chun. His voice was deep, not loud, but most could hear it clearly. Su Shujia, the elder Mrs. Su, and their group all watched quietly as the man, Shunmin, addressed as Director Chun. The people who had been mingling around Ji Hung's table swiftly parted to the sides, creating a clear path. Long time no see. Director Chun merely nodded slightly back at Shunmin in greeting and then went over to the side of the table, looking at Ji Hung with a smile breaking over his taut face. Uncle Ji, sorry to keep you waiting. As he spoke, he pulled out the empty seat beside Ji Hung and sat down. Ji Hung put down his pipe, turned his head to look at Director Chun, and showed a smile as well. Xiao Chun, you've come quite early. Alien and the others aren't even here yet. I didn't want to keep you waiting, so I came ahead, said Director Chun, making no mention of the fact that he did not dare wait with Jiang Fulai for Bai Lian. He then greeted Ji Xiaojun, Shun Qing, and the others. Following Ji Hung's lead, the table fell silent, not to mention Mrs. Su and others who wanted to greet them. Shinmin was also taken aback by Ji Hung's casual use of Xiao Chun. For a while, apart from their table, no one else dared to speak. Chapter 374. 145. The King Bomb card was smashed to pieces by the old lady. Second update. _1 Director Chin said a few words to Ji Hung and noticed that everyone else was looking in their direction. So he told Suen to go about his business. Miss Bai and the others haven't arrived yet. You don't need to worry about me. Director Chun waved his hand, then turned to chat with Ji Hung. All right. Compared to others, Suen was much more composed. Given that Bai Lian was in Jiangjing, it seemed somewhat understandable that Director Chun, despite being very busy, hurried back. Suen left the room again. If Shun Min's attendance at Su In's second wedding stirred up a commotion, then Director Chin's arrival turned that commotion into a huge wave. Just a moment ago, Mrs. Su could still manage to sit down. But now, seeing Director Chun sitting with his back to her, she simply couldn't remain seated. She could only stand in her original spot, supported by Su Shujia. With the banquet hall crowded today, the heating not set high, Mrs. Su had already taken off her fox fur coat, leaving just a thin layer of clothing. Yet, she felt her back was soaked through. Shujia, her withered hand resting on Su Shuda's wrist. Is that man really Director Chun? Could it really be that Chun? Su Shujia also found it unbelievable. But seeing Shun Min's behavior towards Director Chun now, who else could this Director Chun be? But why wasn't there a single piece of information in the materials? However, she seemed to be making connections with all the previous irregularities now. Why the assistant Su was so considerate of the Ji family. Around 10 o'clock, the traffic wasn't as congested as it had been around 8 or 9, but being close to the new year, the roads were still busy. Bai Yin and her group arrived at Yinshao Hotel at 11. At this time, Su Wenyao and Suen were still greeting guests. By now, actually all the guests had long since arrived except for Bai Yin. It was clear that Su Wenyao was not so composed about Director Chin's arrival, as the two chatted sporadically by the door. The elevator facing the reception area on the 36th floor dinged and opened. Inside the elevator, Bai Lian stood in front with Jiang Fulai. The hotel was warm, and Bai Lian, who normally didn't mind the cold, had taken off her coat, wearing only a white cross-collar long dress. The collar was a greenish color, embroidered with tiny clusters of gold and white flowers, with a belt of the same color loosely tied at her waist. In her right hand, she held an unread summary, talking to Jiang Fulai while occasionally glancing at the document. Jiang Fulai, half a step behind her, could still see the plain hairpin in her hair. He hadn't taken off his coat, but he carried a dark blue lady's coat in his hand. Today, Bai Lian had brought his computer for him. Before they got into the car, he was still looking at the computer, and he hadn't taken off his glasses either. As soon as the elevator doors opened, he and Bai Lian stepped out together. Jiang Fulai looked up slightly at Su In and Su Wenyao, who were welcoming guests. Even through his glasses, one couldn't hide the piercing coldness in his eyes. "Alien, you've arrived." Su In, having never met Jiang Fulai, was reluctant to make eye contact with him and instead spoke to Bai Lian. Jiang Fulai stood beside Bai Lian, his slender, pale fingers removing his glasses and casually placing them in his coat pocket. His demeanor could also be described as relaxed, with a touch of nonchalance. But Su In inexplicably felt enormous pressure. "Yes, is it about to start?" Bai Lian checked the time and was relieved she wasn't late. "This is my classmate." She introduced Ning Xiao and Tang Ming, but she didn't introduce Jiang Fulai to Su In. Su In didn't dare to ask. He then led Bai Lian and the others inside. The banquet hall, packed with several hundred people, was bustling. Even with the heating turned low, it was enough to make everyone's faces red with warmth. The refreshments on the tables had already been refreshed once, and Bai Lian's arrival drew considerable attention. Not to mention anything else, the mere appearance of Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai was enough to attract onlookers. However, as soon as their gaze met Jiang Fulai's pale, indifferent eyes, they would hastily look away, only to covertly watch them from behind once they had passed by. The second and third floors were still okay. The bustling noise on the first floor gradually quieted down. The noisy children hiccuped and then fell silent, and the servers holding trays of drinks slowly moved to the side, waiting for Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai to walk to an emptier area. Su In immediately saw Mrs. Zu's table, which had not been fully occupied, as well as the surrounding tables where many guests were mingling and greeting each other. From the first time he brought Shinmin in and saw the seating arrangements that infuriated him. Until now, Su In had calmed down, thinking to himself that it was fine to sit at the less prestigious table, conveniently making enough room for Bai Lian and her group. "Alien is here." He straightened his boutonniere and looked up smilingly to greet the people at Ji Hung's table. Ji Hung was seated in the center. To his right was Director Chun. To his left, Ji Xiaojun, while Shun Min sat beside Director Chen. As he looked up and saw Bai Lian following behind Su In and Jiang Fulai, Shun Min thought he was seeing things. He blinked and looked again. Jiang Fulai was pulling out chairs for Jiang He and Bai Lian, and he casually glanced over toward Shun Min. Chapter 375. 145. The King Bomb card was smashed to pieces by the old lady. Second update. _2. This face. How could he possibly mistake it? Shun Min's hand, holding the teacup, twitched, and the tea sloshed onto the lace tablecloth. He stood up abruptly. "You? How did you come here?" Chief Chun, who was originally talking to Ji Hung, also stood up. Jiang He sat down beside Shun Qing. Bai Lian sat next to Jiang He, and Jiang Fulai took the seat next to Bai Lian with ease. He lazily pulled out a chair, greeted Ji Hung with a nod, and then glanced over at the two men. "Sit." He tapped the table with his hand. Only then did Chief Chun and Shun Min cautiously sit down, with Chief Chun still managing all right, but Shun Min dared not even drink his tea anymore. Jiang Fulai never appeared in public, and his identity was also kept in absolute secrecy. Indeed, not many people recognized him, but Shun Min had seen him when he visited the Chun family. Su In, observing the demeanor of Chief Chun and Shun Min, speculated that Jiang Fulai's identity was no simple matter, but it did not match any of the people he knew. He composed himself and said to Ji Hung, "The ceremony is about to begin." Ji Hung put down his smoking pipe, straightened his clothes, and followed Su In backstage. Soon he would be sending Ji Mulan into Su In's hands. As soon as Ji Hung left, Both Chief Chun and Shun Min didn't dare to speak. Tang Ming didn't dare to sit next to Jiang Fulai and let Ning Xiao sit down, while he himself sat next to Shen Min. It was only then that Shun Qing took out 2 fruits from his pocket, handing one to Bai Lian and the other to Jiang He. "What is this?" Bai Lian looked at the small green fruit curiously. "It seems to be called a mini kiwi." Shen Qing knew Bai Lian probably hadn't eaten it before. "I asked the hotel staff and found out it's very sweet." Jiang He bit into it without looking up. He said nothing. Bai Lian had heard of kiwis, yet she had never tried a mini one. She placed the report on the table, and as she ate, she described the taste of the mini kiwi to Shen Qing. Seeing that Bai Lian liked it too, Shen Qing finally smiled. On the opposite side, Chief Chen finally found an opportunity to speak with Bai Lian. "I heard from Mr. Mao that Yan Lu has been confirmed as the image spokesperson. Will the follow-up sales be able to keep up once the promotion starts?" He was talking about the spokesperson for the solid element paste. The solid element paste was originally circulated only within Bachter Street, with its effects quite powerful. The batch produced in cooperation with the Chun family was of normal efficacy. Launched into everyday life, it was too potent for the average person. Bai Lian and Xiaoqi had readjusted the formula and price for the market release. Bachter Street didn't need advertising, but facing the masses, establishing a solid brand image wouldn't be easy. Choosing Yin Lu as the spokesperson was Zioki's idea, and although Bai Lian felt that the solid element paste didn't quite match Yin Lu's image, Yin Lu agreed to sign directly with Xiaoqi once he heard it was her product. A bargain price. Yet introducing an unfamiliar medicine to the general public for acceptance was no easy task. Xiaoqi started with the farmers cultivating medicinal herbs to promote the solid element paste. Yin Lu did not have much fame now, but he still brought in some income. "Right." Bai Lian finished the mini kiwi and took the tissue Jiang Fulai handed her, casually wiping her hands, and addressed Chief Chun. "Don't worry, there won't be any issues with Yin Lu. I've been to the farmland myself. The soil there is very suitable for growing traditional Chinese herbs." At this moment, Chief Chen realized that Bai Lian had actually surveyed the land for growing medicinal herbs. Of course, he did not know that not only had she done that, but Bai Lian had also taken out $1 million from the funds provided by the Bai family to give to the farmers as the first batch of capital. He was merely curious, not quite understanding how Bai Lian had won over Mr. Mao and his group. He had a slight indication about Yin Lu, but Mr. Mao's group was not so easily influenced. Chief Chen himself also led people, managing dozens under him, and sometimes he was so exhausted from handling them. Whereas Bai Lian seemed hardly to manage at all, yet it seemed everyone was very convincing toward her, and at this moment, Chief Chen had forgotten that he was also one who trusted her. Beside him, Shen Min did not dare utter a word. Hearing Chief Chen addressed Bai Lian as Miss Bai, and seeing Jiang Fulai passing her a tissue, he no longer dared to lift his head, always fearing he might be ambushed. The host's voice rang out, welcomed the guests, and introduced the bride and groom. Accompanied by the music, Ji Hung led Ji Mulan forward. The banquet hall's lights had been turned off, leaving only the dazzling lights of the main stage. Bai Lian, with one hand on the report, slightly turned her body to watch Ji Hung leading Ji Mulan forward. Today, Ji Mulan was dressed in a trailing wedding gown tailored to fit her figure, with a white veil extending to the hem of her dress, her brow bones and nose dusted with gold leaf, reflecting dreamy light under the main stage's bright lamps. Ji Mulan never oppressed herself, and the years had barely left any traces on her face. Chapter 376. 145. The King Bomb card was smashed to pieces by the old lady. Second update. _3. That face made many people in the audience exclaim in surprise. Ji Hung silently placed Ji Mulan's hand into Su En's, who was dressed in a black suit. The scene seemed somewhat touching. Bai Lian looked at Ji Mulan's face for quite a while, before finally turning her head away lazily. Fine. Although that face resembled her mother's, She really did not feel like she was watching her own mother get married. When her mother got married, she wore a phoenix crown and a robe adorned with auspicious clouds, and her wedding procession extended for miles. She had heard that back then, her grandfather had excitedly grabbed her father's hand, thanking him for finally bringing the bride home. The wedding ceremony was lengthy and lively. The sound system was turned up loud, so Bai Lian closed the summary and started talking with Jiang Fulai. The waiters also began to serve the dishes one by one. When Ji Hung returned, Director Chun and Shun Min started drinking with him. All three men were heavy drinkers, and they kept on without a break. After the ceremony was over, Suen had to thank the guests along with Ji Mulan. Mrs. Su, who had been anxiously sitting at the main table, finally found an opportunity. Holding a wine glass, she stood up, her face beaming with a smile as she said to Ji Mulan, "Mulan, welcome to the Su family. Later, come with us back to the old house for a visit." Ji Mulan had been doing her makeup in the back all this time and didn't quite understand what stance the old lady was taking, which left her a bit confused. "Let's go." Mrs. Su didn't continue to talk to her. Instead, she looked towards the next table and urged Suen to hurry. "Go and say thanks to Elder Chun and the others." "I'll go too," Su Jue said softly to Su Wenyao as she came over from the relatives' table. She was holding a cup of beverage. Su Wenyao glanced at her, yet he was not surprised. Suen picked up a wine glass and another jug of wine, leading a group of people to Bai Lian's table. Only then did Ji Mulan notice Director Chun. She didn't talk nonsense at such an occasion, with Mrs. Su intently watching Director Chun and Shunmin. After Suen finished speaking, she finally found the chance to say her first words to Director Chun and Shunmin. "Today, I was unaware of the presence of such distinguished guests and may have been neglectful. As an apology, I shall drink 3 cups on my own." Old Mrs. Su filled her cup and bravely drank 3 cups in one go. Only then did her gaze shift towards Bai Lian, who was sitting in a corner. Bai Lian was looking down, fiddling with her phone, and from this angle, one couldn't see Bai Lian's face clearly. But at this moment, Mrs. Su didn't dare to suggest introducing her to the Yu family. Director Chun was shrewd. As soon as he had seen their seats, he chose not to speak. He wore a stern face, with a frosty expression that tightened Mrs. Zu's heart. After finishing the drinks, she didn't even dare to breathe heavily. The newlyweds, Su In and Ji Mulan, needed to toast to the guests at this table. Bai Lian didn't drink alcohol, but her cup was also empty of any beverage. Tang Ming reached down to pick up a bottle of juice. "Sis, here." Before he could pass it to Bai Lian, Director Chun took the beverage from his hand, stood up, unscrewed the cap, and from across half the table poured the drink for Bai Lian. "Miss Bai, is this all right?" While unscrewing the cap, he asked her, and Tang Ming wore a WTF expression on his face. "It's fine." Bai Lian pushed her cup onto the rotating glass turntable. Director Chun poured the beverage for Bai Lian, and then cautiously rotated the table a bit, stopping in front of her before sitting back down. The group normally drank their toast and could leave the event early. Now getting a little closer, Bai Lian finished her drink and looked towards Ji Hung. "Grandfather, we'll see you tomorrow morning." She and Ning Xiao, among others, still had to return to Buyuan Base for a seminar. "You're leaving already?" Suen felt somewhat regretful. Bai Lian nodded, studying. Suen consistently knew how hard she worked. Ji Mulan, standing on the side, just watched Bai Lian. Studying? What is there to study now? And behind Suen, upon seeing Director Chun carefully pouring a drink for Bai Lian, old Mrs. Zu's face suddenly became extremely stiff. She felt like she had been struck by lightning. A feeling of dizziness quickly overtook her, and her heart suddenly tightened in pain. Next to her, middle-aged women, holding tall glasses, lined up to toast. She looked at Director Chun, then at Bai Lian, and finally, her gaze fell on old Mrs. Su. This old woman, having spent days hunting eagles, she eventually got her eyes pecked by one. She clearly held a royal flush, but this old lady managed to play such a good hand into utter shambles. Bai Lian, Jiang Fulai, Ning Xiao, and the others stood up, with Jiang Fulai's presence becoming notably evident as he got to his feet. He was aloof, and under the lights, his eyes were cold and captivating, prompting Director Chun to suddenly stand up as well. Su Jiue watched Bai Lian stand up to leave and really wanted to speak with her, but she didn't dare to say anything. In her red, toasting outfit, Ji Mulan couldn't speak up at such an event. Standing among the crowd, she tilted her head to ask Su Jiue, her gaze soft. "Jiue, how did you dare to come over and toast today?" Su Jiue, shyly holding her transparent glass, said, "Sister Bai, I dare not talk to her in class, and I wanted to ask her how she studies math." Chapter 377, 146 Chun Bei Xian, by Kaiming's phone number _1 Su Jiue stood at the back of the crowd, speaking softly because she dared to speak to Ji Mulan due to their decent relationship. The noise of the crowd was loud, but Ji Mulan heard everything she needed to. "Is she in your class?" Ji Mulan had always thought Bai Lian had come to Jiangjing for tourism. She paused slightly. "Do you still need her to teach you math?" The incident with Bai Lian in her first year of high school was something Ji Mulan couldn't forget. Ji Mulan's voice was somewhat loud, not as gentle as usual. Su Jiue cautiously glanced at her and said, "Yes, she's at Buyuan Base." "Buyuan Base?" The middle-aged woman looked at Bai Lian in surprise. Her expression held a trace of astonishment. Although grades didn't mean everything, they did set the upper limit of a top streamer's capabilities. Everyone from Buyuan Base had potential and was no mediocrity. How could Mrs. Su push such a person out of the door? Ji Mulan didn't know about Buyuan Base, but in front of so many people, she wouldn't show any signs of ignorance and simply smiled faintly. "Jiue, I didn't mean to be harsh on you." Ji Mulan patted Su Jiu's back. Since she couldn't talk to anyone else, she turned to Shun Qing, who was sitting, and said, "This is Jiue. She's in an affiliated high school, second in the country." As she introduced Su Jiue, she spoke of her as polite, obedient, hardworking, and the second in the nation. For her own daughter, whom she was constantly dissatisfied with and found difficult to sit with, Ji Mulan spoke of Su Jiue, to whom she had no blood relation, with pride and satisfaction in her eyes. She wished so much that this well-behaved, outstanding girl was her daughter. If Bai Lian had such a personality, Ji Mulan might kill her primary persona to make her into such an obedient, excellent doll as well. Being second in the nation was indeed something anyone could be proud of. Shen Qing was also shocked, but Ji Mulan's words were even more stifling. She looked at Ji Mulan perfunctorily and said, "Ah, yes, yes, yes. Miss Bai, let me see you out." Director Chen got up, putting down his glass. He went to send off Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai. Shenmin couldn't bring himself to speak and followed quietly behind Director Chun. His address of Miss Bai was heard by everyone. Jiang Fulai also followed Bai Lian. He was always a step or two behind her and didn't move forward. His back was against the bright lights of the hall, the tall figure casting a cold, pale shadow. Because there were quite a few people, his usually cold and indifferent face took on a languid ferocity, arrogantly beautiful. His every feature was exquisite, and yet few dared to look him in the eye. The noisy crowd parted a meter around him, as if by force. It was indeed very effective. Bai Lian was very pleased. Suin kept several paces away from Bai Lian, and only when he had seen Bai Lian and her companions into the elevator did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Su Wenyao trailed behind Suin. Looking at the closing doors of the elevator, Suin turned to glance at him and asked, "Do you know her?" "It's hard to say," Su Wenyao pondered, "but then again, it seems unlikely." The two dropped the subject and walked inside. As soon as Bai Lian and her company left, Director Chen's expression returned to one of sternness. Sitting next to Shen Qing, still in the high chair and dressed as a little gentleman in a suit and bow tie, was Jiang He. He hadn't left with Jiang Fulai, swinging his legs. He had specifically gone home the previous night to pack his blanket and clothes to accompany Bai Lian to Xianqing. Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai returned to Buyuan Base. Meanwhile, Tang Ming took Ning Xiao to explore an old street in Sherman District. He scratched his head. Aren't you going to buy some souvenirs for your family? You haven't really used the scholarship the school gave you. My family keeps asking me in the group chat to bring back specialties. Ning Xiao bought a bright red ornament as a souvenir. That's it for you? Tang Ming looked at Ning Xiao. Aren't you going to buy anything else? Genius, we can't be this heartless. Tang Ming's family had many relatives, including younger sisters, cousins, and nephews. His phone was filled with a long list of items to buy. Ning Xiao was annoyed by his chatter and said indifferently, My family is dead. Only my grandmother is left. So one was enough. Tang Ming's voice stopped abruptly. He watched Ning Xiao leave the street corner, then stood there and slapped himself hard. It was the 28th of the year, and the street was bustling with activity. Just 2 blocks away was the Chun family's private museum. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming walked to the main road to wait for the bus. A black SUV approached from the end of the road. Behind the wheel was a woman wearing glasses and a military coat. She had her hair tied into a high ponytail, her lips a fierce red, irritably honking the horn, trying to clear the pedestrians who were running the red light. The passenger side was adorned with a large bunch of sunflowers. There weren't many cars on this road, and with the ancient street opposite drawing a large crowd, only one traffic officer was left trying to direct traffic, but could hardly stop those in a rush to cross the street. Chapter 378, 146 Chun Beixian. By Kaiming's phone number _2 at last, the crowds had dispersed. The woman finally hit the accelerator and drove past. Her speed reduced slightly when she saw a few standouts among the people waiting at the bus stop. 2 young men who were heads and shoulders above the rest. The car behind carefully honked its horn. Only then did the SUV continue forward, eventually stopping at the Chun Family Private Museum. Today was the museum's last day open to the public. Many people with reservations were queuing for entry. The woman pulled the key out, stepped down from the vehicle in her leather boots, put on her sunglasses, and walked straight inside through a side door. She arrived reeking of blood, causing people in the queue to keep silent. After she entered, the people started whispering among themselves. What's going on? There are people who don't have a queue up? Yeah, everyone should be equal. Someone even pulled out their phone. The ticket checker lazily looked up. Who needs to queue up to get into their own house? The person sheepishly put away their phone. The graveyard in the back courtyard. Chun Beixian removed her sunglasses. Her face was exceptionally striking, her figure tall and elegant, and despite her appearance, it was hard to discern her age. She put the sunglasses back in her pocket and respectfully lit 3 sticks of incense. Great ancestors, you first blessed me by helping me buy cake, then with a passing grade in math, and later, you helped me get into military school. She began to murmur a litany of things, then reverently planted the 3 sticks of incense. I promise this is really the last time I'll ask you. It's been 11 years. Could you please help me find that damn scumbag? I want to chop him up by myself. 1 minute later, not saying anything means you agree, right? Okay. Thank you, great ancestors, thank you. Meanwhile, in the classroom at Buyuan Base, Bai Lian sneezed. Jiang Fulai sat beside her, scrolling through his computer with one hand while offering her coat with the other. Don't try to be cool. Bai Lian was still in that plain white dress, unblemished, and barely looked up. I'm fine. Am not you. Do you need me to prescribe you something? Jiang Fulai, hearing her words, took back the coat. I haven't looked at the report submitted by he one and the others yet. But Bai Lian reached out and grasped his left wrist, taking his pulse. Jiang Fulai's pulse felt strange. Bai Lian leaned on the table, pressing on his pulse with the tip of her finger, her brows slightly creased. Jiang Fulai, however, looked down at her pale fingertips, thinking slowly to himself that she really wasn't cold, after all. No hope? Jiang Fulai asked, seeing her frown persist. Bai Lian, why could she talk about herself like this? She let go, pulled a piece of paper from the side, and started pondering. Jiang Fulai silently retracted his hand and opened a document. It's been like this since I was 8. I wilt easily when it gets cold. He described himself like a wilting vegetable. Multitasking, he replied to a message. Plagiarism check. Okay, teacher. Want it cause a security breach if I use their website for the plagiarism check. Jiang Fulai. With the garbage you've written, there's no need to worry. After replying, he sent over his suggestions for revisions. Then came a message from the headmaster of my institute. My institute's headmaster. Is her file sealed? Jiang Fulai. Principal Ma. That's good then. After asking, Principal Ma started to speak off topic. Do you have any thoughts about this year's betting pool? He was referring to the college entrance examination betting pool. This year it's just Su Jiyue and Liang Wuyu, with Liang Wuyu better in science, whereas Su Jiyue is better in Chinese and English. The final exam in Jiangjing this time had easy English, so Liang Wuyu had a big advantage. Every year during the college entrance exams, academic circles enjoy this all the more. Jiang Fulai didn't reply to Principal Ma. Principal Ma stared at the chat page for a long time before turning to throw his own money into the pool. Principal Ma. When is she leaving? Jiang Fulai. Smile. Principal Ma. Why are you suddenly so accommodating? Principal Ma stared at the smiley emoji. He always found it very friendly, but today, seeing Jiang Fulai send it, he somehow felt that the smile seemed a bit mocking and a bit cold. So, Principal Ma sent to Bai Lian, smile, Bai Jian, smile, that was normal. Principal Ma asked Bai Lian, when are you leaving? For Bai Lian, the parting would be 160 days before the college entrance examinations and perhaps 280 days before she might return to school. Principal Ma felt a sense of loss. Bai Lian, tomorrow morning at 6. It might be early for others, but not for Principal Ma, who liked shopping. Afternoon. The Jiangjing Music Academy's performance ended, and Bai Xiaoqi returned to the Yin family. She and Song Min were also packing up, getting ready to go back to Beichen. At that moment, Bai Xiaoqi was video calling with Bai Qiming. Madame Song, draped in a shawl, sat gracefully beside Bai Xiaoqi and said to Bai Qiming on the screen with a smile, Xiaoqi is here with us, you can rest assured. On the other end of the phone, before Bai Qiming could speak, an uncle from the Bai family clan squeezed into the frame, beaming with joy. I heard the principal of Jian has a good impression of Xiaoqi. Is that true? Yes, Madame Song nodded, her eyes and brows smiling. I saw that too. Blessings of our ancestors, the blessings of our ancestors. The Bai uncle folded his hands in prayer. Xiaoqi can make it back in time, right? He'll prepare some extra offerings for the ancestral worship. You and your brother will be the main focus this time. Ancestral worship was a major event for the Bai family. Bai Qiming asked Bai Xiaoqi, you're on the 9 o'clock flight tonight, right? You'll just make it in time for tomorrow's ancestral worship. Madame Song glanced at Bai Qiming on the phone, pausing for a moment as she remembered Bai Lian. For the ancestral worship, maybe we should let Alien. Bai Lian was at the Buyuan base this time. They'll have someone pick you up tomorrow. Bai Qiming cut off Madame Song's words with a darkened face. Although Bai Qiming took Bai Xiaoqi and Bai Xiaoke back home, he never remarried. However, he did not expect Ji Mulan to marry so quickly, and to someone from Jiangjing at that. At this moment, Bai Qiming had no desire to hear any news about Bai Lian. Next to them, the Bai family uncle did not speak up for Bai Lian. Instead, he reminded Madame Song with a smile, you might not be aware, but Bai Lian has already been driven out of the clan by us. Is that so? Madame Song saw that Bai Xiaoqi seemed upset, so she smiled, stood up, and said, I won't disturb your family conversation. She walked downstairs. Just then, she saw Yin family's head coming in from outside, and Madame Song asked in surprise, Big brother, how come you're back now? The Yin family head hurried over to Madame Song without changing his shoes and asked, how did it go? You went to the Su family banquet. Did you see anyone there? Did you get the phone number of someone from the Chen family? Chapter 379. 147 Ji Hung has status. Scholars from my institute come to deliver mechanisms. Second watch. _1 Mrs. Song tightened her shawl. What call? She asked in surprise as she came down and poured a glass of water for President Ian. Big brother, drink some water and take your time. President Ian held the cup but didn't drink, just stared at her. A call from the Chun family. You mean that Chun family? Mrs. Song's heart missed a beat. Others might not know, but Mrs. Song did. Xinjiang district was small, and inside, all places were public or leased land. Only a few families could live there, and the Chun family was one of them. President Yi nodded. Clenching his teacup, his voice carried a tinge of jealousy. It's about the Su family's wedding banquet. It's all the buzz in our circle. I found out only after asking around that the Chun family was present today. Didn't you also receive an invitation? He remembered that Mrs. Song came to Jiangjing for the wedding as well. There are many who want to contact that person from the Chun family. President Yin looked at Mrs. Song full of hope. What about you? The Chun family? Mrs. Song's mind was as if in a haze. They truly managed to invite someone from the Chun family? Chun family. Does Ji Mulan really have such good fortune? Are you? Seeing her expression, President Yin had a bad feeling in his heart. Mrs. Song looked up blankly. Big brother, the wedding clashes with Shaoqi's performance. I discussed it with Amin the day before yesterday and decided not to attend the Su family's wedding banquet, choosing instead to watch Shaoqi perform. What? You? President Yin stood up, looking down at Mrs. Song, wanting to scold yet not knowing where to start. Are you out of your mind? Do you know how rare this opportunity is? How could Mrs. Song not know how precious the opportunity was? She sat there, regretting so deeply it felt like her insides were knotted. If she hadn't received the invitation from the Su family, it would have been one thing, but to have it and miss the event was where Mrs. Song's deepest regrets and struggles lay. Even another 10 years might not yield an opportunity like today for the Yin family. The next day, just before 5 in the morning, Shun Qing got Jiang He out of bed and draped a coat over him. Jiang He, whose eyes were still not open, simply moved his hands following Shun Qing's actions. You'll be given airplane meals on the flight later, Shun Qing told him, her own anticipation for the airplane food evident. Ji Xiaojun was hurrying them from outside. The Su family was already waiting at the hotel entrance. Ji Hung, seeing that Jiang He's eyes were still closed, said to Ji Xiaojun, "You wait for them. They'll go down first." He couldn't keep the Su family waiting. Ji Hung took the elevator down. The hotel was quiet at this hour, with almost no waiting required for the lifts, and within minutes the elevator arrived. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Inside were two people, an old man with a white beard and a middle-aged man by his side. The two were frowning and speaking to each other. Ji Hung hadn't made out who they were. When he saw there were people in the elevator, he stepped to the side to let them out first, holding a bag in his right hand and a smoking pipe in his left. The old man with the white beard stepped out. Ji Hung, passing by him to enter the elevator, noticed the old man suddenly stop, turning shakily to look back, his lips trembling as he pointed at the person inside the elevator. Moo! Ji Hung continued walking without pausing, frowning at the white-bearded old man, and pressed the button for the first floor. Wait. The old man reached out to stop the closing elevator doors, panting heavily. But the elevator doors still closed. Beside the white-bearded man, the middle-aged man supported him. Dad, what's wrong? He helped the old man to sit and took a bottle of medicine from his pocket, feeding him a pill. Meanwhile, the display next to the elevator had already changed to L1. Downstairs, Suvin was waiting just at the staircase entrance when the elevator doors opened. He came to take the parcel from Ji Hang's hands. Why didn't you wait for me to come get you upstairs? It's not much, Ji Hung replied, lighting up his big cigarette. He took a drag, his head bowed in silence. Suin looked at Ji Hung in surprise. Although Ji Hung had a taste for tobacco, he never smoked in public places, usually only in his hotel room with the window open. What was up with him today? Despite feeling it was strange, Su-in didn't ask. All the Su family members were waiting in the hotel lobby. Hearing that the Ji family would be leaving at 5 in the morning, the old Madam Su insisted on sending them off, and had been waiting in the lobby since 4 o'clock. It's strange indeed, the Su family's butler supported her. I checked today's flight schedule. The plane leaves at 9:30 a.m. Even 8 would have been early enough. This family really knows how to trouble people. The butler frowned. The Su family had originally booked a flight for the G family the previous night, but they didn't leave, only mentioning they would depart early the following day. Chapter 380. 147 Ji Hung has status. Scholars from Ma Institute come to deliver mechanisms. Second watch. _2. They can leave whenever they want to, Mrs. Su said, pressing her brow. Did you say that Bai Lian is really at Buyuan base? The butler nodded. Yes, I've heard she's very good at math. That's unexpected, Mrs. Su nodded. No wonder. Su-en has always wanted to acknowledge her as part of the family. It will be good to acknowledge her, but Mrs. Su glanced at the butler. Yue was raised by me since she was little. Even if Bai Lian comes back, her treatment can't be better than Zu's. She knew that Su-en had kept a room for Bai Lian. Rest assured, the butler bowed his head. Who doesn't know that Miss Yue was nurtured by you? Although Bai Lian's grades are good, they aren't higher than Miss Siu's. The airport. Mr. Qi and Qi Shuyun were also waiting early at the entrance. Mrs. Su, Mr. Su, Mr. Qi said with a smile as he approached them. Wen Yao, we finally got to see you, Mr. Ji. Hello. Mr. Qi was wearing gold-rimmed glasses and shook hands with Ji Hung, his gaze discreetly moving over Ji Hung, Ji Xiaojun, and Shen Qing. Shen Qing dared not meet his eyes and sheepishly retreated behind Ji Xiaojun. After the incident with the Chun family yesterday, the Qi family visited the Su family that very afternoon. In Jiangjing, who doesn't know how to judge the winds of change? The district mayor Shun, the Chun family, either of them was someone the Qi family couldn't afford to tread upon. After shaking hands with Ji Hung, Mr. Qi couldn't understand why, even though Ji Hung looked stable. He didn't seem like someone from the Chun family circle. What was the reason? Qi Shuyun was wearing a black coat and knee-high boots. Her sunglasses were clipped to her lapel. She glanced at Su Wenyao, then turned her head away. The Qi family regretted it in their hearts. The original ticket was a good opportunity to get closer to the Su family, but it ended up becoming a grudge between the two families. Shuyun, don't be temperamental, Mr. Qi thought, looking at Qi Shuyun with a warning glance. Qi Shuyun then looked up and greeted everyone from the Ji family. Bai Lian, along with Ning Xiao and Tang Ming, waited for Ji Hung at the security checkpoint. Look, Alien is over there. Su-en spotted Bai Lian from afar. He introduced her to Mr. Qi. Mr. Qi was also seeing Bai Lian for the first time. Both he and Qi Shuyun involuntarily looked in her direction. Because she was going to Xiangxing, Bai Lian was wearing the golden silk horse-face dress she wore for the speech that day. Standing at the security checkpoint, her hair lazily entwined with a wooden hairpin, her eyes and brows holding a defiant pride, she truly embodied the vigor of youth. The white Bluetooth earpiece in her ear was a bit conspicuous, though. She's very pretty. Qi Shuyun glanced over. That's her, huh? Mr. Qi stood at the back of the crowd. With the pride of a scholar, he didn't interact much with the other members of the Ji family, but he could tell that the aura emanating from Bai Lian was indeed unique. He lowered his head and asked Mrs. Su, "Is this the Miss Bai they were talking about?" Mrs. Su nodded almost imperceptibly. "Just her alone?" Mr. Qi looked up again, scanning around Bai Lian, not seeing anyone like Director Chun. "Don't know. Has he not arrived yet?" Mrs. Su was also surprised. She had expected Director Chen to come see Bai Lian off, but there was no sign of him here. Su-en, however, didn't think as much as the two. He quickened his pace to the front. "Alien, good morning. Have you eaten yet?" In his hands, he carried Ji Hung's package and pushed Jiang He's big box of cabbage. "Well, eat later," Bai Lian said while reading. She looked up at Su-en. Her gaze swept past the line of people from the Su and Qi families, and in the end, she only nodded slightly to Su and Yao. Bai Lian didn't mask her dislike for someone at all. Mrs. Su had never seen someone so brazen and reckless. Her smile was somewhat strained. "You two know where it is. Take my grandfather and the others to rest first," Bai Lian said nonchalantly. turning her head to speak to Ning Xiao and Tang Ming. Both had flown in on young Master Jiang's plane before. Although they had only walked through the airport once and the routes were complicated, for Ning Xiao, who had the library memory method, it was no trouble. Tang Ming went to take the things from Shun Qing and Su En's hands. When he saw Jiang He's box, he paused for a moment, thinking that this box should probably be left to the cool guy Ning Xiao. The package from Ji Heng was taken by Tang Ming. Ning Xiao looked at the cabbage box Tang Ming left behind. Jiang He looked up blankly at Ning Xiao and blinked slowly. Ning Xiao, he silently picked up the box and headed to security. Ji Xiao Jun, who had intended to switch boxes with Ning Xiao, silently withdrew his hand. "Aren't you going?" Suan watched them go through security, then turned to look at Bai Lian, who was still standing there. Bai Lian leisurely scrolled through her reading. When she encountered a new word, she would stop and tap to view the definition. "No, I'm waiting for someone. He's coming to see me off." Chapter 381. 147 Ji Heng has status. Scholars from my institute come to deliver mechanisms. Second watch. _3 who? Madame Zu's heart skipped a beat. Mr. Qi beside her also looked toward Bai Lian. Bai Lian glanced at her. An old man who enjoys shopping and morning runs. Shopping, old man. This obviously didn't match Director Chun, so Madame Su chuckled and fell silent. "You all go back first." Bai Lian crossed another word and looked up at Su En, signaling them to leave first. Su Wenyao stood aside. Having taken off his down jacket, he was only wearing a gray sweatshirt, and said to Su, "Dad, you go back first, it'll be fine here." On the second day of his marriage, Su En still had a pile of things to take care of. Su En didn't refuse. "All right, then Alien, they'll head back first. After the new year, we'll come to Xiangqing to see you." Madame Su had thought she might see Director Chun, and since she wasn't there, she had no desire to stay. Su-en looked at Mr. Qi and asked, "Shall we go together?" "Let's go." Mr. Qi was also disappointed and then looked at Qi Shuyun. "Shuyun, you stay with Wenyao." "Dad, they'll go with you." Qi Shuyun still remembered that Su Wenyao hadn't apologized to her. She put on her sunglasses. "I have a paper that I haven't finished yet." Mr. Qi smiled at Su-en. "You know I spoil my only daughter. She recently has been writing a paper for Dr. Zhua and is helping with one of Dr. Zhua's projects. Now, she has to hurry to his lab earlier." Su-en knew that when Qi family speaks, they do so with purpose. "Dr. Zhua?" "That's Dean Huang's student." Mr. Qi glanced at Su Wenyao lightly, then smiled. "Not many people know, but Dean Huang was mentored by academician Ma." His eyes swept over Su Wenyao and then rested on Bai Lian. Bai Lian was looking down, listening to the words. Her expression was as casual as ever, her eyelashes drooping low. She probably didn't hear or didn't recognize Dean Huang. However, seeing Su Wenyao's somewhat surprised look, Mr. Qi finally felt relieved. After the Chen family incident came out, he had been thinking about how to mend ties with the Su family. Now, at last, there was a turn for the better. Even though he hadn't seen Mr. Chen, it was a relief. No wonder, upon hearing Mr. Qi's words, Madame Su smiled and patted Qi Shuyun's hand. "I knew Shuyun was capable." "Wenyao, how about you accompany Shuyun to the lab to take a look?" "Right." Mr. Qi took the opportunity to look at Su Wenyao. "You go with Shuyun. You're both young." Qi Shuyun also looked towards Su Wenyao. Su Wenyao was speaking to Bai Lian, only tilting his head slightly. His eyebrows and eyes were warm and his tone polite. "It's Alien's first visit. We still have a lot of things to discuss." He tactfully declined. No one had ever seen him lose his temper. Su-en put his hands in his overcoat pockets, unclear about Su Wenyao's thoughts towards Qi Shuyun. "Shuyun, why don't you stay with Wenyao and wait for Alien? Bai Lian would leave at 6, and the person sending her off wouldn't be that late." "Forget it. The lab waits for no one." Qi Shuyun pursed her lips. She gave Su Wenyao a glance, and then left with pursed lips. Mr. Qi didn't say anything else either. Since they couldn't wait for Mr. Chen, and even Madame Su was leaving, he didn't want Qi Shuyun to stay and entertain the guests. The entire party left. After everyone had gone, These are our organized notes. Su Wenyao talked with Bai Lian about the Buyuan base for a while, then brought out 3 notebooks. One of them is Liang Wei's and belongs to, he didn't know how to say the word stolen, and mumbled it a bit. Take a good look when you go back. Su Wenyao handed the notebooks to Bai Lian, having heard from Su Jiwei that Bai Lian wasn't very good at comprehensive science. Ah, Bai Lian took the 3 notebooks, her nerves twitching severely, especially seeing that one of them was a physics notebook. What if Jiang Fulai saw it? The person sending you off hasn't arrived yet? Su Wenyao looked down at the time. 5:40 now. Will you make it on time? Bai Lian looked toward the entrance. A tall, somewhat aloof figure approached, wearing a peak cap and walking at an unhurried pace. He was cold and noble, and the people around him instantly turned into faint shadows that accentuated his presence. Behind him followed an old man who seemed quite spry for shopping. Alarm bells went off in Bai Lian's mind. She stuffed the notebooks into Su Wenyao's hands. Hold on to these for a moment. Chapter 382, 148 Ma Institute Fellows Favorable View. Hit her strong suit now, _1 Su Wenyao held the notebook that Bai Lian had returned to him, and amidst his surprise, the 2 people not far away had already approached. You arrived a bit late, Bai Lian said, resting her right hand on the handle of her suitcase, her white coat casually draped over her arm. Jiang Fulai had met Su Wenyao before, so it was not unexpected to see him here. Listening to Bai Lian's words, Jiang Fulai only glanced coldly at the academician from the Ma Institute beside him. Today, the academician found out his car plate was restricted just when he was about to leave, which led to Jiang family's driver taking a detour to pick him up. But he wasn't the least bit embarrassed and instead continued talking to Bai Lian. There are still 160 days left. You must not relax in your studies. I know. Bai Lian nodded in acknowledgement. The academician knew about Bai Lian's comprehension ability. He was just puzzled how someone with such a strong spatial sense hadn't been discovered earlier. Once you've finished the review, you can start looking at some high-quality masters and doctoral theses. Jiang Fulai, who had been waiting for the 2 to finish talking, sneered in response to this. He questioned the academician's use of high quality. Indeed, there were many subpar works nowadays, and the academician couldn't refute it. He'll make another list of books for you to get familiar with the professional vocabulary and definitions first. As for top-tier journals, Bai Lian didn't yet have the qualifications to access them. She was to be nurtured from a smaller scope first. Some major academic families start fostering a scientific spirit in their children from childhood. Bai Lian's enlightenment was not considered early. We need to catch our flight, Jiang Fulai reminded without disturbing their conversation, his hand pressing on the handle of Bai Lian's suitcase. He stood there languidly, only mentioning it when the time reached 5:50. Their requested airline slot was from 6 to 9 a.m. Finally, the academician looked at Bai Lian. They'll be waiting for you in Jiangjing. Once the 2 were done talking, Jiang Fulai tapped lightly on the handle, slightly turning his gaze, as aloof as ever. Where are you headed? He asked Su Wenyao. The university. Su Wenyao's gaze still lingered on the academician, not fully recovering his composure. That would be Jiangjing University. Jiang Fulai arranged for him. Can you take the academician with you? He's also heading to Jiangjing University. The academician turned to Su Wenyao, saying in a grave tone, Then it'll trouble you, student. Su Wenyao, well-mannered since childhood and stable by nature, was for the first time in so many years at a loss for words. Was Bai Lian waiting for the academician? Being able to enter the academician's laboratory? No, perhaps just to meet the academician in person. That was the dream of all physics students, for the academician was not only an enlightener, but also a leading figure in physics domestically. Due to health reasons, he had been deeply immersed in research on quantum physics and chips for the recent years, rarely making public appearances, the last one being a lecture a year ago. For Su Wenyao, this figure who appeared in textbooks was a mythic presence. The academician and his kind needed to be closely protected, avoiding too much public exposure even while they were still alive. Then we'll take our leave first. Balian said goodbye to the academician and Su Wenyao. She reached for her suitcase and, beneath Jiang Fulai's somewhat gloomy gaze, tossed her jacket to him, and together they headed toward the gate. Su Wenyao stood in place until their figures were out of sight. Only then did he turn to the academician, his voice sounding a bit wooden. "Shall we go now, academician?" "Sure." The academician, who wasn't lecturing or teaching, had no airs about him. He wore a dull gray cotton jacket, not any international brand. His face wore a gentle smile, and walking along the road, he looked indistinguishable from an average elderly person. Su Wenyao led him to his car, and once the academician was seated in the back seat, Wenyao caught sight of the old man through the rearview mirror, and it finally sank in that this was truly the academician. The academician chuckled. "Don't be nervous. Are you also from the physics department?" "Yes." Su Wenyao clenched and then unclenched his fist before explaining. "I had no idea Alien was waiting for you." "There's nothing to talk about." The academician waved his hand dismissively. "Aside from physics, I'm just an ordinary old man. When placed among the myriad of stars and celestial bodies, I'm merely a speck of dust, so there's no reason for you to be nervous." The more one studies physics, the more one realizes their own insignificance. Civilization is merely a transient visitor on Earth, and it takes a strong mind to withstand such profound feelings of insignificance. Balian is a very talented individual. The academician thought of Balian, her exceptional talent, and her strong inner character, rare among people. I could truly hope she comes to the university sooner. Chapter 383. 148 My Institute Fellows' favorable view. Hit her strong suit now on her score. 2 Su Wenyao started the car, but was utterly shocked by academician Moslamet. For a moment, all the inexplicable aspects suddenly connected. Why he was able to get academician Mo's ticket, and even why President Huang would add him. It turned out that everything originated from Balian herself. Could academician Ma value her so much? He had only seen Balian waiting alone at the airport, looking quite solitary, so he decided to keep her company, never expecting to be waiting for academician Ma himself. It was a little past 9 in the morning. The plane landed in Damping City, where Shunqing enjoyed meticulous care throughout the journey. Getting off the plane, she whispered to Ji Xiaojun, "This plane ticket was well purchased with few passengers. Next time we can buy this kind again. Look, Dad's back doesn't even hurt." Ji Xiaojun gave Shunqing a look. With only a few of them. How could it not be few? Obviously, Shunqing also had no concept of a private plane. Ming Dongheng had brought 2 cars early on to wait for them. Ji Heng, Jiang He, and Shunqing took 1 car, while Bai Lian and the others took another. The black business car drove onto the new highway from Damping City to Xiangqing. Did they build a new road? Bai Lian, sitting by the window, noticed at a glance that this asphalt road was very new. She sat up straight and rolled down the window. A few months ago, this road was still quite worn out. The journey from Damping City to Xiangqing also took about an hour by car, covering 50 kilometers. The fact that it was now open to traffic within just a few months was quite shocking to Bai Lian. Jiang Fulai glanced at her. There she sat, gazing out of the window, bathed in the charming sunlight that outlined her serene profile. "Lian, you don't watch videos, do you?" Tang Ming scratched his head, sometimes truly doubting if Lian was a cave woman living atop a mountain. But then he thought about how she didn't use the internet, so it made sense. "We've always been known as the infrastructure madmen. Before, we revamped a high-speed train station in 6 hours. Overnight, they replaced the pillars and the deck of an overpass bridge." As he spoke, Tang Ming lifted his chin proudly. "As long as they wish, nothing is impossible. Except for some projects that tried to skim off the top. These critical infrastructure projects were not considered fast for these infrastructure madmen." Upon reaching Xiangqing, Jiang Fulai had to go to the lab first. Ji Heng and his group returned to Pure Street to pack up some things before heading to Sinan Community. This year, Ji Xiaojun had just bought a house, and the family decided to have a New Year's Eve dinner at the new place before returning on the first day of the lunar year. Balian first went to the school to see Annie Zhang. With the new year coming up, Annie Zhang's flower shop was also very busy. "Teacher Lu, don't be polite with me." Annie Zhang was wrapping flowers for Lu Lingxi. On the counter were 2 fresh white lilies with their yellow stamens still intact. Suddenly, Balian remembered that tomorrow was also a Friday. The lilies were prepared for Yonglin. "You're back." Annie Zhang looked up and saw Balian, looking very surprised. Lu Lingxi, holding a large bouquet of flowers, then forcefully put the money in Annie Zhang's hand, turned around, and saw Balian. She took a tulip from the bouquet and handed it to Balian. "How's Balian?" She knew Balian and the others were at Buyuan base. "It's okay." Balian took the tulip. "Aren't you really going to Beicheng?" Lu Lingxi smiled gently, remembering the matter again. "I spoke to the principal about. I just came out of Beicheng High School." Balian secretly apologized to Beicheng High School in her heart, and then looked at Lu Lingxi. "They asked me to drop out. I don't want to go back." She had a pair of extremely dark eyes, which seemed to shimmer subtly. At the moment, she was staring intently at Lu Lingxi. Lu Lingxi instantly felt the anger of her being expelled and frowned. About the principal, they'll talk to him. Beicheng High School certainly wouldn't easily give up on Bai Lian, a promising student capable of becoming Beicheng's top scorer. Bai Lian blinked, sending Lu Lingxi off. Only then did she take the bus to the Calligraphy Association. At the end of the year, the Martial Arts School and Calligraphy Association had no students, but the street outside was very lively, as the roads had been renovated and stalls added. Today, everywhere one looked, there were vendors selling lanterns and New Year's goods, with a constant stream of people coming and going. Not too far away, a mall was nearing its closing sale, with a giant red banner promoting investment attraction. "Senior brother, there are so many people here." Ren Wanxian, visiting for the first time, was amazed by the bustle. Although she had heard from Ren Xian about Zhang Qing's development and very successful investment attraction, even a recent high-speed rail line had been allocated, she was still surprised by the level of development. By her side, Qiu Buqing was also shocked, his usually indifferent face watching the puppet play in front, where many young men and women were gathered. "The tourism here has become popular," said Qiu's father in a deep voice. "Let's go, I'll take you two inside. Especially you, Buqing. Don't resist when you see your grandfather. Even if you look down on Zhang Qing's Calligraphy Association, don't let it show in front of him." Chapter 384, 148 Ma Institute Fellows Favorable View. Hit her strong suit now _3 ever since Qiu Shuezhing joined the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association. Qiu Buqing and Ren Wanxian had almost no contact with him. It was only at the end of the year that Qiu Buqing returned, marking the first time both of them visited the Calligraphy Association. Qiu's father knocked on the half-open door. It wasn't until a voice came from inside that the three of them entered. Upon entering, Ren Wanxian and Qiu Buqing caught sight of Jian Zhe reading in the courtyard, quickly losing interest and turning their gazes away. They then observed the Calligraphy Association. The Xiangqing Calligraphy Association wasn't as large as the Beicheng Writers Association, but the facilities were quite new, though not as luxurious as those in Beicheng. The two quietly scoped out the place before bowing their heads to greet Qiu Shuezhing. After all, their calligraphy had been enlightened by him. Qiu Shuezhing was holding a teacup, lazily lounging in a sun chair, basking in the sun. "Want some tea? Help yourselves." He gestured towards a teapot placed on a table beside him. "No thanks." Ren Wanxian glanced at the teapot and teacups and refused. She wouldn't even drink the tea Ji Hung poured, much less be impressed with the tea here. Qiu Buqing didn't drink any either. Qiu's father chatted with Qiu Shuezhing, mainly about the development of the surrounding area. Ren Wanxian and Qiu Buqing stood to one side, listening. It was not until there was a soft knock at the door a second time. The two instinctively looked towards the door where a girl, dressed in a black and gold horse-face skirt, entered. The sunlight sifted through the gaps in the leaves leisurely, casting soft, speckled light on her soft black hair. As she moved, the play of light and shadows flickered carelessly over her black dress and face. It was Bai Lian, and Rin Wangshuan's face stiffened. Bai Lian did not look at Ren Wanxian and the others. Xiao Zizheng's home was in Xiangqing, so he wasn't in a hurry to return, whereas Jianzha's family was in Beiqing. Despite that, he hadn't left either. He sat in the courtyard at the small table Jiang he often used, immersed in reading. With her hands lazily tucked into the large pockets of her horse-faced skirt, Bai Lian curiously inquired, "Aren't you going home for the new year?" "Oh no," mumbled Jianzha, seriously engrossed in his study. The sudden appearance of a voice startled him, causing him to lean back involuntarily, tilting his chair backward until Bai Lian grabbed the back of the seat to stop it from wobbling. It was midday. The sun overhead was blazing. Bai Lian lightly lifted her eyelids, looking down at him from above. "What's the rush?" She spoke unhurriedly. Once Jian just steadied himself. He stood up to face her and scratched his head. "You were so quiet. Teacher Qiu didn't even warn me." He turned to look at Qiu Xuezheng. "She's rather large. I thought you would have seen her," Qiu Xuezheng said. "Jianzha, whether I go home or not, it's all the same." He closed his book and shrugged. "My family probably wouldn't even notice I'm not there. I have time to read books now." The Jian family knew about his trip to Xiangqing. If he really went home for New Year's, everyone would ask him how Xiangqing was. If not, they'd nag in his ear about how Jian Rong had won another award or which university she was preparing to apply to for her PhD. Right, he's preparing for grad school. Qiu Xuezheng interrupted his conversation with his son. "Teacher Qiu, please don't say any more." Jianzha was incredibly embarrassed. Grad school? Bai Lian already knew what that involved. Qiu Xuezheng gave Jianzha a glance. Right, his whole family knows he's preparing for grad school. Coincidentally, one of Jianzha's cousins was also applying for a grad program in calligraphy. If Jian Rong got in, and he didn't, Bai Lian took out her phone that briefly flashed. It was from Dean Jian. Picture, Dean Jian's plane ticket. He was arriving in Beiqing on the 24th, which was the 4th day of the Lunar New Year. "By Jian?" Question mark. As she replied, she turned to Jianzha. "Are you applying to Jia? With his hard work, he should be aiming for Jiangjing Art University." Her words prompted a glance from Ren Wanxian and Xiao Buqing. Jianzha felt even more self-conscious as he tugged at Bai Lian's sleeve, whispering, "Sis, I'm not even sure I can get into Beiqing University's grad program, let alone Jia. Isn't your calligraphy practice going really well?" Bai Lian was surprised. "You might not know." Qiu's father laughed as he explained to Bai Lian, he needs knowledge of ancient literature theory, and Buqing is just trying for a PhD at Beiqing University. "Right, it's very hard to get in." Jianzha murmured to Bai Lian, "Sis, please stop mentioning it." Bai Lian, "Very hard. Do you know what they examine in literary classics?" Qiu Buqing finally couldn't hold back, as everyone in calligraphy was aware that grad school required knowledge of literary classics. He said evenly, "Not to mention others, just take the 2 major pieces of tedious ancient text you've never studied. Would you say it's difficult or not?" Chapter 385. 149 Brother Jiang gives a present. The principal of Beiqing personally invites. Second update. Underscore. 1 Ren Wanxian lowered her head to hide the mocking smile in her eyes. Who would dare speak of that in front of Qiu Buqing? Qiu Buqing was a high-achieving student in the humanities at Beiqing University and was preparing for his PhD exams. "Buqing." Qiu Xuezheng put his teacup down on the table and reminded, "That's enough. Come out with me." Qiu Buqing pursed his lips and said no more. A group of people followed Qiu Xuezheng outside. Bai Lian took a seat next to Jianzha, slightly leaning back in the chair, her hand resting on the table, only lifting her chin slightly. "Don't you really want to get into Jia? "I do want to." Jianzha clicked his tongue. Who would want to get into Jia? But even Jian Rong might not be able to get into Jia. Jianzha sighed. "You heard him just now. My calligraphy skills are catching up, and next year I could pass a decent grade, but those ancient phrases I simply can't comprehend." It was still manageable with the objective questions, But regarding the subjective ones involving ancient texts, sometimes Jianjia couldn't even understand the meaning of the ancient text itself. If you want to take the test, that's enough. Ba Lian poured herself a cup of tea, her voice lazy. As for the rest, you don't have to worry. She took a light sip of tea, eyes narrowing slightly in the sunlight. Huh? Jianjia didn't understand and instinctively refilled Ba Lian's cup with tea. Saying, Ba Lian lowered her head, carelessly blowing away the foam on her tea. After the new year, find some time to go to the library with me. Outside, Qiu Shuizheng looked at the three people with a stern expression. What are you three doing here today? The president asked when you will return. Qiu Buqing said with his head down. Facing Qiu Shuizheng, he was still very respectful. He meant the president of Beijing. It'll be at the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association, Qiu Shuizheng said lightly, his gaze shifting from Qiu Buqing to Ren Wanxian. Are you two not planning to come back? Ren Wanxian dared not look at Qiu Shuizheng and just turned her head away. Qiu Buqing was also silent. Nobody wanted to be trapped in Xiangqing. Grandfather, I still need to apply for a PhD at Beijing University. What could he do by staying in Xiangqing? Never mind. Qiu Shuizheng questioned casually, unsure if their return would actually annoy someone. Seeing the two like that, he said, the three of you go back. There's no need to pay a New Year's visit to me this year. He didn't bring up the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association again, and both Ren Wanxian and Qiu Buqing breathed a sigh of relief. The next day, it was Ba Lian's first New Year in this world. At the Xiangqing building, the same number 12 bus. The road beside the big water wheel had been renovated, expanding by 3 meters. Ba Lian walked all the way to the city wall, stopping at the same spot as last time. She took out 5 incense sticks from her pocket and placed them carefully. Then, she took out an additional stick and placed it to one side. This was for the Ba Lian, who had disappeared in the lake. Ba Lian lit the 6 incense sticks, then took out a handful of paper money, watching it all burn up. She then sat to one side, waiting for all 6 sticks to burn out completely before she got up, patting the dust off her sleeves. When she returned to Sinan Community, it was just past 10 o'clock. Ji Heng and Ji Xiaojun told her to focus on her homework. When Ba Lian's exams had been poor in the eyes of the Ji family, nobody let her be distracted by menial tasks. Now that they knew she might get into Jiangjing University, even Shunqing was afraid that the sound of her cooking would be too loud and disturb Ba Lian. Ba Lian hadn't properly celebrated the New Year for 2 years. This year, with the Ji family, she had a different experience. On New Year's Eve, she sat in the living room watching TV with Ji Heng and the others, holding 3 red envelopes. Her phone was flooded with messages of good wishes. Only when Ba Lian unlocked her phone and saw 99 plus unread messages did she realize, in just a few months, she had gotten to know so many people. Most of them were classmates from class 15, each of whom she replied to. Only at the end did she swipe to Jiang Fulai's page, with the last message he sent still there, a picture. This year, he was celebrating with Jiang He, Ming Dongheng, Qi Yundai, and 2 people from their lab. Ba Lian then sent him a picture of her red envelopes. Approaching midnight, Ji Heng, who couldn't keep his eyes open, went to his room to sleep. The community was filled with the sounds of fireworks and firecrackers. Ji Xiaojun went down to set off fireworks and then came up to watch them with Shun Qing from the balcony. Ba Lian returned to her room, where she received a bunch of new messages from those who timed it specifically for the new year. She had just opened WeChat. When a new message popped up, downstairs, the room Xinqing had prepared for Ba Lian had a window. She looked down and saw smoke swathing the area below. Xiangqing hadn't banned fireworks yet, and the excessive fireworks made her feel like she was in a fairyland, completely obscuring her view. Downstairs, when Ba Lian reached the ground floor, Jiang Fulai was standing on the left side of the road, a tall figure. He was dressed in a white shirt, eyes slightly squinting, his demeanor relaxed. The white cuffs were loosely rolled up twice, giving off an unapproachable keep-away chill, as he still seemed too distant to approach. Chapter 386. 149 Brother Jiang gives a present. The principal of Beiqing personally invites. Second update. _2, he fiddled with a silver lighter in his hand. His well-defined fingers pressed the metal switch, and a pale blue flame rose and vanished. "You down here?" Sensing Bai Lian's approach, he turned his head and handed her the lighter for the fireworks. The buildings in Sinan community were widely spaced, so Jiang Fulai set up the fireworks in the middle of the road. Bai Lian took the lighter, crouched down to light the fireworks, and asked, "Where's Jiang He?" "He's asleep." Jiang Fulai had deliberately waited for him to fall asleep before leaving the house. Bai Lian gave him a skeptical look, then retreated to Jiang Fulai's side and looked up at the fireworks. The fireworks were silent for a second. The next moment, they shot up into the sky like silver flowers, bursting open in multicolored parachutes that slowly drifted down. Before they completely faded, 3 streaks shot up into the sky, bursting into red, orange, and yellow colors like 3 blossoming roses. "Holy shit, look!" A bunch of people opened their windows. Some held up their phones to start recording. Bai Lian quietly watched the fireworks. The whole show lasted about 5 minutes. In the end, 4 fireworks burst in the sky and slowly formed 4 characters. "Happy New Year." As Bai Lian looked at these words, something cool was placed in her right palm. "Happy New Year." She heard a very soft voice by her ear. When she looked down, it was a red tourmaline, the translucent red gemstone sitting beautifully in the snowy palm of her hand. This, Jiang Fulai looked down and elegantly tapped the red tourmaline in her palm with his fingertip. Fireworks filling the sky behind him can be worn on your ribbon. Bai Lian looked at the red tourmaline, finding it vaguely familiar. She had a photographic memory, and it seemed like the jewel the Ren family wanted to auction off at her first visit to the auction house. "Wait a minute." Bai Lian clasped the red tourmaline, squinting at Jiang Fulai. "How much did you pay for tonight's fireworks?" Jiang Fulai. This wasn't unfolding the way he had planned. Would Bai Lian ignore him for 3 days if he said he had spent $1 million? "I don't know." Jiang Fulai spoke indifferently. "It was sent by Jiang Shijia." Far away in Jiangjing, where Jiang Shijia was on time for paying respects at his family shrine at midnight, he sneezed violently. He quickly knelt down, wondering if the ancestors were displeased with the incense he had carefully selected. The first day of the year, Bai Lian returned to Pura Street with Ji Hung. Whenever they encountered an acquaintance, they would stop. Bai Lian collected quite a bounty of candy and snacks in her pockets along the way. "Happy New Year." Ji Hung looked up to see the neighbor on the left. The neighbor turned and walked away upon seeing him. Ji Hung, holding his smoking pipe, was taken aback. The neighbor muttered under his breath, "No way I'm playing chess with you during the New Year." Bai Lian still didn't know what Ji Hung had done to a group of neighbors before they set off. Hearing the words, "playing chess," Ji Hung also entered the yard somewhat sheepishly and dared not speak any further. On the 3rd day of the New Year, Bai Lian was in the yard explaining the meanings of words to Ji Hung when she received a call from the principal of Xiangqing High School. "It's about Beiqing." The principal of Xiangqing glanced at the 2 people in his office, speaking in a hushed tone. "People from Beiqing are here at our school, currently in the office. Do you have time to come over?" Beiqing High School. Bai Lian made a paused gesture. Hadn't Lu Lingxi mentioned this to them? Ji Hung immediately got up with his smoking pipe and moved the embroidery frame out without delay. After Bai Lian finished her call with the principal, she turned to see Ji Hung embroidering seriously. "Grandpa, I'm going to the school for a bit." She methodically put on her Bluetooth earpiece and bade Ji Hung farewell. Ji Hung lowered his head slightly. It was only after Bai Lian left that he murmured to himself, quantum entanglement. What was it again? Ji Hung expressionlessly put down the needle in his hand. Xiangqing High School. The meeting room. The principal respectfully poured tea for the 2 esteemed guests. The principal of Xiangqing High School wasn't on the same level as that of Beiqing High School. The Beiqing High School principal sat upright and proper. He held his teacup, but didn't drink, only watching the Xiangqing principal. "Where's that student?" Schools compete with each other too. Last year, when Bai Xiaoke got into Jiangjing as the top scorer from Beicheng, Jiangjing directly allotted 10 app spots to Beicheng High School. This year, during the college entrance examination, Xiangqing High School produced a student who seemed capable of competing with Songmin. No matter who ended up being the top scorer, Beicheng High School couldn't let him go to another school. Of course, they didn't believe Xiangqing High could replace Beicheng. Principal Li, don't hurry. She'll be here soon. The Xiangqing principal refilled Principal Li's cup, and he lowered his head to check the time, estimating that Bai Lian should be arriving soon. He'll go downstairs to receive her. Bai Lian had never been to the meeting room before, and he wanted to take the opportunity on the way to persuade Bai Lian to thoroughly consider it. As soon as he left, Principal Li and the teacher of Beicheng International class discussed in whispers, "We must get him to our school, no matter what." The two had assumed the top student was a boy. It was mainly a preconceived notion, as apart from Bai Xiaoqi, they had not seen any female students among the top 10 in the science subjects. 100,000 yuan in scholarship money, and if she gets the top score, 800,000 yuan in a grant for education, plus extracurricular coaching from a teacher from Jiangjing. The teacher of the international class knocked on the table while looking at the surrounding campus environment. He will definitely not refuse. Beicheng had also brought their school's sincerity this time. The principal and the teacher of the international class came to personally invite, just to persuade him. Who in Xiangqing wouldn't want to climb out of this place, with only its shabby train station? Today, many roads were still under construction, causing both visitors much inconvenience. Principal Li also felt that there was no way the other party would refuse, and even after all this time, he still wanted to exclaim, "A full score of 150 in mathematics. Who on earth can achieve such a feat?" Such a prodigy had never been seen before, even in the IMO competition. It's like a comet streaking across the sky. The international class teacher squinted, eyes glued to the meeting room door. This student had even more potential than Song Min, and only lagged slightly in the sciences. With a little better mental state during the exam, she might be able to compete with Song Min for the top spot once more in Beicheng. Now, they dared to only dream that this person could compete with Song Min for the Beicheng top score. It was less than 5 minutes before there were voices of conversation outside the door. Both visitors subconsciously straightened their clothes. The door was pushed open with a creak. The Xiangqing principal led in a girl wearing a blue coat. In her right hand, she carelessly twirled a stack of A4 papers. The Xiangqing principal introduced her with a proud tone. "Principal Li, this is our school's top student, Bai Lian." Bai Lian's grades had grown under the watchful eyes of the whole grades teachers. For the first score of 450 to now 692. Principal Li had only gotten to know Bai Xiaoke in the past 2 years of school. In the following year, he only remembered Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi. As for Bai Lian, he might have heard of her, but why would he particularly remember such a student? At this moment, was he just surprised that the student who had scored 1 point higher than Song Min was actually a female student? Next to Principal Li, the international class teacher stared blankly when he saw Bai Lian's face. Bai Lian had been in the international class before, and the very first time he saw the name Bai Lian, he was very displeased. At first sight of Bai Lian, he immediately remembered her. The teacup in his hand was knocked over in shock. Bai Lian? The Bai Lian, with 150 in mathematics and a total score of 692. He was somewhat bewildered. Was this the Bai Lian that he had driven out of the international class to the liberal arts class? He still didn't know. The most frightening thing about Bai Lian wasn't her mathematics, but rather the physics that had even touched the heart of Principal Ma. Chapter 387. Shocking Beicheng High School. Ren family extends an olive branch _1. Bai Lian stood behind the headmaster of Xiangqing, nodding her head politely. "I was also a student of Beicheng High School before." "Then why did you come here?" Principal Li looked at the headmaster of the international class and then at Bai Lian. He was hesitant. Why would Beicheng let go of this person? Everyone in Xiangqing had always wanted Bai Lian to go to Beicheng, feeling gratified that the students could have a better platform. After all, with the teaching staff at Xiangqing, projects were often blocked by Beicheng, and the principal hoped the students could receive a better and more comprehensive education. But now, looking at Principal Li and the headmaster of the international class, then positioning Bai Lian behind him, I only just found out that Miss Bai Lian was previously from your esteemed school. Now that Miss Bai has left the school, we should respect her wishes. When Bai Lian first came to Xiangqing, her grades were nothing special. And thinking of her sudden transfer to Xiangqing, the principal's smile also slightly receded. Beijing has better teaching resources and renowned master lectures in the last semester, said the headmaster of the international class, knowing that money was no object to Bai Lian. If you're willing to return, you can receive a better education and score higher. He was deeply impressed with Bai Lian. When she first arrived at Beijing High School, the Bai family donated a large sum to the school with only one request, to have her in the international class, which he initially agreed to. He taught mathematics, supervising only top students, and couldn't stand someone who was almost completely clueless about math for even a second. He promptly moved her to the arts class, and at that time, Bai Lian became the talk of the entire Beijing High School. The thorn in the flesh of Beijing High School. The headmaster of the international class had almost forgotten about her, but now, dredging her from his memories, he felt quite bewildered as he faced the girl before him. I think Xiangqing is quite good. Bai Lian lowered her eyes, telling the Xiangqing principal, I also told Mr. Liu I'm not leaving. She genuinely disliked Beijing High School. They wanted the Bai family's money, but didn't want to accept the Bai family's young lady. Of course, the young lattice grades weren't good, but that wasn't a justification for their ambivalence. Then let's not leave. Regret filled the Xiangqing principal, who patted Bai Lian's shoulder. You go back and continue studying. Bai Lian turned and walked towards the door. Seeing her actually leaving, the headmaster of the international class raised his voice. Bai Lian, haven't you always wanted to be in the international class? Educational resources are ruthless. Having a good teacher as a guide is several times better than working in isolation. If you don't come with us to Beijing now, you won't have another chance later. Bai Lian didn't pause in her steps. She was still thinking that it was fortunate Jiang Fulai wasn't there. Otherwise, she would have loved to debate with them about what a good teacher is. She earnestly didn't want to return to Beijing High School. Principal Li and another had come excitedly in the early part of third grade, hoping Beijing High School would gain a powerful new addition. If she doesn't want to return, then let it be. Principal Li had come personally and still couldn't persuade Bai Lian, now feeling somewhat annoyed. He lowered his head to check Bai Lian's information on his phone, which wasn't very useful. He had just asked someone from Beicheng to collect it, and most of it was details of Bai Lian hanging out at bars and street racing. Looking at these, how could Principal Li not figure out how she managed to score 692? Her grades are not as stable as Song Min's, and it's only been half a year. I wonder if she can truly surpass Song Min. It wasn't long before. The Song family also heard the news. Mrs. Song stood in front of the table, holding a yellow rose, arranging flowers, murmuring, she really isn't planning to return to Beicheng? Right, Song Min wore headphones, a recording playing on his mobile phone screen. Well, that's a pity, Mrs. Song's eyes dropped. Song Min wasn't paying attention to what Mrs. Song was saying. He wasn't very concerned about whether Bai Lian was returning or not. He was solely focused on the recording sent by Bai Xiaoqi. After listening, he replied to Bai Xiaoqi, it lacks a bit of the killer instinct of gambling with liquor. Yin Lu's song had become a hit, and Bai Xiaoqi had transcribed the score, knowing Song Min liked it, recorded it with a goujing, and sent it to Song Min by Xiaoqi. He'll revise it then. If you think it's okay, they'll post it online. By Xiaoqi. I'm still working on Autumn again. I'll let you hear it once I finish. Few who liked the White Robe Journey did not enjoy Yin Lu's new song. After leaving, Bai Lian went to the library to borrow the books listed for her by an academician from my institute. He had listed only 4 books, and the library had none of the 3. These 3 books are too obscure, the librarian apologized to Bai Lian. We can't find them at all. Chapter 388. Shocking Beicheng High School. Ren family extends an olive branch or score 2 by Lian hadn't expected that such a large library would not have all 4 books she was looking for. She thanked the librarian and then complained to Jiang Fulai. In the end, she found 2 more of the ancient texts she wanted, went to the front desk to check them out, and the librarian was surprised to see such vastly different styles of books. After getting the books, she took bus 12 straight back to Pure Street. Mao Kuan, with a cigarette in his mouth, was helping his boss sell holiday goods at the shop when he saw Bai Lian approaching. His eyes lit up, and he stood up from the small stool. Sis. Bai Lian had returned home, but hadn't had the chance to see Mao Kuan and the others yet. Mao Kuan immediately began to report the recent events to Bai Lian. At the same time, at the intersection of Pure Street, a car slowly stopped. Ren Xian and his group got out. Ren Wanxian sat together with Ren Xian, her brow furrowed tightly. This was the first time Ren Xian was visiting the Ji family for the Lunar New Year. Ji Xiaorong and Ren Jiawei got out of the car in front. Ji Xiaorong immediately spotted Bai Lian in front of the small convenience store, talking with a blonde guy. Your niece. Ren Jiawei saw Bai Lian following Ji Xiaorong's gaze. As soon as Ren Jiawei spoke, Ren Xian also saw Bai Lian. What's she doing over there? You guys go ahead, it'll wait for her. Ji Xiaorong walked towards Bai Lian, and meanwhile, it'll buy some tobacco. Ren Jiawei earned a lot, but Ji Xiaorong always lived a simple life. Even the branded clothes Ren Jiawei bought him, he wore, just like any other clothes. Ren Xian looked at Ren Wanxian, and Ren Wanxian pursed her lips. It just rained the day before yesterday. She was wearing new clothes today, and the stone-paved streets of Pure Street could be so muddy that one wrong step would cause dirty water to splash. She was already annoyed being here and did not want to stay with Bai Lian even a second longer. Forget it. Ren Xian glanced at the blonde guy beside Bai Lian and didn't pressure Ren Wanxian. Did you say someone from Beicheng was coming today? My senior brother said the Jin family will come today. Ren Wanxian told Ren Xian. Master Jian was the former president of the Beicheng Writers Association. Xiangqing is an unremarkable city among the vast Beicheng. Hearing Ren Wanxian say this, Ren Xian was quite surprised. The Jin family from the 3 big families of Beicheng? Right, Ren Wanxian carefully avoided a stone slab. My senior brother is good friends with Master Jin's grandson. The 3 old families of Beicheng, Bai, Song, and Jian. The Jin family is known for its scholarly heritage, while it's said the Song family even has connections with Jiangjing. The Bai family is nouveau riche. These families might be slightly inferior to the Su family, but are incomparable to Xiangqing. The combined GDP provided by both the Ren family and the Chun family is not even 1/10 of just one of those families. Just thinking about the name Bai, Ren Wanxian frowned. Why are there so many with the surname Bai? What are they doing in Xiangqing? Ren Jiawei asked in shock. Beicheng should not be aware of Director Chen's demotion. How could their reach extend through Jiangjing to Xiangqing? Jian Rong said something about the Jian family. Ren Wanxian was about to continue when she heard Bai Lian talking to Ji Xiaojun from behind. She stopped talking and said no more. Ren Xian did not urge Ren Wanxian to continue, as this was not information just anyone could be privy to. In other words, the news of the Jian family coming from Beicheng, Ren Wanxian and Qiu Buqing were the first to know. Even Chen Zhu and the others would have to exchange favors to inquire about it. However, upon hearing Bai Lian's voice, Ren Xian also turned back and greeted her warmly. His gaze fell on the 4 books Bai Lian was carrying, the outermost one being classical literature. Aren't you studying science? Why are you looking at classical literature? Ren Xian knew that Bai Lian had previously been in a training class, and because of this, there had been unpleasantness with Ren Wanxian. Bai Lian did not speak, and Ji Xiaorong raised his head slightly, explaining for her, the child wants to expand her knowledge. Ren Xian nodded approvingly, but as a high school senior, you should still focus on your studies. Ren Xian had not notified Ji Heng in advance that he would visit for New Year's greetings. Ji Heng was also caught unprepared. He wanted to call Ji Xiaojun and Xinqing back home to prepare a meal. As soon as Ji Xiaorong entered, he went straight to the storage room to help clean. Ren Xian stopped Ji Heng, who was about to make a call. "I'm just here to pay a New Year's visit, and I have to get back to other things later," he said, shifting the topic. "So President Su is not coming back for now?" Ren Xian looked at Ji Heng's courtyard. No major new additions had been made. Neither Ji Xiaojun nor Ji Heng had bought a car yet. "He's busy," Ji Heng said gruffly, as indeed the Su family had enough on their plate. Due to events in Xiangqing, Su En gained most of the decisiveness in the Su family, and also because of the Chun family, the Zus received many offers. "Is that so?" Ren Xian changed the subject. He looked at Bai Lian. "Do you have time to come over to the Ren family for a meal on the 5th day of the new year?" Bai Lian, no time. This was not a lie either. According to President Jian's words, they would fly to Beijing on the 4th day of the lunar year and should be in Xiangqing by the 5th. As she said this, Ren Wanxian did not believe her and just glanced at Bai Lian's back. Starting from the 1st day of the Lunar New Year, the Ren family had a stream of subordinates coming to pay New Year's greetings to Ren Xian. Today's visit to the Ji family was just a spare moment for Ren Xian. As for the Ji family, looking at this desolate courtyard, who would come here to pay a visit? Indeed, no time. Ji Heng also looked up at this moment, speaking on Bai Lian's behalf. "We have guests visiting on the 5th, and preparations today are rushed. If you have time on the 5th, you can come over for a meal." Aside from a few neighbors, the visitors to the Ji family would be Ji Xian's students. And then there was Director Chen. With Su En temporarily unable to return, Ren Xian would not come over for a meal either. He smiled but did not echo the offer. When Bai Lian returned to her room to put away the books, her phone rang just as she put them down. It was a contact saved as, "My godmother's phone can't go through, and I'm not at Baxter Street. Do you have time to help me see what's going on?" She had added this contact at Granny Wang's place. The two of them rarely contacted each other. Seeing this message, Bai Lian frowned and stood up. She replied with a 1, put on her coat, and left. Ji Heng never asked where Bai Lian was going. But as soon as Ren Xian saw her, he greeted her warmly. "Where are you going? Do you want Wan Xian to accompany you?" You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.